Chapter 62. Lohengrin's Madness. My entire platoon is dead, Lander reported. At least you're alive. You should have noticed by now. With the equipments they have, this is more than just an ordinary terrorist attack. How do you think they did it? The enemy should have easily snuck in and out of the building without being noticed. The only group of people that could do that are the military and the police. So it should be the central bomb squads. Correct. Then you already know your next mission. Garland gave a lazy reply. Deep anger was surfacing in Lander's eyes. You are now promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Lohengrin sure has a lot of weapons. Yes, sir. It's as if he already had an army here. Maybe that's how he did it. The Pangaean nations have always been wary of us. What if they've been sending immigrants who would travel here to be a part of a secret army? That would explain the organized attacks and access of weapons. I'll send an order to detain all Pangaean natives. Garland immediately ended the call. The military received orders to round up all citizens who have Pangaean blood and started raiding residences and using their detailed network to capture all Pangaean natives. While the chaos increased, a bus was slowly traveling on its usual route while being escorted by 2 police cars. One police car led the way while another was on the back of the bus. A military blockade was seen on the front, and the first police car approached an awaiting soldier. Officer, who's on the bus? Sir, these are the relatives of Mark Hallfed. We were instructed by Central to escort these group to a safe house. All right, we'll do a quick check and identify the people. Incoming attack. Boom. The police car behind the bus exploded. The bus immediately moved to the left side in an attempt to move through the blockade and the police car in front. As the bus moved out of the way, another rocket was seen approaching. The 2 officers bailed out of the police car and jumped behind the military convoy as the rocket blasted their car. Several gunshots were heard and several passengers of the bus were seen to have been shot. The driver panicked and accelerated. Move. Go. 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 The soldier commanded and ordered the military to give way to the escaping bus. The soldiers immediately guarded the bus, ensuring to cover its tail. Find them. HQ. The BOCs and their relatives are in danger. Enemy attacks have been directed towards them. The bus continued to drive at fast speed. Looks like they bought it. Allian sighed. Lohengrin sure knows how to make a plan. While Allian and Charles talked to the soldier, Cliff, who was the driver of the other police car, shouted and immediately detonated the explosives which destroyed the police car at the back. At the immediate moment of the explosion, Charles, who feigned to have ducked under the police car during the explosion, launched another miniature rocket at the bottom of the police car. The rocket zoomed below the police car and went under the bus. Stanley's quick control turned the rocket around after it passed by the bus, and the moment the bus moved away, the rocket appeared to have been zooming towards the bus with the intent to hit it. The Pangaean soldiers hidden inside the bus shot at the dead bodies they've recently acquired to make it look like the bus was under attack. Allian then turned to look at the other passengers. Many of them had grateful looks while others still had a fearful expression. Who would have thought that Seeker's strange orders would surface this early? To think that most Arigarian human trafficking operations were targeting the Jews. A purple exoskeleton was zooming on the skies of Australia. It finally found its destination. It zoomed towards the building and shot several rounds of its propulsion rounds and broke the walls of the building. Where is the commissioner? Lander demanded at the surprised expression of the officers in the building. The hero of Helian's tragedy? Where is the commissioner? Lander shouted in anger once more. He's in a meeting, sir. In that office. The officer pointed. Lander dashed towards the room and did not slow down as his exoskeleton came crashing through the wall. He immediately found the commissioner's body along with several other high-ranking officers. Commissioner! The police officer shrieked in horror. Lander frowned. Seeing the surprised expressions of all the officers around him, he knew that they were unaware that their commissioner's been dead for some time. Where is the communications office? He demanded. The officers jolted at the shout of Lander. Where is it? Lander shouted once more. Over there. The officer pointed to another room. Lander immediately dashed and came crashing through the wall once more. Once again, he witnessed dead bodies around the room, and there, standing next to the exit, stood a masked man, the hero of Helian's tragedy himself. A crazy laugh resounded. That voice. Lohengrin. How do you like the send-off party of my dad? Lohengrin then gave a manic laugh. You're insane. You've killed hundreds for the sake of your revenge. He was my father. Lohengrin screamed once more. We didn't kill him. Stop this now. Lander extended his metallic arm and several small holes opened up. Go ahead and shoot. Death is what I await after this party. Even my entire team was willing to blow themselves up for this. So go ahead, hero. Kill me. You have 8 members in your team. If you've made them suicide bombers, then there should be 6 more bombs set to blow up in the city. Tell us where the others are. Think of your mother. Do you want her to feel the pain of losing her son? What about your friend's parents? Stop this now. Ha 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 ha, Lohengrin gave another manic laugh. My mother would be proud if she knew what I did. Oh, wasn't it brilliant, hero? My best play yet. Father, did you see it? How I infiltrated the police and used their communication devices to get the needed bombs. Did you see how I fooled everyone by mixing my team in their bomb squads? My team did you proud. Lohengrin gave another crazy laugh. Lander looked at Lohengrin and couldn't help but feel pity. He pitied this deranged kid who fell into depravity because of the loss of his father. Lander clenched his fist and vowed to make whoever is trying to make the 2 nations start a war. Lander lowered his arm. Lohengrin, stop this. If you order your team, they will stop. Kill yourself if you must, but don't kill your teammates who trusted you and believed in you. Don't send them down that path. Shut up, shut up. Lohengrin gave a berserk cry. Lohengrin, tell us where your other team members are. They don't have to die. This was all a misunderstanding. We did not attack the plane your father was on. Stop this game. Game? You want a game? Then let's play Pokemon. Lohengrin immediately took out a red and white ball. Go Arceus. Lohengrin tossed the ball, which simply fell below and rolled on Lander's feet. Lohengrin then did a deranged laugh. Lander continued to look at Lohengrin in pity. Stop this, Lohengrin. This has to stop. Suddenly, Lohengrin's movements changed. You had your chance to kill me. That was stupid of you. Lohengrin's voice suddenly turned serious. A hint of pride could be heard in his voice. Lander gave a strange look at the sudden change of Lohengrin's mood. Lohengrin, stop this stupidity. You're delusional. Look at yourself. The once world-renowned gamer, now a crazy kid with a pokeball. Tell us where your friends are and stop this madness. Madness? This isn't madness, hero. Lohengrin spoke in a calm expression. This was a well-thought-out plan. Your hesitation allowed me to live longer. My team will continue to sacrifice themselves, and I myself will be the final grand bang. And lastly, hero, that's not a pokeball. That's Voltorb. Lohengrin pointed. Voltorb? Lander looked at the pokeball. Lohengrin took this opportunity to jump behind the wall. A faint laugh was heard as Lohengrin softly commanded. Voltorb. Self-destruct. Boom. Lander was caught in the blast and was thrown backward. He was once again thrown into confusion and disarray. Lander felt intense discomfort as a strong whiplash made his sensation go all haywire. The exoskeleton, however, was well equipped to prevent such damage. Lander immediately checked the state of the exoskeleton before moving. Lander stood up and was about to ask the surrounding officers for Lohengrin's route, but noticed everyone else on was also thrown off from the blast. Lander cursed in frustration. He immediately dashed out of the building and began looking around for any signs of Lohengrin. The crowd below were of no use to Lander. None of them saw what had happened after the explosion, as they saw a powerful bright light coupled with an intense sound which disoriented them. Meanwhile, in the sewers directly under the police station, Arthur finally removed his mask. Several soldiers were already waiting for Arthur. Let's move, Arthur ordered, and they started to sprint. Great acting, Arthur. You managed to match my voice perfectly, Lohengrin commended. His tone, however, returned to his usual serious voice. Speak for yourself. Still, I can't believe your stupid pokeball plan worked. An unexpected attack is always the one that deals the most damage, Lohengrin smirked. I didn't expect Lander to react that fast, though. My lies should buy us more time, but it's best to assume they'll immediately figure it out. Meryl managed to rescue another group of Jews, but I ordered her to make them stay there. I think that facility would be the perfect hiding spot for all rescued Jews. I see. So that's where Charles and his team are headed to. Right. We are pressed with time. You all have to save as much as you can while I cause more distractions. I'm sure that's not hard for you. You should have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Lander finally stopped searching for Lohengrin. General, he finally called. I was watching your mounted camera, but it got trashed right after the bomb. Did you catch him? I'm sorry, sir. I was deceived. No, that was pure genius. Feigning insanity and throwing that ball when you lowered your guard. Did you at least see where he went? He used a flashbang blind everyone outside. No one saw how he escaped. Oh, so Voltorb used flash? What? Never mind. I want you to maximize the operations in capturing and detaining all Pangean natives. Give an alert that all who refuses to comply will be shot on sight. But sir, why would we do that? It's clear that Lohengrin's acting alone with his team. He took control of the police station and probably managed to acquire the weapons that the police have procured from the recent weapon smuggling operations they completed. Wrong. This isn't a terrorist attack by some crazy kid, Colonel. This is war. He might have fooled you with his antics, but that Voltorb wasn't just an ordinary bomb. That was a Pangean whiplash bomb. And if he managed to configure it into a pokeball, then they not only have people here but a military headquarters as well. Lander was shocked at the general's statement. Gather all the Pangean natives and make it look like we're trying to search for traitors. Place a bomb at the center of the crowd. Blow it up and make it look like it's Lohengrin's doing. We can use Lohengrin's anger towards these natives for migrating and betraying their country. We're killing all those people? Yes. The enemy soldiers should be Pangean natives. With such a large-scale spy network established over a long period of time, it's expected that these spies will only develop relations with one another. So if we kill a large number of them, then we might draw out some angry enemy soldiers. Lander remained silent. Prepare yourself, Colonel. We are about to start a war. And I don't want to start this battle with the enemy in control of the flow. Chapter 63. Arthur's Grand Plan. A total military communication and network blackout was ordered. All devices lost signal to their corresponding networks, and even internet providers were disallowed from providing services. The Australian military started raiding homes and offices of any Pangean-born citizens. Anyone who had a record of staying on any of the Pangean nations for more than 6 months was also detained. Several deaths were already being made. Unresponsive citizens were shot on the legs, while others who retaliated were killed on spot. All Pangean-owned business was raided and checked. All except Olax Industries. A small explosion occurred which tore this building down. The fires in Olax Industries was so great that it was starting to burn the neighboring buildings and homes. The explosion damaged the very foundation of the main warehouse, and the building collapsed. The fire department could not keep up with the number of fires that the city experienced that night. And so, like many other residential and commercial buildings that caught fire that night, the unimportant businesses and residential places that caught fire were ignored. But buried deep under the rubble and burning stones of the fallen Olax building was a large metal door on the ground. It would take hours to excavate the buildings in order to reach or see this door. This door led to an underground path, which continued deeper until it reached large rooms with a lot of computers, weapons, and soldiers. This was the headquarters of the hero's army. Sir, the communication blackout has been sanctioned. A young teen reported to a young teen who stood in the center of the room. By the looks of things, they seemed to be suspicious of an army. Looks like my lies were ineffective. Lohengrin frowned. 3 media channels were enabled, 2 of which were privately owned, and 1 which was owned by the government. A news reporter stood wearing a grave expression. A severe level command to have been issued by the GPA. If you are of Pangean blood or have stayed in any Pangean nation for more than 6 months, please proceed at the New Birth Fort Entrance Gate 3. Citizens are warned that non-compliance to this command gives authorization for the military or police to shoot offenders. The military will also check all residential and commercial buildings owned by Pangean natives. The broadcast announcement continued to be reiterated even as the news of fires and other criminal activities filled the news channels. Shoot on sight? Isn't that too harsh? Cliff wondered. Not really. Considering Australia was once on its last leg, all citizens and even tourists are made aware of the military-level commands. Severe level allows military officers to kill anyone at any given time, but it feels a little too discriminating. Discriminating? What are you? From the postmodern era? You really should listen more in school, Cliff. Charles laughed. I'm a regular, and one of the most notorious in school, Cliff complained. True. But who'd expect that a regular like you would be unlocked? Whatever made you want to help Seeker in the first place? He didn't threaten you, did he? Of course he did. Cliff sighed. Charles and Alian laughed. Cliff waited for the laughter to die down. But I think ever since I met Seeker, I felt curious. What made him strong? I guess that's what made me stay. I've never amounted to anything. I've always felt useless. But not anymore. Not when I can save this world. Cliff gave a light smile. It's kind of difficult to respect or believe you when you're stepping down on that Aragarian. Alian laughed. Cliff was standing with his foot pressed down on an Aragarian's face, pining him to the ground. The Aragarian was tied up and gagged. The Aragarian whimpered slowly. Tears kept falling down his face. Oh, come on. I just said I would shoot your leg if you made another sound. Cliff immediately shot the leg of the Aragarian. The Aragarian screamed in pain and was struggling. Don't shout or I'll hurt you more. Isn't that what you kept asking that lady when you were electrifying her to death? Cliff answered in anger. Why are they like this? Cliff asked the other two. They came here to rule over us. It's only natural that they see us as playthings, creatures for their fun and pleasure. Alian moved closer and stepped on the gunshot wound. The Aragarian shouted louder. Too bad he's out of urine. I wanted to see him in a pool of his own making. Charles spoke in distaste. This looks fun. An emotionless response echoed at the back. Arthur. Arthur was entering with a group of soldiers. The soldiers with the trio started greeting the new arrivals. I believe Lohengrin ordered you to infiltrate this building to rescue the Jews. However, you decided to massacre everyone in this building. Arthur gazed at the tortured Aragarian that Cliff was stepping on. Well, it all worked out, didn't it? When I appeared at their doors and asked for help to hide me while the arrest was being made, this Aragarian's got hungry and immediately called me to his room. Charles asked in a boastful tone. I see. So Lohengrin asked you to be a tempting bait to get you to the boss's room. You destroyed the internal comm system from the inside and massacred everyone. Oh, stop. You make it sound like I'm a heartless and cruel person. I have always been known for my love of people. That's what made me a national treasure of Pangaea. Everything I do for the benefit of mankind. Charles complained. He then turned towards the Aragarian. Bang. Charles shot another round at the palm of the Aragarian. Sorry, couldn't help it. I just don't like the idea of them using this entire commotion as an excuse for my disappearance. If I weren't unlocked, I'd probably ended up as one of their torture or sex toys. Charles spoke angrily. Truly, you exhibit the traits of showing love towards people. Arthur mocked sarcastically. Yeah, well, you know what they would do to me if I allowed them to take me. I doubt they'd allow others to torture you. You're too good of a material to waste. Unless, of course, these clients would be willing to pay top dollar for torturing a national treasure. That is quite stimulating to think about, Arthur casually remarked. Charles gripped his fist in anger, but then he released it and gave a deep sigh. Oh well, I'm glad I rescued more Jews. I just wished we arrived earlier to save more. I don't know what you plan to do with this one, but I'm glad I walked the higher road and didn't murder him. Charles gave another sigh as he casually shot the toe of the whimpering Aragarian. Hey, we told you to keep quiet. Another peep from you and I'll shoot another toe, Charles ordered. Why do we need this guy alive anyway? It's best that you don't know the details of the upcoming mission. Sorry, I'm late. A fast blur could only be seen and Merrill suddenly appeared next to Arthur. All right, now that we're all here, down to business. Arthur took out a small device and placed it on the ground. A light and hazy hologram started to appear, revealing the map of the city. Alian and Charles, you are to separately attack the buildings here and here. I'll send a message to indicate when you can start attacking. The military will be too busy to check on these places, so just kill everyone inside and get the Jews out quickly. Finally, a straightforward command to kill these monsters. Charles grinned. As for us, we will be entering the fort through the third gate. We're going to attack the base? Merrill almost shouted in surprise. No, we just need to get past the gates. How do we get in? Cliff asked excitedly. He recalled Lohengrin's precise and complex solutions to break through military blockades. Charles awaited Arthur's plan with a held breath. He just had witnessed their complex strategies on how he rescued Alion and Cliff. Alion expected a simple yet cruel plan. Having noted that a group of normal soldiers did the impossible and killed the entire platoon of the hero of Helion's tragedy, what daring and grand plan does Arthur have to break through the military gate? Do we use remote-controlled rockets as a distraction? Cliff asked. Do we blow up more commercial buildings? Alion waited in expectation. No, Meryl and I just need to walk right in. The group remained silent. Everyone gave Arthur a puzzled look. All right, let's move. Wait, that's it. Lieutenant Golderin, you're with our team. Lieutenants, divide your platoons and follow Alion and Charles, Arthur ordered, ignoring Alion's puzzled expression. The lieutenants hesitated and looked at each other a bit before finally following Arthur's orders. The groups started to move their separate ways with Alion and Charles cursing at the vague orders of Arthur. Arthur's group boarded a military truck which looked like what the Australians used. Using this disguise, they managed to get through various blockades and approached the fort. A large number of people were walking towards the entrance of the gate as military personnel was busy checking and going through security measures. The Pangean natives were held right inside the large open field beyond the walls of the gate. Arthur and Meryl walked towards the entrance of the gate. Cliff and the other soldiers held their breath as they watched the two enter the gates through their binoculars. Name? A soldier asked. Arthur Humphrey. It's Arthur from the Covenant, a soldier cried in surprise. The soldier had a confused look until some of his companions whispered something in his ear and another soldier took over the questioning. Arthur Humphrey. Such an honor. And this must be the new member. Casual Carlean's manager and friend, Meryl Mikado. Big fan of the Covenant. Where are your other companions? We lost them. In fact, we are not sure if they're alive. We've come here as ordered by the government hoping that our friends are here. Arthur gave a cold and impatient response. I don't think any members of the Covenant came in, but don't worry. I'm sure they'll be here soon. The soldier immediately comforted. Can we finish this? I am in a hurry to look for my friends and other acquaintances who may be inside, Arthur demanded. The soldier immediately nodded and made the two go inside without further questioning or additional security checks. That's it? Meryl asked. What's it? The plan to get in here. I didn't expect it to be this dull. I thought when you said we would walk right in, it would be between the corpses of Australian soldiers burning from the fires of our weapons. You're disappointed? Kind of. I was expecting a grand plan, and that's why we succeeded. Of all the things that our enemies didn't expect, is that we would be able to walk through these gates without any resistance. We have a legitimate reason for being in this country, and an even more legitimate reason to get inside the base. Sometimes the grandest of plans are those covered in simplicity. I guess you're right. We got in thanks to the grandeur of simplicity, Meryl giggled. What now? We wait. There are still too few people in this place. We need a larger crowd, so we can easily move around and start our mission. Right. Since we've got the time, why is it that the Aragarians have been targeting the Jews? It's a long story. We've got time, Marty. Arthur gave a curious look at Meryl. Meryl laughed. Sorry, Seeker liked calling you that. I thought I'd just give it a shot. Arthur remained silent and finally sighed. No, I guess you should start calling me things you like. It would be weird for a couple to be on a first-name basis. The early I get used to this, the better. Meryl was surprised at Arthur's sneak attack and blushed to the extremes. She avoided Arthur's gaze and started looking for soldiers who could be a threat to two unbecoming beings. The Aragarians planned to obliterate any forms of hope that the future could give birth to. Doing so will preserve the ideology of this era. Meryl initially had a confused expression on her face, but she remained silent and attentive. On the other hand, Seeker's plan is to change the ideology of this world. Chapter 64. To change an era. What do you mean? Meryl gave a bewildered look at Arthur. Do you think that the entire world could be enslaved to one perspective or have one similar opinion on a specific matter? I'm not sure why you're asking that. Because it's necessary. The world has always followed a general perspective and lives according to the philosophies of an era. In fact, we've had many of those in our history, and right now, we live in the supermodern era. And along with it comes a common perspective in things. I really don't get why we are talking about ideologies. What's that have to do with war and an alien race trying to take over this planet? Everything. You see, it is in the present ideology of this world that can determine the success of the Aragarians' plan. Depending on the worldviews that hold this world, nations may or may not ally with the Aragarians. Ideologies and worldviews can do that? Arthur pointed to the huge walls that towered over New Birth City. If the Aragarians revealed themselves now, would Australia join or oppose the Aragarians? Of course they would oppose it. It's an alien race after all. Humanity would unite to fight that. Really? Look around you. The power that Australia has came from the Aragarians. You sure they would give this up? Meryl was shocked at Arthur's statement. She stood silently and gazed at the towering heights. She recalled all the horrible actions that the Aragarians were doing in this place, and remembered that they were still being protected by the police and the military. But that won't make this country fight for an alien race. Why would anyone want to exterminate their own kind? Meryl argued. The benefits of the majority outweigh the survival of the minority. Isn't this the main thought in our supermodern society? If this was the postmodern era, we would have because that era brought was a desire for equality and acceptance. But now, our current ideology would drive nations to prioritize themselves rather than their neighbors. Meryl remained silent. This has been the state of the world after the Continental War. Nations like Australia, the Americas, and the South States have always had a xenophobic treatment of any other humans which isn't from their own race. And then it dawned on Meryl. Wait, then that means that continental wars and the minority uprising were probably being controlled by the Aragarians from the background. They are very cautious. They manipulated the world to be so wary of each other and broke the unity that once held that. Soon, they'll instigate another world war which will drive this world to its knees. And before we could even recover, they appear. And to top it all off, they will use the ideologies of this earth to make nations pursue their own safety and join the Aragarians. If that's true, then in Zeke's future, who would oppose them? Why didn't the world just give up? The world probably did give up, but something must have changed the minds of some countries. I'm not sure what made these countries fight back. I have a guess as to what, but I'm not too sure yet. So, Seeker wants to use the Jews to change this future. You'll need to remember your history to understand. Arthur smirked as he took out his mobile device. Arthur searched and opened a link which revealed pictures of ancient wars. Changes in ideologies always happen during great events in the history of the world. Way back since the ancient period all the way to the medieval period, theism was the main ideology. Everyone believed there was a god. And through that era, do you know which nation stood out? I don't know. Greek? Rome? Assyria? Babylon? Those were the most powerful nations. But no, Assyria and Babylon are gone. Rome and Greece have fallen from its original power. I'm talking about the Jews. They continue to exist regardless of the fact that all of those nations you mentioned waged war against them. Arthur showed Meryl several websites online detailing the exile of the Jews to Babylon and other events that threatened their existence. So what's so special about them that the Aragarians got all flustered? Their existence, their survival, but most importantly the religion that they brought in. Remember, theism was the thing during that era. And soon almost all of the known world at that time adopted different forms of this religion, especially during the rise of Constantinople. You mean Christianity? Why is this important? Is Jesus really the answer to everything? Meryl gave a sarcastic remark. It's important because that's not how the world views things anymore. Theism had its run and peaked during that time, but then the Renaissance happened, and it shifted the focus from gods to men. What became important was the good of man and not a belief in God. Meryl had a slightly impatient expression. First you tell me that the Jews are important because of religion, and now it's important because religion became outdated? Arthur unusually gave a light smile. I didn't expect that explaining things to someone would be this fun. I guess that's why I fell for you. Humanism, which came out of the Renaissance, introduced a new ideology, rationalism. With the pursuit of man's greatest good, they found that technology could be the answer. The good of man achieved through science. In fact, we still carry remnants of that belief today. And the pursuit to rationalize eventually led to atheism, the very opposite of theism. Okay, so what? People stopped believing in the God which the Jews introduced. So how can that help us in an intergalactic showdown? Meryl ignored Arthur's candid statement and hid her blush with an impatient face. Let me finish. Rationalism instilled the idea that newer is better. Science made life easy. And this pursuit of the new gave birth to a world of new possibilities. Out with the old and in with the new. Anything for progress. And you know what that progress brought? People got smarter? Meryl hazarded a guess. Arthur shook his head and presented yet another series of images on his mobile phone. This time it displayed primitive tanks, guns, and other weapons. Modernism, which brought revolutions and more wars. Because men continued to progress, the old system was deemed obsolete. Revolutions such as the French and American revolutions occurred. Communism came, and various progressive solutions to governance were also invented. This search for progress led to the first two world wars. The aftermath of those wars led to the abandoning of modernism and embracing the postmodern era. I remember that in class, because people were sick of war and the idea brought by the Nazis in being a superior race. We decided that every system and culture had to be too respected. Exactly. Hitler's control over men on being the master race gave the world a terrible shock. And so, we stopped pursuing progress on the opinion of each nation and embraced every other views, race, and culture. The idea of a master race was deemed evil. So racial, cultural, and sexual discriminations were scorned upon. People who were racist and who did not value equality for all became hated. Everyone wanted everyone to accept each other. But those all ended when, right, the minority uprising. That rebellious time led to supremodern era. The Aragarians manipulated the world to adopt this new ideology. Lastly, they need to display their power. Make a powerful nation for all to see and offer the choice of joining to a few nations. Why only a few? The goal of the Aragarians is to make room in this planet for their people, right? So they must push this earth into a state of war. Offer the alliance to some nations and make them fight the rest. If you can't beat them, join them, Meryl unconsciously quoted. Then how can the Jews help us? Because of their religion. I'm confused. Didn't you just explain that religion is an outdated thing? Meryl's frown resurfaced. Yes. That's why I think Seeker intends to take things back to the era when theism was the thing. Seeker wants to use the acceptance of a worldwide religion to give Earth a better shot at winning. How can religion help? Because it has the capability to create fanatics and instill indomitable zeal to the masses of the earth. Religion, if used properly, can turn the tide and perception of this world. It has in the past, and it can in the future. Then why the Jews? I mean, there are a lot of religions out there. Of all world religions, Christianity and Judaism arguably had the most evidence as grounds for their faith. We tie their faith to actual history, preserved literature, and even to the accurate prophecies fulfilled in their teachings. I just explained that the Romans, Assyrians, and Babylonians took them into captivity, and all the actions of those nations were somehow prophesied 40 to 100 years before it actually happened. I didn't know that. That's because there was a lot of skepticism regarding those prophecies, and so, most don't believe it. But what if something that could endanger the whole world would come, and these sketchy prophecies suddenly become a glimmer of hope? Like an evil alien race. The Aragarians. Yes. What if the God of the Jews is real? And what if God will help the Jews and Christians? Wouldn't humans cling to whatever hope they could find? That's what Seeker is planning. Turning this small string of hope into a grand rope that will unite this world against the Aragarians. Then that means the Aragarians had already noticed this. Yes. They probably studied our history intensively and probably deemed that these two religions had to go because it could be used against them. But why the Jews and not the Christians? There are too many Christians all over the world and too many countries holding on to that belief. However, Christianity has its roots in Judaism. Their faith both believed in many similar things, and some branches of Christianity still hold the Jews as important evidence of their God's power. After all, the Jews continued to live on despite the many massacres they faced throughout history. So if the Jews are wiped out, the strongest evidence of Christian faith vanishes as well. So if you kill the Jews, you kill Christianity as well, Meryl summarized. Yes, that's one way to put it. The book of Revelation holds the strangest prophecies about the apocalypse. A desperate mind could easily cling to that for hope. However, the book also mentions 144,000 Jews. And since the Aragarians don't want people to tie an alien invasion as some sort of heavenly prophecy, they take away the Jews. No 144,000, then that book isn't true. They are going that far to remove hope? Meryl was horrified at the thought that the Aragarians killed an entire race to simply stop the possibility of religious fanaticism in the future. That far? No. It makes perfect sense. Morale and hope should be extinguished to win a war. And that's why we need the Jews. So that's why they used human trafficking operations. Israel fell in 2063, and they were all over the world again. They already were dispersed even before that. The Jews had always been all over the world due to the many times their country was broken apart and sent into exile. So the Aragarians set up their base of operations all over the earth to accomplish this. All the other benefits, like the experiments, sex trade, were all secondary. The primary purpose had been the extinction of this race. Meryl was silent. She couldn't believe the plans that they were involved in, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. The Jews may have been extinct in Seeker's future. I'm guessing the surviving humans probably clung to the remnants of Christian faith, but that brought no allies. Seeker knew that if he could change things, it would bring more allies. Arthur gazed at the dark skies above. Arthur gave a deep sigh. It's about time for us to move. Once we start this mission, the war will officially begin. Meryl took a deep breath and displayed a serious expression. The Jews can wait. For now, we kill these traitors. Meryl spoke softly. The time was 11:32 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. 20 minutes from that time, a battle which shook the world began. Chapter 65. Go to Pharaoh and say. Cliff stood impatiently and gazed at the tall walls that could be seen in a distance. Despite the fact that they were inside the garden of one house, New Birth Fort's sky-piercing wall could still be seen and seemed to have dwarfed the tall fences and walls of the house. Cliff continued to look at his right arm and would check if the small watch-like device he wore on his right arm would flicker. Sir, a soldier approached Cliff. The setup is complete. For the millionth time, man. You don't have to call me, sir. Cliff gave an angry and exasperated response. The soldier maintained his serious expression. I can't, sir. Right now, you have an unofficial rank which is equal to that of a major. So as of this moment, I have to report to you and address you like this. The soldier gave a frank response. Whatever. Cliff sighed. I still don't get it. We have rockets and missiles, but why do we have to use this junk? Cliff asked again. New Birth Fort has a system that automatically shoots and destroys incoming rockets and missiles, sir. It will detect anything with a heat signature and shoot it. This was what made it stand against the armies that surrounded it during the war. Mortars, missiles, and other similar weapons are ineffective against this fort. I still don't get it. Still, I just need to detonate this 2.4 seconds from its launch, correct? Yes, sir. Colonel Arthur specifically instructed for it to be detonated exactly after 2 seconds and 400 milliseconds any lesser. It would be too far and wouldn't do much damage. Any longer and the impact might destroy it. Cliff took out his mobile device and opened the timer app. He started it and immediately hit the pause button. It was exactly 2.4 seconds. Impressive. The young lieutenant complimented. This is nothing. Besides, Meryl and Alion can do 2 decimals. Not to mention that Lind, Cliff complained. A small light flickered on the armbands of the soldiers. It's the signal. Commence operation. Go to Pharaoh and say. Goldarin transmitted. Cliff and his team then went on to their battle positions. Several exoskeletons zooming high on the sky, zooming towards the gate. One of the exoskeletons appeared to have been damaged as there were several charred parts on the armor. Lander continued to zoom faster and faster. General, I am approaching Gate 3. Arthur from the Covenant of the Strongest is among the crowd. You must get him. I don't play piercing games, so I don't know why this is important. Apparently the BOCs value him and his dad. They were planning to get him during the Stormson raid, but he disappeared. So protecting him is important. Find and get him out of there. Otherwise, we can't commence the mission. Several of our men may die in the explosion, General. Lander frowned. Probably. But if we want to make this look like Lohengrin's work, then some of our men have to die. Anyway, I'll send the order out. The gates will now be closing. It's time to start this show. Do your job, soldier. Yes, sir. Lander sighed and started zooming towards the fort's entrance. Suddenly a voice started to resonate throughout the city. I will not kill my fellow men. A loud shout was heard. Everyone stared at the large monitors on the city, but noticed that it was all pitch black. This government is cruel as it is rotten. It has decided to kill all Pangean natives and blame me for it. It has renounced its morals as a country and pursued wicked ends to achieve their goals. They used the love of a father to deceive and kill him, and now they plan to use me as a scapegoat for their plans of massacring innocent civilians. The transmission this time did not show a clear image but a dark screen with only audio audible. Garland gave a surprised expression as he heard the opening broadcast. Lohengrin, Garland frowned. A video finally appeared. A gagged man was shown. He had a lot of wounds over his body. His legs and arms just looked worthless, as if it was crushed and shot several times. Australia. If you kill my people, then I will also kill this person and his entire family. Keep in mind that he isn't the only bringer of change I kidnapped. My countrymen, they are planning to kill you. Get out of that fort. Panic ensued as several from the crowd started to rush towards the gate. The soldiers, however, immediately shot anyone who would approach the gate. This caused the crowd to run around in chaos. However, no one could leave the fort as the soldiers kept threatening them. Send a ping to all bringer of change, Garland ordered. Several lights appeared on the screen, along with pictures of the most prominent personality in Australia. Out of the 13, only 9 were lit up. Garland slammed his arm on the desk. How the hell did Lohengrin manage to kill 4 behind our backs? Garland frowned. Lander, move quickly. I'm blowing that place up the moment you get out of the explosion's range. What, sir? He is Grecker. Several of the soldiers next to Garland argued in surprise. Just do as I tell you. Losing one more BOC is better than losing all of them. Saving that one is pointless. Send the nearest platoons to the respective headquarters of the surviving BOC. Boom. Several explosions bombarded the top walls of the fort. What the? Garland gave an irritated expression. The added explosions caused the soldiers on the gate to go on full alert. The large crowd started rushing chaotically, and more risked their lives to run through the soldiers in their panic. Boom. Another series of explosions paraded the upper wall. Several soldiers were immediately killed from the barrage of explosions. How are we not detecting those? Garland demanded. We can't see anything, sir. It's as if those rockets don't have any heat at all. Let me see that. Garland rushed towards the monitors which displayed the continuing bombardment of the wall. General, Lander communicated. Grenades. They're using grenades to cause those explosions. It won't break through the wall. They seem to be using some device to throw these grenades. Catapults, Garland realized. He gnashed his teeth in frustration. The once untouchable wall of New Birth Fort, heavily damaged by some night catapult attacks. Meanwhile, Cliff enjoyed the fireworks as he stood next to a flat metallic object that would hurl the grenades up, reaching the high walls. Pretty strong for a small dude. Cliff looked impressed. It's not just any catapult. It uses magnetic repulsion technology to throw things. Why didn't our experts think of this? Cool. So this dude's an X-Men. Magneto's not even a part. Ugh, never mind. Golderin gave up. Well, I guess we need to move with the next part of the plan. Cliff smiled. Sewer team, you're up, Golderin ordered. In the dark sewers near the fort, soldiers were awaiting their signal. At Golderin's orders, they fired a larger version of the remote-controlled rockets they were using. 3 rockets fired by 3 different soldiers in 3 different locations. The rockets zoomed down the sewers until it finally zoomed out the manholes. Each manhole had a vehicle parked right above it, hiding its exposed state. The rockets swerved with expert precision, exiting the manhole and zooming under the car. The area where they appeared was already near Gate 3. Boom, boom, boom. Large explosions reverberated throughout the city. The sudden appearance of the rocket from under the car did not allow New Birth Fort's defense system to protect itself. Soldiers were burned up, and even the exoskeleton could not leave undamaged. General, we're under attack. We have confirmed 3 missile hits near Gate 3. Where did those rockets come from? I don't know. The system only detected it before it hit our base. General, Lander once again called out. The rockets aren't coming from the sky. I saw a rocket zooming at an extremely low altitude. It was barely touching the ground. It being controlled. I saw it zoom below cars. It's them. War freaks. Lohengrin lied. They were all alive. Cliff and his team had already switched locations for their next catapult attack. Cliff held the detonator in hand. All right, I'm ready. Release the packages on my mark. Golderin immediately ordered. The platoon was divided into 3 different teams and positioned themselves on 3 separate locations. Each had a miniature cannon-like object that would throw the grenades towards the fort. Golderin waited for another round of missile attacks to hit another sector of the walls. Now, the 3 teams launched their respective packages together. The moment the catapults released their load, Cliff watched his timer. When the timer reached 2.4 seconds, Cliff pushed the button. Boom! A stronger explosion rocked the different parts of the wall. Several large holes could now be seen on the middle of the tall wall. Damn it! That's an area-eradicating bomb. Garland cursed in anger. Lander, retreat. I'm blowing up those stupid Pangians now. Lander stopped his rush and went on a full retreat. Blow that place up? Sir, but our men. Do it. Garland gave an angry scream. The soldier had no choice but to detonate the bomb. Turning back time to a few minutes earlier, during the first volley of grenades that shook the wall, Arthur and Merrill were busy making their own preparations. Mixed in between the third salvo of grenades were 2 small metallic cases tossed over by their catapults. Due to the commotion as well as the bright explosions and small debris of falling rubble, no one noticed that these small boxes made it over the wall. It fell towards the large crowd, but before it reached the ground, Merrill caught it. She tossed one small box to Arthur, and immediately the 2 began to work. Arthur was wearing a black bag which he found lying in the middle of the crowd. After pretending to be the owner, Arthur confirmed that these were in fact the planted explosives. Arthur took out from the metallic box a pair of handguns equipped with silencers. He then dashed towards the entrance while Merrill sniped soldiers from within the crowd. Their assault was fast and detailed. All shots were headshots. None of the soldiers expected the crowd to be armed, and many immediately fell silent without knowing what killed them. Then the missile attacks rocked the gates further, confusing the soldiers. Arthur's speed surpassed a normal human being's speed. Several exoskeletons noticed Arthur and started moving to confront Arthur. But then a terrifying explosion blasted a hole on the upper middle region of the huge wall, revealing a hole. The rubbles and sudden confused the soldiers. Using his built-up velocity, Arthur then flung bag as far as he can. Immediately, Arthur started sprinting backward. Arthur's sprint was extremely fast, and he managed to get out of the blast range. Boom! The large explosion blasted loudly, shaking the very ground. The loud rumble sounded, and as the dust clears, a large part of the wall was broken down. Soldiers, exoskeletons, and even tanks lay helpless in the aftershock of the explosion. The explosion startled everyone. The crowd of Pangean natives looked at the large hole. The blast was just as strong as the area-eradicating bomb, but did not have the same corrosive effects. The sudden explosion surprised the soldiers the most. The attacks outside had not shaken them due to the thick and impenetrable wall. But this explosion happened on the inside. The large bang did not happen in the middle of the open field as was planned. It happened right at the very entrance of Gate 3. The crumbling entrance slowly gave way. The soldiers gazed in shock. In all of their history, this was the first time their gates were forcefully opened. While the soldiers stared in great shock, the crowd stared at the open gate. "Run, my countrymen! Get out there!" A loud shout was once again broadcasted. One started to run, sprinting out of the Australian death trap. Others followed. Soon the entire crowd was stampeding out of the area. Arthur and Merrill went towards the ruins of the gate entrance. And once they were in position, Arthur held a comm device on hand and shouted the signal to start the next part of the mission. "Let my people go." Chapter 66. The Lightbreaker. The dust and dirt still hadn't cleared yet as countless spotlights from the main fort's building focused on the broken wall. A large crowd was rushing outwards. Deep in the rushing crowd stood 2 people. Somehow, people were avoiding them despite the chaotic rush and stampede. None of the rushing people would bump to these two individuals, as if they knew that they should avoid these two. On the outside of the wall, the rockets that once paraded the entrance started zooming and hitting other directions. Tanks, exoskeletons, and the appearance of armors were busy avoiding these rockets and even the falling grenades. Suddenly, a pair of rockets suddenly appeared from the dust and rushed just overhead of the rushing crowd. Arthur and Meryl stood ready for the passing missile. As it zoomed by, Meryl and Arthur used their extreme perception to immediately unlock the lock which held the package. Two cylindrical bluish tubes were received along with a smaller cylindrical object, which was their extendable blades. Back in the main command room of the Australian Army, Garland was very angry. He was the assigned general to hold the fort, and yet it was broken through. The implications of their poor defense could make the world see that this fort wasn't as impregnable as they once believed. Sir, multiple platoons have reported to being under fire. 2 BOCs have triggered the alarm, sir. They are being attacked. There's another salvo of incoming rockets. Some may breach through the entrance. Fire the light breaker, Garland roared. The soldiers in the command room were all shocked. Sir, we don't have permission, Permission? This country is under a full-scale invasion. New Birth Fourth has been breached. Are you saying that we need permission to protect our country? Fire it now. The soldiers immediately shuffled to active lightbreaker. Up in infinite space beyond the Earth's atmosphere, one of the satellites that continued to circle the Earth has already repositioned itself, aiming for New Birth City. A large satellite dish on the hull of the satellite started glowing with a reddish hue. Suddenly, a shockwave was released from the dish, and it zoomed down towards the Earth. It was as if the space around it was bending. Several of the satellites which circulated nearby suddenly lost all power, and some were sent crashing on towards each other, while others plummeted down the Earth. Back down in New Birth City, the powerful shockwave enveloped the entire city. The city itself began to shake from the sudden blast, and all electronic devices, gadgets, and even wireless signals were lost. The once bright city turned dark. All that could be seen were the burning buildings and fires spreading throughout the city. The flying rockets soon died down and tumbled to the ground. The remote-controlled rocket which just passed by Meryl lost all forms of power and smashed towards the wall of the building. No explosions followed afterward. The attacks that came from all directions ceased almost instantly. The sudden change in the situation resulted in silence. Though they felt a strange force pressing onto them, none were hurt. After a few seconds, chaos returned as the civilians started panicking. Switch to source power, Garland ordered. The dead fortress suddenly lit up. Spotlights started appearing one after the other. The tanks, exoskeletons, and armors that seemed to have lost power suddenly sprung to life with all its technical capabilities brought back to full power. Trace the source of the attacks and finish them. Use historical heat tracking to learn the paths of the rockets and trace it back to the source, Garland ordered. On the main road of the city, a platoon of soldiers was frantically switching to source power. Several of their companions were already dead as 3 convoys and 1 tank suddenly exploded due to a surprise attack of grenades, missiles, and planted bombs. The few survivors were then met with a torrent of bullets. At the firing of the lightbreaker, the attacks stopped and the soldiers managed to regroup. Move now, their rockets are ineffective, and they have to switch to manual control to use their guns. We kill them before they regroup, the captain angrily ordered as he gathered the survivors of his platoon and rushed towards the building which was the source of the attacks. The team of soldiers did not act slowly and used thermal detectors to locate the enemy easily. Without the thermal jammers, hiding was now pointless. This scenario played on the various locations of the city where a sudden attack against the Australian Army occurred, causing severe death tolls. But after Lightbreaker was activated, the attack followed by a total turning of the tide. The rockets which were used to halt soldiers from recklessly diving into the open fields were gone thanks to the EMP attacks. All over the city, the Australians finally managed to make their first kills. None of the Pangean soldiers they faced survived or even managed to escape. The captain led his team through the stairs. As they reached the floor where the Pangean soldiers were reported to be hiding, he signaled the team and a soldier threw in one magnetic bomb. This bomb exploded, releasing pulses of electrical arcs which shot at any metallic object the room had. The room became a web of lighting, and various mini-explosions sounded out as even the bullets inside the guns started exploding as their gunpowder was heated. Soon, even several grenades exploded. The Australian team rushed in and started shooting at any moving enemy. Pseudo-skeletons. The captain growled. To think they've had such gear with them. The soldiers in the room wore suits that made them look like robotic astronauts. They had a thick, black glass visor which protected their face and thick, heavy metal armors which could prevent even armor-piercing rounds. However, the magnetic bomb had stunned all the soldiers in the room and even disarmed them. In such a scenario, the Australian forces easily shot at them one by one, aiming for the glass visor. The thick armor and helmet could not prevent the obvious display of fear that the last Pangean soldier had as the captain shot him several times in the face. Open up their helmets and scan their faces. If our intel is right, they should be Pangean natives who are Australian citizens, the captain coldly ordered. The soldiers did as command and stripped of the helmets and visors which these enemy soldiers wore. Sir, an alarmed cry was heard, and the captain immediately turned to the crying soldier. This is Nathan. He was serving under Captain Lawson's. He's not a Pangean native. A shocked look surfaced on the captain's face. The soldiers they had just unmasked were all gagged, and their arms seemed to have been broken. Suddenly, shots coming from the ground below penetrated through and killed all the soldiers in the room. The floor was made of both concrete and steel, yet bullets pierced through it. The captain managed to evade by rushing out, but several shots pierced through him, maiming his legs. The captain reached for his communicator, but another shot pierced through his heart. Rail guns? The bewildered captain stared as he identified the attacks. The attack came from behind the wall. The thick should have been able to withstand even armor-piercing rounds, but these attacks pierced through it like it was paper. The captain could make out person silhouette as his vision started to fail him, but he could clearly see the soldier wearing thermal visors as well as a thermal jammer, all of which shouldn't be working because of the light breaker. The silhouette aimed his gun at the captain, and a bluish light became the last sight the captain beheld. The instant massacre of several platoons was left unnoticed by the majority. The soldiers in the city had no time to do a roll call, as they have their hands full. Back in Gate 3, the soldiers were now trying to reorganize and capture the Pangean natives that escaped. However, the series of explosions outside were exploding on very precise locations that allowed the citizens to escape unhindered. This cover of fire hindered the ground forces while the flying exoskeletons had settled on the top of the wall in order to switch to source energy. By the time they could lift off, most of them ignored the running civilians as they immediately sought out the enemy in the area. Unnoticed to them, all the soldiers inside who stood near the gate and survived the explosions were now dead. Merrill, you're up. Get ready, Arthur ordered as he was removing a bloodied blade which pierced through an exoskeleton. Amazing. This sword's pretty sharp. It's not sharp. It just applies eradicating technology, Arthur casually responded. Then why aren't more of this made? What can a sword do against guns? Not everyone's like us, Merrill. Oh, right. Soldiers coming. Move into position. A group of soldiers came running inside to check the area and was surprised at the deaths of their fellow men. Search for the enemy and be on full alert. The commanding officer shouted as the soldiers from the outside sprinted inside. Sir, we've confirmed it. These are Pangean-made weapons, a soldier reported as he stooped down to retrieve the missile which almost blew apart the main doors leading to the main building. Those damned Pangeans, another soldier cursed. Relax, Corporal. The light breaker has been activated. Whatever army they have here should be dead within minutes. Without their tech, they won't stand a chance. Report, is the sector clear? A voice spoke through the comm device. Sir, yes, sir. No incoming attacks seem to be reaching this area. Immediately, the large door behind them started to roll up. The entire metal gate was about 2 meters thick. A large number of soldiers wearing exoskeletons and pseudoskeletons marched out. So evening came, huh? The soldier holding the rocket grumbled. The morning light wasn't enough to win this battle. It's time for the darkness to have a shot at the enemy. An evening commander greeted the grumbling soldier. The morning soldier offered a salute. The evening commander approached the soldier and took a look at the rocket on the soldier's hand. It had several dents on its warhead, and even some parts of it were badly bent. Pangean remote rockets? To think that this little thing here could make Australia send the knight. Sir, look, a Pangean native. A soldier pointed to the open field. Meryl stood at the center of the field. She walked as if she was wounded and limped closer towards the gate. Should we shoot her? The soldier asked. Don't be too heartless. Hey, little girl, come here. The evening soldier beckoned. Meryl sighed. Just as Arthur predicted, she mumbled as she limped closer. The soldiers around did nothing to this poor Pangean girl as their commander had called her out. This should be close enough. Meryl then stopped her approach and stood on the field. Hey, little girl, what are you doing? The evening commander asked. Waiting for the signal, Meryl shouted back. Before the confused look of the commander appeared on his face, a series of strange beeps could be heard. The soldiers by the gate then searched for the source of the sudden beeps. It was coming from the small rocket in the hands of the morning soldier. Boom! The rocket exploded. The sudden explosion created panic as all the surrounding soldiers immediately rushed towards the explosion to check on their comrades. As the soldiers approached, a loud crackling sound echoed loudly, distorting the soldiers nearby, and then a bright light blazed forth, blinding everyone. The light wasn't just an ordinary flashbang, but it was one of Pangean's special grade, light-blinding explosives designed to provide longer blinding effects for the enemy. The ever-bright Meryl easily entered through the main door and rushed deep into the facility. She was now wearing an Australian soldier's attire and had several bloodied parts on her body. It wasn't long in her rush inside that she noticed two women and a man blocking her path. Meryl slowed down on her pace and walked as if she was limping. Help me, please, Meryl pleaded with a saddened expression. Meryl, I presume? The taller woman asked. Meryl had a surprised look. Harker's programmed slaves. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Thanks for all your help. Meryl gave a courteous bow. Chapter 67. The Glass Cannon. The Lightbreaker was Australia's secret weapon. The satellite that was launched into space was approved by the world governing powers as it was declared to be a network jamming device. Australia was granted permission for launching this technological marvel due to its unique positioning in South Asia. During the Continental Wars, all of the surrounding nations were Australia's enemies. North of the Pangean nations was the group of nations that caused so much devastation to Australia that a deep hatred continued to this day. The South Pacific United was the most aggressive country during the Continental War, and they lead a united front with Pangaea, New Zealand, and New India against Australia. Due to the history of this nation, they appealed to the world governing powers to launch several satellites which gave them a network shield. This had the capability of preventing network, wireless, and even radio hacking. The xenophobic nation of Australia, however, hid a secret in their launch. The satellites were capable of more than just providing a jamming signal for network attacks. The rest of the world caught word that Australia has officially activated a comm blackout. No communications of all sorts could get into Australia. This could only mean that Australia is at war. The South Pacific United immediately marshaled its forces for a potential attack. President Victor Colstart of Pangaea immediately approved SBU's entry. But immediately, a political war suddenly emerged. Various members of the Pangean Senate across all of its nations agreed with General Harker's opinion in not granting entry to Pangean soil. President Hiron of Indo-Pangaea voted against Colstart's decision and immediately pleaded for martial law to be in place in all three Pangean nations and put General Harker as the temporary president of the country. The political movements were swiftly decided. The majority voted in favor of Hiron's suggestion as the masses were in fear of being attacked. Pangaea had already lost one of its national managers, and thus, the foreign phobia that lay deep within the roots of this nation sprang out. As Harker finally grasped complete and total control over all of Pangean military, he threatened that if the SBU were to march into Pangean territory, he would treat it as an act of war and immediately attack the SBU without mercy. The media caught the attention of their interactions as both countries communicated via live video feeds. President Harker, we are only acting in the best interest of both our countries. Australia has always been our enemy after the war, and we were always allies. I will not be deceived, declared Harker with intense emotions. Who's to say that this is all but a plot? Did you not manipulate every nation in this region to wage war against Australia during the Continental Wars? Who's to say a nation as deceptive as yourself isn't planning to do the same tactics? And should your paranoia turn out to be wrong, what then, Harker? Will you allow Australia to come knocking at your doorstep? Are you ready to face the consequences? The angry president growled at Harker. I trust my men. Leave it to the heroes' armies to defend this land. Harker immediately disconnected the call. When two nations that are at odds with each other need to settle political issues, live video feeds were the first option in order to ensure no assassinations to take place. But in all of the video feeds between nations, no country would be so bold as to disconnect the call prematurely. Even the world governing powers considered this act as grounds for waging war due to the many elements and implications that action represented. Harker had a furious look on his face. His entire body was visibly shaking from the intense argument that he just had. He immediately walked down the prepared platform as the media reporters celebrated in Harker's actions. Almost all citizens deemed Harker's actions as commendable. His arguments made sense. Never was there a time since its conception that the Pangean nations were so united in spirit and actions. The Gate 3 of New Birth Fort was in a total mess. The Ever-Bright continued to blaze out while soldiers prepared for battle. The evening soldiers were now on full alert as they immediately created a perimeter in case other attacks would be made. Meanwhile, just near the mounds of the Ruble by the wall, Arthur was lying down on the ground. No soldier noticed him as he was fairly hidden from view. Arthur twisted the two bluish tubes together. Slowly, the bluish color started growing. Are you up for using that one? A voice in the comm device inquired. After everything that you've seen, you still doubt us? Arthur humored Lohengrin with the return question. It's because of the device you're using. One of those cost more than a Pangean battleship. Of course it should. Pangean technology isn't cheap. This thing could power up a city, and I'm going to use as a bazooka. Still, that's too fragile. She practically asked me to deliver the core weapon system without the main armors. As I've said, the armor is too heavy for any of us to carry. Relax. I know that a single bullet hole could break this masterpiece. I just need to make sure that I won't get hit or place this weapon in a compromising position, and I'm good. Arthur slowly stood up and mounted the bluish tubes inside the glass cannon. Looks like there are no cracks made from the drop. The Solarium Eradicator cannon seems to be working fine. Arthur finally attached a small square box which fitted perfectly in the back of the cannon. Arthur carried the cannon over his shoulders. Arthur took a peek out of the rubble and saw that the soldiers were still on a tight perimeter, guarding the entrance while others were waiting for the Everbright to fade. Several exoskeletons took to the sky and watched for incoming rocket attacks. Suddenly, the entire fortress lit up as sparks of electricity could be seen blasting out in an arc. There it is. Australia's perfect defense. Enigmatic magnetic field. Arcs of lightning started zooming out in the immediate outskirts of the building. Shards of metals and other pieces were immediately bolted as the lightning rained down on the nearby buildings. Any metal which was deemed foreign were viciously attacked. And with that, the soldiers rejoice, Arthur smirked. The evening and morning soldiers were all cheering at the sight. It had been decades since the full potential of the fort was utilized, and tonight, the fort reached its true glory. Yet in this, Seeker came prepared. Glass cannons, huh? He's really confident. Arthur took another look at the area. His vision needed no technological aid. At the dying down of the first Ever-Bright, just near it was a round plastic ball that was nearly buried on the ground. It was as if someone planted the ball deep in the ground to avoid being seen. Arthur pressed a button, and another explosion occurred. The whiplash bomb produced a thunderous shockwave, and people around it stumbled down. The soldiers reacted to the sound, and some were thrown by the shockwave. Arthur ran out of the open and started dashing for the exit. Once he neared it, Arthur pointed his glass bazooka towards the area which held the most soldiers. A blue laser beam shot out of the cannon. Arthur led the rays to, and it slashed through the perimeter of soldiers. The beam swiped by quickly, and the soldiers who were hit were immediately halved. The exoskeletons that were hit were knocked back, and screams could be heard. Their suit was burning with intense heat from the passing laser blast. Arthur then aimed for another exoskeleton and fired once more. The beam blasted at the armor, and the eradicating factors came to work and slowly cooked through the armor and then penetrated through it. Arthur then sprinted out of the gate, unleashing a small burst of laser attacks every now and then to the soldiers nearby. Not bad. 2 seconds to penetrate through exoskeleton armor. I need to try it on an armor. Arthur smiled as he ran. Suddenly, a rain of bullets fell behind him as several exoskeletons started to shoot from the sky. But Arthur had already long anticipated their attacks. His speed suddenly increased as a burst through, surprising the flying exoskeletons. Arthur then jumped forwards and turned his body in midair. He faced the skies and shot a quick blast towards an exoskeleton. Arthur continued to spin and landed back on his feet, to which he continued his sprint. The exoskeletons zoomed to chase Arthur, but Arthur kept adjusting the speed of his sprint. Every now and then, Arthur would jump and manage to hit yet another exoskeleton. The zooming exoskeleton started descending to get a close shot of Arthur. Retreat! Immediately an order sprang out. The rushing exoskeletons halted in confusion, but followed nonetheless. Garland stared at the screens with his face carrying an extremely angry expression. The state of the fort would surely bring down his career. They even have an anti-EMF plan. Lander frowned. He had long returned back to headquarters at Garland's orders. Indeed, our intel's been compromised. Garland frowned. But how? No time worrying about that. I've already secured all access points within the building to make sure no one enters restricted areas. I called you here to discuss some issues that I feared would be compromised. What are my orders? Lander asked seriously. We need to find their headquarters. Having organized attacks means they somehow managed to bypass our network blocking system and established a network of their own. Impossible. No, just unlikely. They must have established a comm relay within the city. Find them, and that will lead you to their headquarters. I believe my duties lie in protecting this city, sir. Are you really going to take your best soldier and send him in a reconnaissance mission right in the middle of this war? Our enemy has yet to reveal the cards up their sleeves. We utilize the best of our enigmatic magnetic technology, and still, they have cards up their sleeves. I already deployed something that I'm sure they do not have knowledge about. Garland sat down and gave a strange look at a monitor which displayed several soldiers walking towards the exits. Your mission is just as important, however. These are the areas which seem to be broadcasting a unique signal. Use this signal to trace it back to the source. Yes, sir. Lander responded and sprinted out immediately. Now to find the rat in this building. Garland then frowned and accessed his computer. On the ground-level facilities, Merrill was limping alongside three peculiar individuals who were dressed as a scientist. So, who are you guys? Merrill asked innocently. The tallest of the three was a woman with very thick glasses. She had red flaming hair and a very strict posture while she walked. I'm Sonia. This is my sister, Sonia. The shorter woman then waved. She had the same fiery red hair as her taller sister, but wore no glasses. Unlike her sister, she didn't have the same strict movements. And this is one of my batchmate, Eric. Charmed. The male scientist fiddled with his phone, giving no interest to greet Merrill. He was tall, wore glasses with a slim frame, and had a darker shade of skin color. Batchmate since college? Nice. No, she meant we were captured and turned into programmed slaves together. Eric gave a casual response. Merrill sighed and continued to follow the cheerful bunch. The group soon passed by several restricted gates and finally entered a heavily confined room. Boss, a scientist worriedly ran towards Sonia. The war's progressing for the worst. We've received orders to check our database to see who has accessed the latest technology. General Garland believes there's a spy among the scientists. I already know who the traitor is. Sonia gave a bland reply. It was us. Merrill, please kill everyone here. Sonia gave a sweet smile. Merrill was surprised at the calm request. Chapter 68. The Open Path. The burst of speed that Merrill displayed was astonishing. She zipped and zoomed across the rooms, jumping over a 10-meter distance, and could decapitate 2 or 3 scientists in that leap. The scene was horrific even for the 3 programmed slaves. They knew this small girl to be a secret weapon of Harker, but they never expected such brutality. They stared in shock as Merrill finally finished the last of them. A minute barely passed, and all 13 were dead. Amazing. Sonia was stunned. How long have you been working with these scientists? Merrill ignored their curious expressions. Eric gave a confused look at the question. About 13 years. Eric shrugged. Seriously? You worked with these scientists for 13 years, and you don't even shed a tear for them? Merrill uttered in disgust. My dear Merrill, why are you disgusted? What do you expect for people like us? Sonia laughed. I don't know. Maybe a bit of concern or even sadness. Meryl shook her head. Just do what you got to do so that we can get out of here. I can't believe I have to protect you three, Meryl grumbled. Sonia nodded to Eric, who turned and walked over to a computer and started working. You seem a little annoyed at our emotional states. Sonia laughed at Meryl as she approached. Do you even have emotions? Sonia and Sonia laughed at Meryl's disgusted response. The reason why we aren't in any ways affected by your actions is that our emotions are being overlapped. It's not that we didn't feel sad at their deaths. Of course, we are. But right now, we're too happy to be sad. Meryl gave a strange look and then soon realized. Wait, happy? You mean it's that chip in your head? Correct. Convenient, isn't it? Sonia gave a smile. Beep. Oh, that must be your boss. Sonia cried excitedly. Hello? Meryl answered immediately. Have you met them? Yes. We're in. Good. Continue with the mission. As soon as the call ended, Sonai, Saunai, and Eric suddenly shivered as immense pangs of delights shook their faces. The three had maddened faces. Eric continued to tinker with the laptop, but it was clear that he was experiencing a delirious state. His smile broadened as he continued to work. Meryl also noticed Sonia and Sonia's expressions as they shivered in happiness. The state of disgust that Meryl had for these three scientists turned into shock. Just like that. This is why I love this job. It's so easy to become happy. Eric smiled as he rushed to a nearby computer and started booting it. Harker gave the controls to your leader. We fulfilled the first part of the plan, and so he must have flipped our switch. Sonia giggled in delight. But it's a lie. You guys aren't happy. You just think you are. A lie? That may be true, my dear. Sonia laughed in glee. But don't we all live in a lie? Everyone pursues happiness, and they try to imitate or follow a path which they think can make them happy. Some to work, some to love, some to accomplishments. But can those things really make you happy? What do you mean? I mean, happiness itself is an illusion. Do you mean to say, my dear, that it's your path that can make you happy? How many of those end their lives at the end as it couldn't deliver them happiness? You can pity us, my dear, but the truth is, we are better than you. Sonia's laugh continued to resonate. My happiness is an illusion? That's stupid. Of course it's a lie. What is it that you think will give you happiness? Sonia asked. Let me do it, sis. Sonia turned and gave a smiling glance at Meryl. I took the liberty of reading your profile as well as review your sudden rise to fame. At first, I thought it was just cover. After all, how can such an assassin be such a sweet girl? But if what you say is true, then let's see. You follow the one with the most potential in the class among your classmates. Seeker must have always been that diamond in the rough, correct? Meryl frowned at Sonia's assessment. Oh, don't give me that look. I may be a slave, sweetie, but I've got several degrees and masters in human behavior. Tell me honestly, you secretly want to be famous, right? But you're not confident enough. So you decided to stick to someone who can become famous. You love looking at the bright light and yearn for it. If you can't get it, be around someone who has. So your happiness is found in fame. Ironic for someone as timid as you are. Meryl was silent. You followed this lie, and it corrupted your will. This illusion of happiness directed your paths. This made you choose your friends and even brought you where you are right now. You accuse us of living a lie and having no will of our own. But how are you any different from us? These were my choices. I've always followed my will. I am the master of my faith, the captain of my soul. Meryl recited the one poem that struck her in school as boldly as she could. Sonia chuckled. Are you really? You are guided by whatever childhood upbringings you have, and led by whatever psychology applies to you. The thing that you think will make you happy is a subjective opinion. You are not the master of your faith. Your geography, family, culture, and experiences are the master of your faith. You are a ship tossed and led by the waves and wind around you. Sonia laughed in an almost manic manner. Meryl was silent. Somewhere in her heart, she realized that what Sonia and Sonia were saying was true. She gazed at the bright light on the ceiling of the room. Is this why I like looking at bright things? Meryl thought to herself. Don't you see, child? We far more superior because we can find true, perfect, and constant happiness easily. Sonia grinned. We can be the most generous people who will give our lives for others because we can find perfect happiness in that, Sonia continued with wild gestures. And at the same time, we can massacre millions at your orders because we can find true and perfect happiness in that as well. We are not bound by morality, conscience, egos, or psychology. We may not be the captain of our ships, but we will always be enjoying the cruise. What about you? What of this fame that you longed for? Is that the answer to happiness? Is that the truth? Who among the two of us are living in a lie, and who is living in truth? Sonia challenged as she laughed. Meryl continued to remain silent. Seeker had always had it, and he was the only person a simple rising like her could ever be in touch with. This was why Meryl became friends with Seeker. She always believed that Seeker was bright enough to reach the stage she yearned for. Was this really why I wanted to be friends with him? My will was corrupted? Meryl thought in anguish, and then it struck her. She recalled the moments when Seeker trained her. I don't get it, Zeke. That's impossible. You mean to say that your little body is stronger than a professional bodybuilder? Of course it is. Should you realize it, you can then easily do what I do. Seeker playfully stroked the large halberd he held with a single arm. What do you mean by realized it? How do I realize myself to that area? Meryl angrily demanded. If she didn't figure out Seeker's riddle, then the halberd session with Seeker would be 1,000 times scarier. And she was done with that. It's kind of hard to explain, and explaining things won't help believers like you. You have to realize this on your own. If I lead you to it, it won't help you as your will may limit you. Seeker smiled and started attacking. My own will limited me? Meryl slowly returned from her recollection. That's it, Meryl shouted in surprise. My will is limited to my knowledge and experience. What I know, what I believe, why I believe. But is this really the truth? Everything I know about my own body is a limitation set by my own self which affected my will. But what about now? With my unlocking? Meryl smiled as she stared at the light. My first true act of free will was to look at that bright light and believe that it wasn't bright enough to stop me. And that became a reality. I was no longer bound by the natural's laws. The will of my eyes surpassed it. Sonia had a confused expression. Meryl seemed to be as happy as she was. Meryl gripped her fist and gazed at it. She then closed her eyes. All right, Zeke, I won't go after your brightness anymore. I'll be my own brightness. This too will be my own will. Not pursued by happiness, but pursued by my own choice. Meryl took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Slowly, an interesting change started to occur. The believers of the future weren't simply classified by the quick rate of speed which they managed to push their unlocking. Seeker Carlean always had the fastest speed and even reached a higher unlocking than most of his peers. But the one thing that he failed at was to make his own path. A believer was someone who not only could climb the stages of the unlocking, but would possess abilities which allowed them to make miracles. These miracles would be enough for them to conquer a nation within 4 days. When the thief in the night awakened her path, Italy was defeated within 3 days. The undetectable stealth and high speeds gave birth to an almost undetectable cloaking capability which later was used as the foundation of many cloaking techs in the future. And in the comparison of paths, the thief in the night was vastly inferior to Meryl's path. Meryl's own skin, which was white, started to turn brighter as a mixture of gold started to slowly cover her skin. Her entire appearance seemed to radiate light. A thin layer of heat started to appear on her skin. Impossible. Sonia stared in shock as the golden light enveloped Meryl. She slowly drew closer to Meryl as her curiosity piqued. Don't touch her, Sonia cried. Look, that golden glow is heat. How's that possible? Creating fire from nothing? No. We've seen this, yet we haven't proven it. Spontaneous combustion. But what she's doing is on a very controlled level. Oh my God. You mean it's true? Spontaneous combustion is possible. But why isn't she burning up? I don't know. Dr. Sonia, please report. The camera feeds in your office were all cut. A soldier buzzed at the door's entrance. Sweetie, they shouldn't see us. Sonia alerted Meryl. Even now, you guys are still happy? Meryl giggled as she opened her eyes. You looked like a changed woman. Sonia smiled. Wow, so beautiful. Sonia admired. Not even my happiness can eclipse my jealousy to your flawless and perfect skin. Sonia gazed longingly. Even Eric could not help but stare with mouths wide open as he stared at Meryl. Her golden glow and flawless skin made her look like a goddess. Thanks. If it wasn't for our talk, I may have never reached this level. Anyways, I think I'm bright enough to deal with those soldiers. They shouldn't be able to see you now, Meryl giggled. Meryl's light continued to grow brighter and brighter. The room also started to become warm. Meryl finally unlocked the door and opened it. A sudden blazing light enveloped the halls, blinding the soldiers on the other side of the door. Within seconds, the soldiers were all dead and the mounted cameras on these soldiers were all destroyed. Phew, Meryl sighed as the light diminished. I'm so hungry, Meryl growled in complaint. Meryl Mikado, the Empress of the Sun, has awakened. Chapter 69, Dawn. It was a massacre. Traps after traps were set before them. Planted bombs exploded on several key locations in the middle of battle. Those who barricaded the buildings were surprised with underground rocket attacks, which utilized the sewers as an entry point to blow up a building from the inside. Then came a chain reaction of exploding bombs, detonating like crazy across the city. Some explosions just rose out of the streets, others from unsuspecting trash cans, and some were even attached to cars. All over the city, explosions could be heard. To all surviving platoons in third quarts, head for Alienex Mall. The flying evening exoskeletons broadcasted. They heard the sudden announcement and immediately took out a flare and ignited it. There. Incoming signals from more survivors. Get them in here. The captain of the exoskeletons ordered and pointed to the building. Several gunshots erupted from the distance, and a rocket zoomed from the ground, rising quickly. The captain evaded with grace as the missile swung past him off into the skies. The fort's defense mechanisms then made quick work of the rocket. Several exoskeletons immediately sped towards the source of the rocket. Retreat. Remember our orders. Save the morning. The captain slowly spoke. The evening soldiers halted their flight and retreated towards the signal from a morning survivor. The morning soldiers were then escorted by the flying troop, who also provided covering fire from the various enemies in the area. As the surviving morning soldiers gathered at Alienex Mall, the evening troops continued to scout the perimeter. The medics were already ready. Various devices were positioned on the basement levels, and the wounded were escorted to be treated. Evening came prepared and brought the necessary equipments to scan the entire building. The underground paths were blocked and finally, it was activated. Several metallic pillars were erected on the four corners of the building and finally, an electric spark started to fill the entire area. Arcs of lightning came forth from the pillars which attacked any unidentified metals on the area. The magnetic field is up, a soldier announced. The morning soldiers rejoiced at the sight of it. A miniature magnetic field was deployed. They were finally safe. The appearance of the field caused other soldiers who were wounded in the area to surface and started sparking their flares for rescue. A safe haven was finally available. Captain, the magnetic field has been set up, a soldier reported in glee. The incoming volley of rockets were all blown to bits as an electric field protected the perimeter of the soldiers. As the army rushed to gather, a Pangean soldier who spied through a binocular whistled in surprise. A miniature magnetic field, huh? Not even our grenades could break through it now. A soldier stared worriedly. Don't worry. Have you ever wondered why we saved our pure eradication bombs till now? We just got word from Lohengrin. Another daring plan. No metal can get through that, but concrete can. Concrete? Golderin pointed to the sky. The soldier stared at the object pointed at and gave a confused look. Golderin then took the cylindrical magnetic catapult and aimed somewhere. You'll see. Golderin smirked. He took out the comm device with his free hand and turned it on. Make Babel fall. Ready. Make Babel fall. Ready. A response immediately came back. Make Babel fall. Ready. Make Babel fall. Ready. Make Babel fall. Ready. Confused their tongues. Unlike the other responses, the last one came from Lohengrin and it was an order. Golderin took the mini catapult and aimed towards a nearby skyscraper. Various platoon leaders scattered throughout the city did likewise. Some aimed high on the middle portion, while others went for the foundation. The pure eradicating bomb was a bomb that didn't have a large explosive radius, but what it lacked in its reach it compensated in terms of its power. All throughout the city, near the very buildings where the Australian armies secured and activated a magnetic field on, the tall skyscrapers nearby suddenly shook as a part of their foundation were eradicated. Some of this sky suddenly had a large hole right in the center. The loss of foothold caused these tall towers to fall, and the crashing concrete's path of landing was the very perimeter the Australians secured. The sight of a falling building left the Australian evening captains stunned silent. They could ward of bombs, rockets, and even had techs that could deal with bullets, but nothing against tons of concrete falling on top of them. The crashing concrete fell on the LANX Mall, and a cloud of dust emerged from the area. The evening exoskeletons could be seen flying away from the building, saving whoever they can along the way. Evening, move out. Leave the morning survivors alone. We'll have another team to deal with them. Remain airborne and search for the enemy. Ping their locations and do not attempt to engage until dawn has come. A broadcast was announced towards all evening soldiers. Dawn. The captain had just barely escaped the crashing building and frowned at the strange order. Captain? That was General Voyager. What did he mean by dawn? Golderin frowned at the sight of the evening lights. To the mountains, Golderin ordered over the comm device. On the high reaches of Fort New Birth, a large hangar opened up as another platoon of evening soldiers zoomed out and went on the offensive. Behind them, a large group of shiny silver could be seen slowly forming ranks. They stood over 8 feet tall. They looked like a group of golems from the fantasy tales of old. Pure steel meshed to form a giant man. Deep inside the thick armor, they bore the weight of something that weighed nearly a ton. Some were slowly walking over several platforms with complex mechanisms that equipped these huge men with the metal gear that their other companions wore. The men that entered these metal suits had a very huge build. They looked like a mass of muscles with disproportionate heads. Gentlemen, the strict voice of General Garland sounded. We are about to use you for the first time in history. Your enemy will not expect you. They will not know what you are, but you must not underestimate them. Evening has made their attacks, but it may take some time before they can exterminate our enemies. Garland gripped his fist as he spoke. But we don't intend to let this war continue any longer. I want you to go out there and eliminate all of them within the next hour. Evening will support you. So march out and end this darkness. Let these Pangean parasites know that dawn is coming. The large hangar opened up as the entire top tower of the fort opened wide, allowing the entire city came to come into full view. Garland glared in anger as his city looked like a war zone. A large metal platform was rolled out facing the open hangar. Quite a plan, General. A thin man walked over towards General Garland. General Voyager, it's good that you're here. I've taken command of evening. Focus on your Dawn soldiers. Still, quite a bold plan. I didn't know Dawn creations are so resilient that they can be used like this. Of course not. Their armors will be equipped with a small rocket upon launch to nullify the landing. Oh, I thought they'd survive the throw. Each one of them is worth billions of Rus. You want to risk damaging them for that? The Dawn soldiers stood on the platform, and various mechanic claws started appearing from the ground and equipped the Dawn soldiers with a metallic jetpack. Various sparks then started to appear on the ground as the platform underwent a charging phase. The Dawn soldiers then wore the last of their equipment, a large metallic helmet with only a grid of holes in front of their faces to provide them with sight. Zoom. Like a rock thrown from a slingshot, the Dawn soldiers who boarded were thrown out of the fort and into the city. The soldiers were thrown like large rocks from catapults. As the Dawn soldiers free fell into the city, the backpacks then started to give a powerful burst which slowed the landing down on top of the air. The soldiers remained midair for a second and then started free-falling again towards the buildings below. The height of their freefall was over 30 feet high. Golderin stared in shock as he witnessed it. Towering behemoths started falling one after another in different parts of the city, many of which were the locations where the other Pangean platoons hid. A Dawn soldier crashed down the building and kept falling down the floors as its heavy weight was too much for the floor. As it crashed on the last floor, the Dawn soldier slowly moved to stand up. This dramatic entry was then met with a volley of bullets as the Pangean soldiers immediately shot at the downed enemy. The bullets ricocheted and could not penetrate the thick steels. Electric shots were then fired. The entire armor could be seen lighting up from the electric shots, but all these did nothing to stop the Dawn. Suddenly, grenade launchers and eradicating blast were fired. The explosions continued as the Pangean soldier carried on with their barrage. Amidst the explosions and smoke, the figure finally stood, and the thick metals on the monster's forearms suddenly expanded outwards and revealed several holes. The giant aimed at the Pangean troops. Boom. Explosions could be seen from the outsides of the building, giving the once confident Goldarin a heart-gripping fear. Several explosions could then be seen from the outside, and then there was silence. Walking out of the rubble remains of this building was the Dawn Soldier. None from the Pangean platoon survived. Platoons, do not engage the full metal soldiers. Retreat, Goldarin shouted using the comm device. But all that he got back was static. The standing Dawn monster suddenly turned over to the direction of Goldarin. Goldarin paled in fright at the sight of the monster, locating him through sound. He rushed back to escape as his men followed. A few seconds when they rushed out of the roof, an explosion took place as the Dawn Soldier attacked the building. Deep in the underground base, Lohengrin sat silently as he continued to hear terrible reports coming in from the different platoons all over the city. "Tell me what we know," he ordered. "The enemy appears to be using modified soldiers equipped with Bentirialian steel. However, its conductive properties seem to be not working as electrical shocks are ineffective against them. They are immune to most chemical attacks, and even whiplash attacks can only do so much." Several of Lohengrin's assistants immediately reported, "Sir, the battle drawing near the Exodus." "Unbecomings," Lohengrin ordered. "I need a diversion. Some of the modified soldiers have been reported near the Exodus." "We're too far. We've just finished the drop," Charles responded. "I can't help as well. I'm kind of busy here. The crowd's moving too slow. I have to use my aura just to get their attention," Cliff shouted back in frustration. "Arthur?" Lohengrin asked. "I'm on my way." A calm response was heard. Zooming at a speed of 140 kilometers per hour was the silver convertible that Arthur was driving. The military paid no heed to this car, as they thought he was merely a civilian running around panicking in the midst of war. 3 evening exoskeletons were zooming towards another location with reported Pangean forces. Arthur held the cannon with one hand and aimed for the flying forces. Moving at such a speed, with an enemy zooming in an airborne fashion, it would have been impossible for humans and extremely difficult for unbecomings to hit them, but not for someone with a pseudopath. "I guess it's time to use instant calculation," Arthur gave a sigh. 3 shots with each trigger held down for 0.4 seconds. Each were made as Arthur drifted to make a sharp right turn. Arthur then aimed for the gasoline station ahead. The attack struck the 3, and the sudden blast knocked them off the sky, and they fell towards the gasoline station. Arthur then shot another quick blast once more, aiming for the underground tank which held the gas. Boom! A rare smile of satisfaction surfaced in Arthur's face. "Looks like I can still play Piercing Edge tonight." Chapter 70. Chaos Order. Goldarin ran across the street as his fellow soldiers sprinted along with him. The airborne enemies continued their pursuit as a stomping sound could be heard from a distance. Suddenly, several beams were seen in the sky which blasted the 3 zooming exoskeletons straight to the ground. Goldarin couldn't see where the enemy landed, but only saw a large explosion erupting from behind. "What was that?" a soldier asked. "That was probably the colonel," Goldarin sighed in relief. A vehicle then turned from the corner and sped towards the soldiers and took a sudden stop. Suddenly, several gunshots could be heard, and as Goldarin turned and witnessed a giant metallic soldier firing reddish rounds of explosive bullets toward them. "Take cover," Goldarin cried, but it seemed too late. A laser blast shot through the explosive rounds, and it exploded in midair. The silver convertible was now seen turning from the corner. It sped fast towards the Dawn Soldier. The Dawn lifted its arms and took aim, but Arthur's barrage of beams kept on striking the arms of the Dawn Soldier, inhibiting his aim. Each blast drove the Dawn Soldier further back. As Arthur approached, Arthur blasted a long, powerful blast right in the center of the armor, and the Dawn Soldiers blasted through a building. Arthur kept on blasting the enemy as he drove towards the team. "I got rid of the air support, but I have to hurry towards the underground area, or all the civilians we just rescued will be killed." "Colonel, that route should be full of those metal monsters and exoskeletons," Goldarin exclaimed. "I know, but I need to keep them busy until the Exodus completes. How can we help?" "If you manage to kill one of those golems, that would be extremely helpful." "How do we kill those things?" "We'd need a cannon like yours to be able to kill it." "No, my cannon didn't kill it. I just damage it. That golem's still alive." Bacterialian armor as thick as that should require more than 15 seconds of a concentrated blast from my Solarium Eradicator. Not to mention their armor has a strange structure. Solarium Eradicator heats up metal and causes a unique eradicating reaction to all metals. My shot should have burnt and whatever circuits or gadgets that are associated in that armor. But my blast didn't seem to have done that. It's as if that armor doesn't have a skeletal frame or a power source. No power source? Then what's making it move? The pilot. Arthur shrugged. What? That's impossible. Observe the facts once more, soldier. Every single metal that soldier is wearing is purely made with Bacterialian steel, and that metal is highly conductible and easily heatable. Any small shock of electricity or heat could kill the pilot along with any electrical or magnetic technology it may be using. Why would Australia deploy such a weapon if it has such an obvious weakness? But, Colonel, that's over a ton of metal. How can a human bear that weight? A soldier countered. Calm down, Private. The Colonel's right. Remember what we saw. That same golem met the entire barrage of one of our platoons. Each of our platoons has a shocker. The pilot would have been fried from one blast. Golderin gave a grim look towards the ruins of. These are modified humans. This was exactly why Merrill gave you a session. A pre-taste of the horrors you will face tonight. It would be better to assume that they are immune to shock attacks, burning attacks, and of course if Australia managed to go this far, whiplash attacks. Then how do we kill it? I've weakened the integrity of the armor. You should be able to disrobe that armor. Try to kill it then. Piercing it with bullets might. How can we take off that armor? I haven't seen the armor up close, Sergeant, so you just have to play it by ear. Arthur shook his head. But here's my advice, that thing's quite slow and seem to have limited sight. The best way to kill it would be through close-range combat. That's crazy. Who would go near that thing? The soldier cried once more. That's exactly what the Australians were thinking when they made these golems. And therein lies its weakness. For your eyes only, Sergeant. Additional instructions if you manage to kill that one. Arthur handed Golderin a piece of paper. I can't afford to waste any more time. Looks like that beast is back on its feet. You guys take care of him. I hope you all survive this. Arthur then sped through straight and went right towards the main highway. The tongue-tied team looked back at the rubble to which the dawn blasted out off. The slow crunching sound of metal could be heard as the arm of the dawn soldier was seen climbing up from the hole on the wall that it blasted out of. Saw Sergeant. The soldier gave a grim cry. Golderin looked at the piece of paper and gripped it. We have our orders, Private. Follow me. Golderin then dashed towards the ruins of the building the dawn soldiers blasted through from. The hand of the dawn soldier could be seen reaching upwards to rise from its fallen rubble. We're going to die. A soldier squealed as he charged towards the battle. Calm down, dude. Another soldier finally spoke up with a giggle. That thing's way slower compared to Master Merrill. The soldier smiled as she recalled their battle with Merrill. She's right. We've faced a speeding devil. We've had faced the fastest thing that could kill us. This one's moving in slow motion compared to her. Golderin smirked as they approached. Barrage. Goldenrod ordered as his soldiers unloaded several grenade launchers at the climbing monster. As Arthur took the sharp curve and reached the main road, a war zone presented itself before him. The skies looked chaotic as exoskeletons could be seen zooming to and fro the areas. Buildings were being shot down as some of the poor Pangean platoons tried to fight back from the onslaught brought by the metal monsters aided by the deathly strikes from the sky. Arthur even saw several metallic monsters crashing on specified locations within the city. Meteors came crashing on buildings and some on homes. Arthur, who helped Lohengrin formulate the plan, knew that the golems came crashing right on top of where most of the soldiers were assigned. Arthur took a deep breath as his perception started to see and think faster. The loud sounds of explosions and screams died out as 1 second became several. The believers of the future weren't simply classified by the quick rate of speed which they managed to push their unlocking. Seeker Carlean always had the fastest speed and even reached higher unlocking rank than most of his peers. He was one of the few who reached surmounting stage of ranked hero, but the one thing that he failed at was to make his own path. The believers were actually identified by the development of a set of strange and unique skills which either aided in their speed of unlocking or allowed them to develop superpowers. When a skill or a combination of skills reached a certain level of power or usefulness, it would then be classified as having a path. Although a single skill could be a path, the general trend among believers was that a path was always a collection of several skills. The best way to identify if an unlocked have manifested their own path is if they managed to defeat an enemy country or a force of equal value in a single clash and end it within 48 hours. But there is always an exception to the rule. The selective unlocking of Arthur was originally deemed to be ineffective and poor, but the United Nations armies was shocked as the wars ragged and found that Arthur Humphrey really lived up to his name. Several battles concluded in victory as the atomic thresher manifested his own miracles. These miracles were made possible through his previously looked down upon instant calculation. It wasn't technically a skill. Any unlocked individual could do instant calculation in theory, but none but his father could ever compare to Arthur's mastery. Soon, his status and prestige slowly lived up to his heritage. Being the son of an overcomer, it was expected that Arthur would follow on the footsteps of his father in being his own overcomer, or at least reach the world champion level. Alas, Arthur's great potential died out just before it ever manifested. So this is my path? A pathless one? I just have to maintain and improve instant calculation? Arthur asked Seeker. I wouldn't call it pathless, Arthie. In fact, you never called it that. I always remember you calling it a path rather than a pseudopath. You would actually constantly correct those who would refer to it as a pseudopath. Seeker laughed. That may have been true for the future me. But isn't it possible that the me of the future pursued that path in pride as I found myself being overshadowed by other paths? After all, we both haven't manifested a path of our own. If time was a problem then, it would be better for me to improve instant calculation rather than build a new path. But right now, I have time to figure out or create a new path. Probably. But creating one's path isn't as simple as you think it is. We aren't believers. That's the issue. We don't have that level of faith they have. And besides, I didn't get that impression from you. You seem confident of my own opinions even though you aren't me. You were just that confident. And besides, we wouldn't have survived as far as we had if it weren't for you. So trust that your path is the right one. Just don't try to do the threshing floor. You'd need to be at the surmounting rank of the inhuman stage to pull that off. Focus on your calculations for now, and let's get back to training. Seeker then went to the weapon rack and dropped the massive hammer and picked up a huge two-handed sword. Wouldn't it be more efficient to start me off with some smaller weapons? Arthur frowned at Seeker's selection. Arthur continued zooming through high speeds. He took out the glass cannon he held in his hand. Arthur's reflexes have long evolved to a speed that can outmatch his previous calculating skills. With the slowing of time, Arthur now could even think and calculate properly and not make any split-second calculation. A single swipe of the Solarium Eradicator brought out 12 split-second shots. These small bursts of attacks would do very little damage and wouldn't even be enough to kill an exoskeleton. But what a man like Arthur needed was not pure destructive power but accurate and sufficient power. An exoskeleton was shot at the booster. The sudden redirection caused him to collide to another, and a chain effect of collisions occurred. Another exoskeleton about to fire his weapon was shot by the arm, and its new target was the head of his fellow exoskeleton. The headshot immediately killed the pilot as this soldier went spiraling downwards, shooting everywhere, and causing all forms of friendly fire, and finally crashing down on a Dawn soldier. The impact caused through the Dawn soldier off the window, saving the Pangean soldiers in the building. All that was caused by two simple shots. Arthur sent 12 shots in one wave of the cannon, and in a span of 10 seconds, he did 3 waves averaging 10 to 12 shots. The chaos he created was accurate chaos. Accidents after accidents fell unto the enemy. Get that vehicle. An exoskeleton cried after seeing the havoc that the passing convertible did. Soldiers, heed your colonel, Arthur announced as he tried to sound like Lohengrin while making a complete 180 degrees turn. It's Lohengrin, a well-informed evening exclaimed. Fight and shoot as much as you can. I'll be here to support you. Arthur revved his engine, and a small smile appeared on his face. Well, whatever. This may or may not be a path, but this is my path. Let's see. I guess the future me would have named this path Chaos Order. Now equipped with the unique pseudopath known as Chaos Order, Arthur Humphrey, the Atomic Thresher has awakened. Chapter 71. purpose behind the chaos. The convertible dashed onwards and did complicated turns. His attacks came precisely on time and either bought more time for the Pangean soldiers to escape by the skin of the teeth or cause accidents to the enemy soldiers. Suddenly, Arthur caught a view of several large metallic objects hurling down from the high skies. Arthur stared at the falling meteors and realized they were the very golems that he had been fighting. Copycats, using magnetic technology to launch those golems and drop them off specifically on top of the targets, Arthur observed. It would be a shame if someone were to alter the landing course. Arthur gave a wicked smile underneath the mask. As he rode through the city's wreckage and evaded the coming attacks from the enemies, Arthur blasted the falling Dawn soldiers and hit them right at the boosters. The metallic meteors were then blasted a second time. Arthur was quick to make sure that all the meteors within the site were hit at least once. A single shot caused the well-positioned Dawn soldiers to spin out of control in midair. Their once steady position as they zoomed across the sky now became a whirling, falling sight. The redirected metals crash-landed on its allies. One Dawn soldier was stomping towards the building as it continued its assault. Suddenly, a large metallic being crashed right on top of its head. The metal dented and blood started to drip out of the helmets of the two large soldiers. Two metallic monsters were immediately killed upon landing. The sight of this alerted the evening soldier. "Sir," reporting a confirmed death of one Dawn soldier. The evening broadcasted. Garland stood frozen at the sight of it. Two soldiers costing billions each were gone just like that. Despite the miracle that he just pulled off, Arthur was not pleased. Just two dead? Arthur sped around observing the crashed landing. The only ones that were killed from his attacks were the two Dawn soldiers that collided head-to-head. The sound of their impact was so loud that those nearby could even feel the walls vibrate. The collision dented the armor to the extreme that the heads of the two were crushed. However, the others only seemed hurt from the landing. The others landed on thick concrete, smashed on other Dawn soldiers, and a few fell on the frame of a certain building which collapsed on itself after four Dawn soldiers came crashing in. The Dawn soldiers slowly stood up, but it was clear that they were injured while others blasted out from the rubbles of concrete they fell into. What tenacity! The threshold of their resistance from impact and shock is so high. Arthur continued to zoom throughout the highway while continuing its barrage of attacks on the skies and ground. The Dawn soldiers then went to the offense, some going for Arthur, while others attacked the closest Pangean soldiers. Arthur kept zooming back and forth to the highway. He kept attacking enemies who could attack and damage him, and at the same time kept evading the barrages of bullets he could avoid. Sweat was pouring out of Arthur's forehead because of the mental strain he maintained. Slowly, Arthur's attacks were becoming more and more inefficient as the enemy forces started to regroup and change their tactics. The Dawn soldiers then divided into two groups. One was rushing for Arthur, and another was going for the remnant Pangean soldiers in the area. The attacks were escalating and Arthur was now on full retreat, leaving the soldiers to fend for themselves. Suddenly, Arthur immediately slammed on the brakes and made the car ski through the road and took a 180 degrees turn before stopping. "Let's get this show on the road," Arthur ordered without even looking. Out of the dark rubbles of a nearby building, two figures dashed out and jumped on the front passenger seat, while another jumped at the back seat. Both were carrying an exaggerated amount of weapons. Charles carried a large bazooka-like object on his shoulder, and a minigun which was usually mounted on helicopters and planes. Alian carried a large, thick tactical shield which she carried with her two hands. On their waist and strapped on their backs were additional machine guns, shockers, and several grenades of different forms and colors. Without missing a beat, Arthur sprang out of his seat as Alian took over while handing the shield over to Arthur. Alian hit on the pedal, and the car accelerated faster. "Charles, I trust you know how to use those?" "Are you kidding me? I've had my share of handling these back in the day. And now against super slow bugs. You could say I'd be unmatched in the human world." Charles then excitedly sent out a barrage of bullets at the flying exoskeletons. Every single bullet pierced through the helmets of the flying exoskeletons. "Evade!" the captain of the evening soldiers exclaimed as his team of exoskeletons started scattering. Amidst the chaos of their escape, there was order. Arthur fired several blasts and struck the fleeing enemies at a timely moment that they started ramming into each other, and the entire platoon started falling down like bowling pins. Wow, I think that's a strike, Alian complimented as she looked at the back mirror. She then continued to zoom straight, making quick turns and evasions that even Arthur could not pull off as he was holding a large glass cannon. Their return became more daring as Arthur would use his shield to block some of the bullets. The group returned back to the heat of the battle and were now helping the remaining Pangean group. Alian wore a grim expression and started to drive faster. We've got to hurry. We have to give our soldiers a chance to regroup. That would be impossible even for us. The armors are back. Arthur pointed at the sky. Up at the heights of the buildings hovered several man-shaped robots. They looked like a larger version of an exoskeleton. They stood over 20 feet tall and hovered slowly over the buildings. It was as if a titan from the times of the Roman gods had descended to judge the mortals of the earth. The armors were like the tanks of modern Australia. It was only piloted by one individual, and this individual would be wearing an exoskeleton. The technology Australia took was geared into using man-like tanks and weapons for flexibility, movement, and diversity. It was apparent that in the end, it was to help create soldiers like the Dawn but on a more terrifying scale. The armor was used to prioritize the civilian escape in the city. Its large size could easily remove stones and slabs, break through obstacles, and protect plenty of the evacuating Australian citizens. As soon as the attack on the fort began, New Birth was on full evacuation alert. The armors immediately went out and rescued the civilians as there were several bomb attacks occurring everywhere. The priority to protect the civilians never lessened since several attacks and ambushes occurred every now and then. This was a strategy that Lohengrin employed to get the biggest headaches out of the war zone. Can we handle them? Charles gave a worried look. Sure. I just need about 20 seconds of concentrated shot to kill one of those. But the problem will be their attacks. If any of their attacks explode within 30 meters, we're dead. So, this is it? We leave my men to die? Don't underestimate your soldiers. Did you actually think that that little session with Merrill had no effects? We don't do anything without a reason, Alian. There is a purpose behind the chaos. So trust that even the deaths of your men are still within our calculations. Arthur readied his cannon. For now, focus on keeping these armors distracted. They'll probably try to lead us into a more uninhabited location before nuking us with their bombardments. So we're trying in populated places? No, just the opposite. We will go to those areas. I'll deal with those attacks. Meanwhile, while the many battles throughout the city continued to occur, one particular battle was reaching its climax. A rocket was fired at the foot of the Dawn Soldier. The explosion created a small hole, and the Dawn Soldier lost its footing and fell forward. Golderin and 3 other soldiers threw a pack of grenades over the Dawn Solider with a whole bag sent into the hole on the ground right before the Dawn Soldier stumbled on top of it. Johnson, now! Golderin screamed. The team bombarded their rocket attacks at the pillars of the building. Inside the lobby of this small building were Golderin and the Dawn Soldier. Golderin sprinted out of the building. The destruction of its last pillars and the walls that held it up caused the building to collapse on itself. At that moment, time seemed slower than usual. Golderin could see the very rocks falling down as he dashed outside of the building. Yet time was still not enough for Golderin, as he was caught in the falling rubbles at the outskirts of the collapsed building. Sergeant! A soldier called out as she sprinted towards Golderin. Some of the other soldiers rushed at Golderin and used their guns to send a shock through the stone slab and freed Golderin out of it. Sir, the others. They're dead. Just move. Golderin ordered immediately. The team ran away from the rubble. Golderin immediately pushed the button. The Dawn Soldier was struggling to move deep inside the rubbles and was about to use its weapons to destroy the rubble. But then the explosions occurred. Surrounding him were several grenades. All sorts were there. Eradicating light grenades, shock grenades, and a bag of whiplash grenades. It all went off together. The series of explosions caused a strange sight as the pile's rubbles were blasted out of its place. Golderin was the first to run towards the wreckage. As the dust fell, the image of the Dawn Soldier was revealed. It was still struggling to move. Blood could be seen oozing out of its armor. Kill by piercing you. That was Colonel's lie. He knew from the start that our current weapons could not dent the armor you have. You heard him, didn't you? Golderin gazed bravely at the Dawn Soldier. The surrounding soldiers gave a curious look at their sergeant, a soldier who wears nothing but steel and has no technological support with him. How can it fight with its limited vision? Colonel theorized, it has extreme hearing capabilities. That's why evening exoskeletons, which are flight-capable, accompanied it. It would either react through the sounds that his enemies make or from the shouts of the exoskeletons guiding him. The soldiers realized Goldarin's words and gave a curious look at their enemy. So this was why it could withstand whiplash bombs, which were invented to kill the pilots through pressure and whiplash. So the colonel thought, what could kill a metallic beast such as you? The metal is almost impenetrable. It can absorb whatever shock and vibrate it away. This served as a way of protecting the pilot from any traumatic shocks and explosions it faces. Goldarin took out a shotgun and shot a light attack. The Dawn soldier started shaking and shaking, but unlike the previous times, it was hit with a full blast of the shotgun. It seemed to be in pain. But what if it can't vibrate its way out? What if it was buried in tons and tons of rubble and bombs were placed all around it? It wouldn't know where to send its vibrate, and ultimately, it would crush the pilot. It would rupture the pilot's blood vessels, burst out so much damage that the organs should be crushed. The Dawn soldier stumbled back after the shock attack. It could no longer move. Goldarin kicked the helmet's visors out of the way to see the large face of the Dawn soldier. Truth be told, any normal human being would be killed from that, but not a golem like you. Now that you've lost quite a lot of blood, the shock should hurt now, right? Goldarin smiled as he returned his shotgun back to its holster. Goldarin immediately grabbed the gun of the soldier nearby and shot the head of the Dawn soldier several times. Let's move, men. We have a mission to complete. Chapter 72, Brink of Defeat. 10 large and fast objects could be seen flying around the city of New Birth Fourth. The armors relentlessly attacked and used advanced homing lasers that shot out of their shoulders. The violet rays would arc from their shoulder and plummet to the designated location. These attacks pierced through concrete, and even if their target was behind a building, the laser blast would just pierce through the laser and hit the target. But the opposing force, which continued to flee from the barrage of laser shots, was a simple convertible with 3 passengers. Take a left turn here, Arthur ordered as he continued to shoot out another barrage from his glass cannon. The car swiftly turned. There was less than a second when Arthur ordered Alion to turn, but with Alion's unlocking, it was more than enough to make the turn. The laser attacks weren't the only things that would rain upon them. Accompanying these armors were jet-powered exoskeletons, which hovered carefully behind the armors. Their last attack didn't go so well. A group of J.P.Es intended to use their fast speed to unload a barrage of bullets and surprise the convertible. But the entire group was easily annihilated by the man with the minigun on the convertible. The chase continued with the convertible being able to evade all the incoming attacks and zoomed across the city. Why aren't they using their big guns? Alion couldn't help but ask. They are taking the better route. I wagered they would want to kill us with all the damage we've done. But it looks like Lohengrin was right. Human greed is amazing. They are trying to capture us. Capture us? They think we are the result of a Pangean human modification experiment. So what do we do? Charles gave a satisfied smile at the news. We should charge back in the city and help my men. Alion gave an angry reply. I'm sure you've noticed this a while back. Why did you have us run around in circles? To create order, Alion. If we charge back in, then we would be in danger of crossing their bottom line and will be forced to eliminate us. We continue in this safe route. My men are dying, Arthur. Alion screamed in frustration. Arthur stood quietly and continued to attack. Arthur, Alion screamed once more. Fine. Turn right after 3 blocks. Alion stomped on the acceleration faster and zoomed further. At the sharp turn, a group of JP was seen zoomed right in front of them and were already attacking. Alion immediately turned the wheel to evade the barrage of bullets. Arthur held up the shield to block most of the bullets while Charles shot at the J.P.Es. Suddenly, Arthur spotted a missile zooming in behind the group of J.P.Es. Arthur frowned and immediately jumped forward, avoiding several bullets, and stood at the hood of the car, shot at the missile. Boom! The missile explosive force generated a powerful shockwave that shook everyone. Alion gripped the steering wheel and turned once more to prevent any damage. Charles, who stood at the back seat, stumbled down, while Arthur, who didn't have any good footing, was thrown off the car. Arthur crashed on the floor, and as he stood up and attempted to rush towards the convertible, another missile was rushing right in between Arthur and the convertible. Go, Arthur ordered. Without hesitating, Allian stomped the gas pedal and drove forward as Arthur jumped back and jumped to the window of a nearby building using his shield to break the hard glass. The explosion separated Arthur from the two, and armors immediately flew right on the burning fires of the explosion to make sure that the division remained. Arthur gave one look at Allian and simply nodded. Allian drove further away without hesitation while Arthur dropped the shield and ran. Back at headquarters, the soldiers overseeing the command and flow of orders couldn't help but be shocked at Garland's smart and ruthless calls. Lohengrin said his cannon is damaged. He needs to change the battery or something. A man spoke as he listened attentively to the various devices connected to him. He had a large headset on and sat down with his eyes closed as if intensely listening to the audio generated from his headsets. Oh, what a fragile weapon. To break after such an impact? No wonder they gave it to Lohengrin. His comm device just received a response. It looks like they will use one of the cores at their base to replace Lohengrin's cannon core. A team of soldiers just picked up the core, and they are to rendezvous at somewhere called the First Salvo. Of course, what else could power a military base in our city without us detecting it? They brought with them their own power source, Garland realized. Shall we attack Lohengrin? No. That glass cannon's strong enough to kill a Dawn suit. We need that technology. If we manage to get that in Lohengrin, then this entire battle will make up for our losses. Roger. The officers saluted. Order the armors to continue the same intensity of attacks. It would be suspicious for Lohengrin if he realizes this plan if we back off for just 1 second. Garland continued. Any news on our little rats? Garland asked through a comm device. Sir, they're dead. We've confirmed that the intruder managed to infiltrate the base and kidnap the Alacaster sisters and Eric Douglas. We've confirmed their DNA and found an unidentified fourth body. We cannot confirm who the intruder is. He's not on our database. And the bright lights and deaths? We've found traces of several Pangean Ever-Bright bombs along with several eradicating bombs. Video surveillance displays the attack which caused their deaths. A video appeared on the screen displayed in front of Garland. A small, petite body entered the room and was surprised to see the room full of soldiers who immediately shot at the young teen. The teen tried to back off and tossed an Ever-Bright, but the awkward toss caused it to hit a small hanging sign near the ceiling, which caused the bomb to bounce back on the door's entrance where the teen appeared. The teen attempted to throw another bomb, but did not notice that the Ever-Bright was directly below him. The flash appeared and brightened the screen, and another explosion was heard. Pitiful. That soldier's stupidity led to the deaths of our traitor scientist. Garland laughed. To think they had such a spy of high positions among our ranks. Lander. Report. General, I've managed to track the communications relay all throughout the city. Each comm relays acted as an amplifier which kept boosting the signals to reach all over the city. That means destroying some comm relays and analyzing the strength of the signal should allow you to pinpoint the epicenter of the signal. Already did, sir. But I can't seem to find any points of interest in the zone where their base should be at. Send me a map. Immediately, a map of the city was displayed showing the eagle view of the entire city. Garland studied the map and switched to satellite view to see the city. Interesting. What a brilliant plan. No wonder no one noticed it. Garland smiled. Which point should I attack? I'll lead the attack. I want to see this base personally. Lohengrin ordered the convertible to rush to lead our forces away from the base. The man with various devices connected to him spoke out. Lander, destroy all the comm relays. I'm certain where the enemy hid their base now. Garland laughed. Sir, yes, sir. Team, keep Lohengrin and that convertible apart. Launch missile attacks if you see any of them headed in the direction of the other. Good job. Garland patted the eavesdropper. Good job? With all due respect, General, I simply did what I was built for. Do you thank a screwdriver for its ability to screw? The man joked. Garland gave a good laugh. The soldiers were surprised at the rude response of the eavesdropper. I know you're not a soldier, but be more respectful to your officers. I would penalize you, but since you guys may become heroes of this war, then I'll let it slide. Garland then started to walk out of the room. Prep my armor. I'll handle this personally. Garland strode with a grinning expression. Garland utilized several highly classified technologies for this battle and even brought out the eavesdroppers. The eavesdroppers are modified humans which applied the same science which created the Dawn Soldiers' intensive hearing capabilities. This was the first time the eavesdroppers were used in war. The armor's body was equipped with an intensive audio pickup in order that the recorded sights and sounds that the armor can transmit back to base if ever it met its demise could be used to pinpoint the location, cause, and other information about the battle. Using this powerful audio feed, Garland ordered to amplify the sounds and have the eavesdropper listened and reported the very words spoken by any unfamiliar wavelengths in their database. Since all citizens have DNA records and audio files, isolating new sounds was easy. It was because of the eavesdropper that Garland learned of Arthur's conversations, which allowed him to set up the ambush. Slowly, the surviving soldiers were killed one by the ambushes that were in store for them. Golderin continued to move silently across the buildings. Their progression was quick but careful. "It's time," Golderin suddenly ordered. The soldiers gave a grim look to each other before giving a salute, and then the squad divided into 3 groups, each headed to a different area. "Sergeant, please give this to my wife." A soldier passed on before turning to leave. Golderin gave a simple nod and accepted the letter. To Golderin, it was a mission, but for the rest of them, it was a suicide mission. 20 minutes ago, Lohengrin met with the troop in the underground base. "Arthur needs his weapon. Based on what happened to him, we can assume that the enemy has hacked our comm devices, so we cannot use them. Golderin, Amber, and Lawnford, your mission is to protect and hold on to these 3 containers. Inside is the very same fragile power source of Arthur's cannon. We couldn't bring this out immediately since it's fragile, but now we can." Golderin stood quietly. After defeating the Dawn Soldier, they sprinted out and gathered as many survivors they could on their way back to base. Amber and Lawnford were 2 soldiers from different platoons. Their entire platoons were wiped out, but they managed to survive. Unlike Golderin, who received help from Arthur, their survival was only due to one factor. "You 3 have stepped in the very grounds that the Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel Merrill, and their bunch has. You are what they refer to as the Unlocked." The soldiers gave a surprised exclamation. Amber couldn't help but smile at Lohengrin's explanation. "The medicine that you just took were packed nutrients developed by Dr. Lindmitt for the purpose of boosting your state now and providing the necessary nutrients to make it throughout the night. I have no time to explain how you reached that point, but since you achieve that, you will be assigned with protecting and carrying one of these boxes in case Arthur needs it if his weapon breaks again." The 3 soldiers simply nodded. "Golderin, divide your team into 3 groups. Move to these locations and gather as many survivors as you can." Lohengrin then turned to the other soldiers standing by. "To the rest of you soldiers, you have but one mission now. Make sure these 3 live. Die if you must. The enemy has weapons beyond our initial comprehension, and we are on the brink of defeat. But we must not accept defeat. If you want this war to end in our victory, then these 3 have to live. Everyone's life, including those civilians we just rescued, is dependent on our victory." The soldiers gave a grim look. Some were visibly shaken. They knew this was a suicide mission, but with everything they've seen and learned that the Australians were doing and could do to their countrymen, they stood and gave Lohengrin a salute. "Sir, yes sir." Their brave chorus was determined and full of resolve. Chapter 73. You've lost, General. The convertible is about to pass here. Get ready to attack, a soldier announced. They have been trying to find a way to attack the convertible. Since the armors went after Arthur in order to find him, the convertible was able to do roam more freely facing Dawn soldiers, aided with JP and exoskeletons. But since the army couldn't blow the car up, they had to resort to wounding or incapacitating. The problem was, the car was too fast to hit, and the minigunner was always able to shoot first. Even JPs would die at a prepared charge. What more for regular exoskeletons and soldiers? Several soldiers saw the zooming vehicle. They readied their sniper. This maneuver was quite hard. They had to set up several Dawn soldier blockades to lead this convertible here. A muffled sound went out. The sniper was shot dead. Golderin paused and simply gazed at the passing car. He frowned. Golderin did a series of sign languages. "Colonel's not here. Let's move to the next position." Along the way, they had ambushed and eliminated several soldiers which they found patrolling the area. Among their kills were 2 Dawn soldiers which they buried together on a building and killed them using the same method they did to kill the first. Sadly, no survivors from their team could be found. The ambushes were fast and effective, leaving none alive. Goldarin could easily kill a flying exoskeleton with his new skills. They were able to easily kill and escape without being detected because of the secret path Lohengrin had created. After the initial attack on the wall, the city was rocked with several explosions and planted bombs. This brought panic and immediately ushered a state of a citywide evacuation. The armors were deployed to aid in the evacuation as well as rescuing civilians which were trapped in burning buildings. What the entire Australian army didn't know was the fact that several underground tunnels were also subject to the explosions. Underground train operations all halted due to the explosions and damages. Trains were stopping in between rails and the passengers evacuated. Outside the fort, the citizens living nearby immediately fled to leave the city. The army did not have time to round up the fleeing Pangean natives, which escaped from the fort as the attacks from every side of the fort began. But what the Australian army didn't know that the Pangean natives didn't run amok with the other Australian citizens, but escaped through an underground tunnel led by Cliff. The subterranean explosions did more than just paralyze the train network. It created a new underground path from Gate 3 of the New Birth Fort, all the way to a large building owned by a BOC. This created path was directly under the main highway where the most Pangean troops were deployed. The cover of war and Arthur's Chaos Order gave the Pangean citizens the chance they had to escape without being detected. Goldarin's squad used this underground tunnel to easily reach the assigned locations. Soon the squad finally arrived at the designated spot. Be on guard, team. And remember, no one talks. Goldarin signaled once more. The soldiers nodded and went to different areas of the ruined building and remained on guard. Minutes passed as they quietly held their position. Goldarin sat down quietly and observed his surroundings. He kept a close eye if any sign of movement would appear. To his dismay, it all belonged to several Australian soldiers moving about the area. We can't fight right now. Not until the colonel gets the package, Goldarin thought. He continued to observe the enemy and hoped for their colonel to arrive. The longer they observed, Goldarin somehow got an uneasy feeling. If he was a normal person, he wouldn't be able to notice it. But as someone in the advent rank of the unbecoming stage, it was obvious. The slowing down of time and his increased perception allowed Goldarin to take a clearer look at the soldiers and exoskeletons near their area. The movements, the patterns, expressions, and even the attentiveness that stood out which the enemy soldier tried to hide by ignoring their location. But the unconscious glimpse that these passing soldiers would do gave it all away. They know we're here, Goldarin realized. Immediately, he fired a flare gun to the sky. As if acting in full synchrony, Goldarin noticed two other red flares reaching for the sky. Lawnford and Amber also faced similar circumstances. Goldarin's expression paled as he took his gun and started shooting at the enemy. The three teams were all discovered. On the industrial zone of the city, a large armor finally reached its destination. A burned-down building's rubble was the only thing of interest in this location. Due to this location being on the industrial side of the city, the battles didn't extend to this area as the flammable materials could cause fires and unnecessary explosions. The armor raised its arm and aimed for the rubble of the building. "That won't be necessary," a voice shouted. The armor took a look at the source of the voice, and it was from a teen exiting the piles of rubble. It looked like there was a path inside the rubble. Lohengrin? Garland gave a surprised cry. Then who was that man? Lander asked immediately. He knew this wasn't the same person he confronted a while back. A soldier. The idea was to get you to believe that he was me. Garland gave a laugh. Amazing. Even at the brink of defeat, you still can surprise me. Regardless, we finally meet. Such an honor to meet a genius. I've faced several generals in my career, but no one could compare to you. Garland laughed. You must be General Garland, the eccentric war hero of Australia. Quite an entourage. Even the hero of Hellions tragedy is here. And of course, your new weapons. What do you call them? Dawn. Oh, so they're going to be part of your actual army? This means your nation already has the resources for making a new branch of the military? Yes. Morning, evening, and the dawn. And if we manage to catch your imposter and his two friends on that convertible, we might be able to form Twilight. Twilight? Sounds gay. Lohengrin shrugged. Garland laughed back. This was quite a good game you played, Lohengrin. Albeit this will be the last. You managed to make me use highly classified weapons of our government, Yes, I'm sure you'll have a lot of problems dealing with the aftermath of this battle. All that the world will know is the usage of the Lightbreaker. But I'm sure they'll let it slide considering we faced such a threatening opponent. You really believe that the world will take my involvement on this war so seriously? Yes. You probably don't know that I'm not the only general who played against you. Is that why last year's game was so tough? So you did collude with other nations to defeat of me. Blame yourself. You played so well that several world leaders got nervous at a potential general of Pangea and wanted to test your potential. Lohengrin gave a calm sigh. At least, I guess it's over now. Don't worry. We won't kill you. Your 3 friends will die in this experiment. But I don't think we would let go of such a talent as yourself. I appreciate the offer. Garland laughed. But I can't say we would give you the same treatment, General. Lohengrin gave his own laugh. How cute. Still in the mood to threaten me? Or are you doing that because you plan on killing yourself? Or are you confident that you can escape me with your fast movement and skills like your 3 friends? Too bad for you. The armor I'm using is one of a kind. It's the only one equipped with yet another technology ready for use that can incapacitate you. Colonel told me of this. Is this the technology you developed imitating Richie's skill? Lohengrin guessed. What? Garland reacted. How did he possibly know of that name? What did you call that technology? Our colonel called it Peals of Thunder. Of course, it is named that way to keep it in continuity with the terms that would be used in the world that our leader intends to make. Garland frowned but kept quiet. Whatever. I'll capture you and kill all the rats you've planted in our base. And once we capture you and take your little friends, it won't matter if other nosy nations will get involved after this battle. We'll have the technology. Oh. Garland then noticed 3 flares up on the sky. Sir, the comm device Lohengrin had started to transmit the cries of a panicking soldier. We are under heavy fire. The enemy knows of our locations. All of our teams are under heavy fire. It's a trap, Golderin shouted. Impressive. Your soldiers seem to have discovered our little trap. Those 3 teams should have people similar to your 3 soldiers on that convertible, right? Too bad. We're prepared now. You've lost. General Lohengrin, Garland laughed. Kill them. It would be annoying if the kid with the cannon reaches them. Just don't blow them up, Garland ordered. With that order, a torrent of bullets was fired into the 3 teams. Golderin's metal case was securely attached on his back. He ensured it wasn't damaged from the recent attacks, and then immediately sprinted out and managed to evade most of the sudden shots fired at them. He gazed at his surroundings and realized that his entire team was wiped out. The sudden rail attacks must have been prepared to kill them all instantly. I must not let them meet Colonel, Golderin thought. Without his weapon and the convertible, even the Colonel would be unable to survive. Golderin got up and sprinted out, evading the bullets. The wounds on his legs were opening up, but Golderin bore the pain. Suddenly, right in front of him, the wall crumbled as a Dawn soldier broke through. Instead of backing down, Golderin dashed forward and met the Dawn soldier. He evaded the wide swings made by the Dawn soldier and used the large frame as a foothold to jump towards the nearby exoskeleton. The exoskeleton flew higher in an attempt to evade Golderin, but Golderin was quicker. Golderin held the boosters of the exoskeleton and, disregarding the burning heat of the metal, Golderin forcefully altered the direction of the booster, causing the exoskeleton to spiral out of control in the air. At the twirling fall of the exoskeleton, Golderin jumped out and landed on a nearby building. Without missing a beat, Golderin ran and jumped from the edge of the building onto a small opened window on the other building. Golderin fractured his burnt left arm at the fall, but kept on running. Lawnford, Amber, get out of there. Let's meet at the first salvo for real this time. Golderin could do nothing but risk using the comm device. At the very least, this could also alert Arthur and know where to go. He continued to sprint towards the underground path they just used. Amber, Lawnford, Golderin called out again. I think Amber's dead. Lawnford gave a calm reply. Lawnford, confirm if you are headed to first salvo. Negative, sir. I can't move my legs. Damn, these golems look scary up close. Sorry, sir, but you're all we've got left. Be sure to give the package to the colonel. Bang. Lawnford, Golderin cried. Golderin felt as if his stomach was twirling. They had failed. Arthur would not get his weapons, and the amount of enemies surrounding him was too much. Several rail attacks pierced through once more, And although Golderin tried his best to evade, he was still hit. Golderin could no longer stand. He tried his best to force his legs up, but all he could do was kneel. Several soldiers were walking in the building he was at. "Sir, I'm sorry. I've failed," Golderin reported through the comm device. "It's okay, Sergeant," Lohengrin responded directly. Golderin was alarmed. Lohengrin wasn't supposed to use this line, otherwise his location would be revealed. "You were never meant to succeed." Lohengrin paused. "Still, you've completed your mission. You have served your country bravely and with honor. Rest well." Lohengrin gazed back at Garland. "You've lost, General Garland." Lohengrin smirked. Chapter 74. Lohengrin's Maneuver. "Attack now," General Voyager commanded as the team of exoskeletons and JP started rushing forward. As the rest of the army continued to patrol the area where Arthur was supposed to rendezvous with, Voyager led his elite team to deal with the last two surviving soldiers on the convertible. "Sir, we've found another survivor from the wreckage. The Solider just regained consciousness. Consider yourself lucky to have survived that soldier." An exoskeleton gave a trembling nod as it walked out of the ruined building. "Begin the attack." Immediately, entire platoon of exoskeletons started rushing. Amidst the perfect formation was a clumsy and confused exoskeleton who seemed to be zooming randomly, trying to keep up. Meanwhile, a strange look appeared on Garland's face. "Sir, we have the 3 cases. The soldier guarding the 3rd case is alive. Keep him." His performance points to him being a modified human. "We can use him," Garland replied, then turned his attention back to Lohengrin. "I've lost? Tell me how you plan to win this battle." Garland then gave a sarcastic laugh. Lohengrin gave a small smirk. "You're mistaken. We were supposed to lose this battle." Lohengrin took out his phone and revealed a recorded video. Using the armor's visual technology, Garland zoomed his view on the video recording. Garland was shocked. Various recordings of the Dawn experiment were displayed. The very science and reports itself were shown on screen. Then several live video recordings were also displayed on the test being made of the Dawn soldiers. "How did you get that?" The large armor raised its arms and aimed for Lohengrin. "We've had this quite a while back. The rats you mentioned before managed to acquire this and delivered it to me," Lohengrin added before Garland could panic. "Impossible. We've killed those 4 dash." "Really? Then why is she here?" Lohengrin pointed towards the side. The bright lights from the armor and exoskeletons, which were solely aimed at Lohengrin, immediately moved to the very direction Lohengrin pointed at. Blinded by the lights, a cute, petite teen wearing a sexy school uniform with short skirts posed with a victory sign. The lights magnified that splendid skin tone of the small girl, as if the girl was reflecting the lights back. "I can't believe I have to do this," Meryl muttered under her breath before immediately dancing in synchronization with a popular song that suddenly played. The music was heard all around as the nearby monitors and amplifiers played the very same tone. The music was one of the famous K-pop dance music from a very popular group. Meryl danced the exact dance routine and moved towards Lohengrin at each step. For the first time in the history of all wars on Earth, from the first 3 world wars to the Continental Wars, never has there been a moment such as this on a battlefield. Having no prior training or orientation towards such circumstance, no one knew what to do. The evening soldiers didn't know what to do. The 2 highly trained armor-capable pilots didn't know what to do. The hero of Helian's tragedy didn't know what to do. General Garland, the eccentric war hero of Australia, didn't know what to do. Acting as if nothing strange was happening in the middle of the war zone, Lohengrin started applauding Meryl, who eventually stood next to him. "Stop playing around," Garland shouted as several bluish beams started to gather on his cannon. "We gave that video to all the world leaders." Lohengrin laughed. The bluish blast stopped gathering as Garland froze in fear. "Impossible. The Lightbreaker's firewall prohibits any outgoing and incoming communications of any sort. You may have managed to connect and create a comm relay inside this city, but nothing can go past that firewall. You can't trick me. Lightbreaker blocks radio, comm arrays, satellite, or linked connection. That's the very science of the Lightbreaker," Garland shouted in anger. There was fear in his voice, and he shouted this to assure himself that the information was safe. "That's why we used the Lightbreaker to send the signal. Being the top scientist in your base, they had access to it in case they need to send their entire research data to another base to preserve that information. What? Garland then remembered who the three scientists that the intruder kidnapped were. He didn't know that these three could access the Lightbreaker. Even among the top brass, those who could freely access the Lightbreaker's various technologies were classified so that this weapon could not be abused. General Cipral has received this video hours ago, and after that, he sent it to the various world leaders all over the world. They know all about your technology, and with it the heinous crimes you did to accomplish that. The Americas, One China, New Great Britain, South Pacific United. They all know about your technology now. Why would you? You thought we were after your technology. That assumption made you disregard the possibility that we won't keep that tech for ourselves, but broadcast it to the entire world. What do you think will happen if several world powers find a very powerful and threatening technology in the hands of another? We may have lost this battle, but we will win this war. Even if we won't be the ones who will be fighting it. A grave expression surfaced on Garland's expression. That's insane. You'd be bringing down your own country with you. Oh, why is that? Lohengrin challenged. Sir, it's a massacre. We're under attack. A soldier reported. Garland ignored the pleas and continued to converse with Lohengrin. The implications of Lohengrin's words weighed far heavier than the losses of a few men. Lander assumed command and started responding to the Solider, but the soldier was no longer responding. The exoskeleton which was communicating to Garland fell on the ground. Voyager witnessed the soldier falling and couldn't do anything. The blast burnt most of his armor and disabled the capability for his suit to communicate. Their attacks all went haywire due to the flying exoskeleton which just joined their ranks. As the attack commenced, this exoskeleton did a simple spin as he zoomed and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Most of the JPs died on that simple spin, after which it continued zooming towards one of the collapsed building, and after passing through it, it carried a green cannon which was similar to the one Arthur carried. What followed next was a massacre. Who would have thought that inside the clumsy moving suit was Arthur? To top it all off, he had the same glass cannon he used to carry. Now donning an exoskeleton, killing him, was far too difficult. The anti-air systems of New Birth were not programmed to attack allies, and as this exoskeleton was zooming confidently in the formation, the enemies could not attack for fear of friendly fire. The first to fall from a concentrated blast attack was the armor. After that, Chaos Order easily wiped the remaining members of Voyager's squad. Arthur, Allian cried in surprise as he witnessed the sudden crashing of exoskeletons. She drove towards the enemy and Charles started finishing off the survivors. Good thing you managed to reach this place without scratching the convertible, Arthur commended as the visor of the helmet opened up. I thought your cannon was damaged? Allian stared in disgust. No, it was all a ploy. Most of my soldiers are dead now. If you had that cannon and that exoskeleton, we could have saved more of my men. I did tell you, Major Cipral. Most of your men won't survive this battle. What are you planning? How do we win this battle without our soldiers? Allian screamed in anger. We were never supposed to win. Merrill had already broadcasted the video of Australia's tech. Now, all the world knows about the modified humans of Australia, along with its other technologies. With that, our victory is assured. What are you talking about? How does that assure our victory? Allian demanded angrily. Whatever respect he held towards Arthur were all gone. Calm yourself, Allian. Think about it. Even if we destroyed the fort, Australia will be at war with Pangaea. And if they deployed all of their techs, even if we ally with SBU, we could still lose the war. Also, it would distract Seeker from fulfilling his plans. His aim has always been Australia's immediate downfall. We've proven that Australia is working with the Aragarians. So how do we win this war easily? Arthur explained. Seeker intended to reveal Australia's technology to the world. Doing so would entice the entire world to condemn Australia's inhuman actions and attack it. Of course, the real reason is that the world fears Australia's technology or would want it for its own. And now that it's revealed, this nation is doomed for extermination, Arthur explained. He's right. We are supposed to lose this battle. Charles shuddered suddenly. Allian turned at Charles, who seemed enlightened. What? Allian immediately turned to Charles. How do we explain to the world if we defeated Australia in this battle? The world would assume that we have our own superior sciences and could even conclude that we also have modified humans. we'd be putting the Pangean nations on the spotlight. It could even lead a united coalition against us. Exactly. If we won this battle, we would be putting not only our nation but ourselves at greater risk. And the unlocking must not be discovered. But Arthur, the Australians can easily reveal us. There were too many witnesses. We'd have to kill the entire army to make sure we aren't revealed. Meryl already took care of any video footages. She destroyed the cloud storage systems in the fort. All that's left is to kill the entire Australian army. But then, we'd win this battle. And even if we make it look like that we barely won, the very fact that we gave Australia a hard time is already suspicious. The nations will still think we have some powerful technology. Charles argued, that is the problem, right? The end results of our attack may reveal the unlocking. Not only that, the unlocking would be revealed if we leave any survivors, but it will also be revealed if we wiped out the army. What should we do? Or rather, what would Lohengrin do? If you've been following his career, you'd know what he'd do. Arthur answered vaguely. No, you don't mean. Allian remembered. Lohengrin's maneuver, Garland cried in terror. Lohengrin's maneuver was the iconic tactic Lohengrin did to win the battle on last year's Nations of the World Esport meet. Facing a united attack from several countries, Lohengrin used a suicidal nuclear attack that wiped out the armies that were aiming to kill Lohengrin in-game. Though Lohengrin died very early in the game, the losses that his enemies experienced were too much that Team Warfreaks managed to eliminate 2 other nations before getting wiped out. This secured Warfreak's spot on the top 3 and even allowed Lohengrin to retain his World Conqueror title. Ignoring Garland's shock, Lohengrin pushed the button. The 3 solarium cores carried by the 3 soldiers started shaking. Goldarin was listening to the entire conversation between Lohengrin and Garland. He stared at the box and smiled. At least I'll die a hero. Boom. 3 large greenish explosions covered the city. The green blast eradicated everything on its path, leveling the city. The positions of the 3 sergeants were accurately placed on specific locations that would maximize the radius of the explosion. The blast covered 3/4 of the city, and a part of the fort was eradicated in the blast. Right in the middle of these 3 explosions was a small, untouched area, barely a kilometer wide. Arthur calmly gazed at the blast while Charles and Allian were holding tightly to withstand the shockwave. Garland snapped at this moment. He didn't concern himself about Lohengrin's value and raised his cannon to shoot. But a bright light surfaced from the very spot Lohengrin and the small girl stood and caused Garland's attack to miss. The light disappeared and no traces of the 2 could be found. You can't escape me. You may have killed my army, but you have nothing left as well. There's no way for you to fight back anymore. No way. Lohengrin's sarcastic voice was broadcasted. Then let me show you the way. Chapter 75. He who treads the narrow road. Garland could only look at the fading light in frustration. He thought he was winning, and this made him confident. And so, with victory in sight, Garland and Voyager went for gold. They wanted to capture all the modified soldiers, as well as their technology. Since the enemy soldiers proved to be a handful, they divided the entire army of New Birth Fourth, save a few to guard the fort and trap Arthur's team. With this, it would be easy to capture the 3. But they were wrong. As it turned out, they walked right into Lohengrin's plan, and now, only a handful of survivors remained. Morning, evening, and dawn, done in by the green suns. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Lohengrin laughed. Garland lifted his cannon in search for Lohengrin. He kept shooting several cannon attacks and laser attacks on the vicinity where Lohengrin and the girl were last seen. Lohengrin, Garland screamed angrily. Garland's armor took to the sky and started bombarding the area with attacks. The exoskeletons with him flew higher, while the other armors continued their barrage. The massive rockets destroyed the rubles, and the underground base was revealed. All surviving JPs destroy this district in front of me, Garland ordered in anger. Little did they know that someone was waiting just behind Garland's squad. At the blazing bright lights of Meryl, a Pangean exoskeleton had zoomed out and positioned itself discreetly behind them. The JPs soon arrived and unloaded their bombardments. Boom! A series of massive explosions shook the ground as the entire block in front of Garland was reduced to rubble. Garland gazed with intense anger in his eyes as such a fool to the end. A mocking voice was transmitted over to Garland's armor. Lohengrin, Garland exploded in anger. JPs, scout the area. I want this entire area cleared. Fire at any human signatures in this entire area, Garland screamed. Garland then turned to Lander and was about to give more orders when he realized it. No JPs responded. As the surviving JPs rushed by and dropped their payload, the waiting exoskeleton also fired shots. His attacks weren't noticed due to the cover of the loud and huge explosions. Its two hands were equipped with a miniature version of the solarium cannon that Arthur used. With it, it shot down all 18 JPs in a matter of seconds. The exoskeleton was equipped with superior imaging, allowing its pilots to zoom in and out with just the movements of their eyes. Though the pilot couldn't fully emulate Arthur's chaos order, it could calculate the locations of these jets as well as determine their future locations. Emulating Seeker's unlocking allowed this pilot to even tap on Seeker's advanced recall. At this moment, the pilot could easily fight on the same level an Advent Inhuman could, with time on his side and a reaction speed which he minimized to match the fastest movements that the superior imaging could follow. A simple stroke of both its arms which shot several bursts of green lights massacred the JPs, after which it took its time to slowly approach Garland and his squad who was busy observing the sight before them. He stood among the exoskeletons, and then he began his massacre. The shots were precise, and the close range allowed him to maximize his turns to immediately kill all the exoskeletons save for one. At the sound of the burst fire, Lander immediately moved to evade. This was a true veteran hero. The surprise attack did very little to phase it. Lander turned and started shooting at the exoskeleton, which was zooming upwards as it continued firing long blasts towards the armor. Lander immediately started attacking the enemy. As his suit started rising in the air, the long blast of attacks started blasting the armor. Despite the exoskeleton's fast turns, its attack managed to remain on a consistent spot. Though the burst of light was intermittent, there were so many bursts that it would seem like a constant beam hitting the armors. The armors pulled back and started to attack the enemy, and Lander himself charged forth. The armor's attacks were wide and visible. It was something that the enemy could easily evade. Lander knew it was up to him to defeat this flying foe. Before acquiring the title, the hero of Hellions tragedy, Lander was known as the Tasmanian Devil, named after a postmodern-era cartoon character known for its tornado-like movements. Lander's whirling blitz was unstoppable and untouchable. None who faced it lived. Each attack was intentionally shot to minimize the possibility of evading the next. This was the skill that made him a hero. Lander began his twist and started shooting. Several green blasts missed Lander, who was now giving chase to this Pangean exoskeleton. Lander's exoskeleton was equipped with a specialized minigun which could even kill armor pilots. Such technology was not mass-produced among exoskeletons due to its high costs, and only Lander was equipped with it. Any of these bullets could easily pierce through and kill the Pangean pilot. And under the cover of the night sky, these traceless bullets would be virtually unseen by the naked eye. However, what Lander never expected was that the enemy was able to see these bullets clearly. In Seeker's future, the Earth's survivors tried to find ways to reproduce the paths of the ranked heroes and world champions. But it all ended in failure, as it would take too many resources and too much time for it to bear any usable results. In order to imitate or reproduce a similar path isn't just about copying the biological changes within the unlock's physical and neurological traits. To be able to copy it would mean to be able to emulate the person's brain itself. The imitator has to feel what the imitated feels. The imitator must also think and even believe according to the level of faith that the imitated has. And as no two persons can ever be the same, no two paths which is exactly the same could ever appear. The ability to have multiple paths was even harder. Believers tend to believe in their specific path and therefore cannot believe in another. The overcomers were of a similar vein, and there was also a sense of pride which hindered them. To forcefully make a believer imitate another would result in psychological or mental problems, and so this research was discarded despite its potential. With the disregard of this study, the possibility to make an ultimate fighter was a far-fetched one, as the impossibilities of uniting even two paths were impossible. Until he appeared, Merrill's eyesight was unique. No form of darkness or brightness could ever hinder its sight. By being able to emulate a part of this path, The traceless bullets were easily seen, especially since a continuous green flash filled the area. However, seeing these bullets and being able to evade it are two different things. Even if he had Arthur's instant calculation and Seeker's emulation of higher ranks of the unlocking, he wouldn't be able to dodge an attack of this level. Lander was just too skilled and experienced in fighting against exoskeletons. But as the bullets drew closer, the Pangean soldier immediately flew directly towards Lander. The Pangean pilot came prepared. After regaining consciousness, he watched several classified footages brought by the Alacaster sisters. These recorded Lander's battle techniques and some footages of his fights. The Pangean pilot even watched bits and parts of Lander's interviews. And since Lander wasn't even unlocked, mimicking him was very easy. Such was the absurd skill of this Pangean pilot. Eagle called his path the narrow road, for only he could walk in it. With expert turns and twists, the Pangean exoskeleton evaded bullets by the millimeters, as it executed a twist similar to Lander's but far superior. He flew directly towards Lander and aimed for Lander's jetpack. A small burst of green light struck Lander, who then lost control of his exoskeleton and was sent twirling recklessly and crashed on a nearby abandoned building. The attack, which no man had survived, he easily evaded. The hero of Helion's tragedy was easily defeated, as if it was swatting an aged fly on his last flight. The Pangean exoskeleton then landed on the ground, not wasting any second to continue shooting green beams that killed more and more soldiers. Garland panicked and immediately revealed his trump card. His left arm retracted inside and transformed into a cannon slightly different from his right arm. A loud and continuous strange sound blasted through the air along with a powerful shockwave. Lander, who was at the rubbles, couldn't move as his heart was gripped with a painful and paralyzing sensation at hearing this strange sound. Garland's armor was equipped with a noise canceller to prevent him from getting affected. He then switched his right arm to cannon mode and aimed to fire at the enemy. "So this is Peals of Thunder?" A curious voice spoke through the exoskeleton speakers. Garland couldn't hear this comment, but it was clear based on the movements of the exoskeleton that he wasn't affected. "Too bad I'm an inhuman now." The casual and gentle voice was heard before it dashed off to destroy Garland's armor. Alion stared in shock at Arthur's explanation. "You mean Lynn's already awake?" Alion was shocked. "Yes. Your hypothesis proved correct, Doctor." Arthur gave a nod to Charles, and then immediately flew towards the last battlefield. Alion gave a meaningful look to Charles. "It would take time for Lind or Seeker to adjust if we introduced the coolant liquid to Lynn's body. At most, we could only stabilize their brains before I could develop something that they can use. However, my studies led me to a certain hypothesis. What if instead of the coolant liquid, we give them blood from a human who has survived these experiments?" Looks like it worked. They probably drained Lynn's and Seeker's blood and replaced it a Dawn soldier's blood. Charles laughed. Garland's armor laid in pieces. His body was suffering from various third-degree burns. He couldn't even move. "Monster!" Garland stared in disbelief at the Pangean pilot who hovered before him. Lohengrin's figure appeared and stood next to the armor. "Just kill me." "Not yet. What would happen to the remaining forces inside the fort if they can't communicate to you but detect that your armor is still up and running? Killing you now would send them in total panic and retreat. If you're alive, they'd send a rescue team. Such is the honor reserved for the heroes of Australia." Lohengrin smiled. Immediately after Lohengrin said those words, several lights could be seen flying over the fort. "Why are you doing this? We've already lost." "Spare my men," Garland screamed angrily but pleaded at the end. "You still don't get it, do you? No matter how you try to block the signals from outside, satellite imaging can still capture the explosions we did. What will the greedy, technological-hungry countries do if they notice such a massive explosion that damaged nearly half of your fort?" Garland then realized it. "No, you can't. There's surprisingly a lot of JPs remaining. Can you handle it? You need to finish them quickly. By Colonel's estimates, you have about 10 minutes until they arrive." The exoskeleton zoomed immediately. "I guess I shouldn't kill you yet. I'll let you see the death of your last forces and how the foreigners you hate so much will raid your fort and steal all your techs." Lohengrin shrugged. He who walks the narrow road walked the impossible path. Aside from his ability to use multiple paths, he could combine it with his other learned paths. Switching from one path to another was theorized to be impossible as the clash of the different mental and psychological states could result in a mental and psychological implosion. But not him. He did not suffer from theorized mental and psychological backlash of diving into the minds and hearts of several ranked heroes and world champions. With all these paths converging, the remaining forces were all eliminated within 5 minutes. What was once believed to be a vast path of endless possibility, he managed to turn it into a single path. He is the voice of him that crieth in the wilderness. Prepare ye the way of the Lord. He who treads the narrow road, lind indigo, the prophet Elijah has awakened. Chapter 76. The Aftermath. The jet known as the Void Traveler reached New Birth Fort and dropped its package. The package it dropped wasn't a bomb but the special commando unit that existed in the shadows of American history. Amazing. Pangea really did a number, huh? An American soldier laughed as he landed from his drop. Looks like a suicide attack. Lohengrin's maneuver. I can't believe that kid had the balls to pull this off on an actual battlefield. Another soldier whistled as he landed. My son's pretty good at that game. Does that mean he could be a good general? Cut the chit-chat. We've got work to do. Eliminate any soldier. We only have a 10-minute window. The landing commander ordered. Sir, I believe that the other nations are arriving. The pilot of the Void Traveler reported as he detected several jets entering the atmosphere. Looks like our timetable just went down to 5. Let's move. The commander hastily ordered. The world was moving to war. Nations were secretly sending their top spies and soldiers to New Birth Fort. It all started when Harker received the secret transmission from New Birth Fort and sent it to the top leaders around the world. The various experiments and overview of Australian sciences ended with a video of Harker himself giving a gripping warning. My daughter died in this war. Australia is strong. I do not want their technology. I just want vengeance. My entire army has been disseminated and only a handful of soldiers remained. I have informed other world leaders about this technology that Australia has. In 500 hours, Pangean Standard Time, I will release the information of Australia's actions to the world. One way or another, Australia will burn. Good luck in stealing the data. All world leaders who managed to see this video immediately sprang into action. Although all nations were secretly performing human modification experiments, the known world condemned it. With the revelation of Australia's inhumanities, it would only be expected that the nations would all join together and condemn Australia for its actions. Soon Harker once again took to the stage of national television and gave the summary of his defeat. The video feed taken from several of Pangean's exoskeletons were shown. The battle against the magnetic technology of the wall, the appearance of an advanced jet-propelled exoskeleton, and finally the invulnerable large golems that seemed immune to bombs and rockets. My soldiers were destined to be defeated. They faced monsters that were the result of human modification. The video they found has been released for the world to see. Lohengrin, who went on a rampage, was granted control over the army at the brink of our defeat, and he gave his life to perform a suicide attack using our solarium technology. But they had to do it. They needed to send this message to the world. My army died. Now I ask the world, how will you respond to this breach of humanity? Harker angrily screamed. Australia has been secretly trafficking humans all around the world for their experiments. They are your neighbors, your friends, your families. And this isn't just an organization that is behind kidnappings and human experimentation. Since the world began, has there been a nation who would do this? Harker spoke with immense anger, and the world followed with him. What followed next was a series of extremely good acting. Harker's speech was the very excuse the other nations needed to immediately launch an attack. New Birth Fort was opened, and so the nations sent their very best to steal the data in this large fort. Australia was now a country that could easily be exploited. The existence of their sciences was very enticing to the world leaders. Since the beginning of the war, Garland had refused aid from the surrounding military bases due to his fear that the attack may happen on other bases. His fear was that a full-scale Pangean invasion would occur and these bases would immediately be attacked. Soon, Garland managed to convince the other generals as he reported to be on the verge of winning. But Garland died. Once the surrounding bases detected 3 large explosions in New Birth City, they immediately sent their reinforcements towards New Birth Fort. As if it was some wicked coincidence, Harker's video was unveiled to the world. Australia was shocked that Pangaea revealed the videos and immediately worked to disprove its authenticity. But by then, it was too late. The King of England and the ruling leaders of New Great Britain hold Australia's deeds in contempt. Among the people shown on the video, we have confirmed that Australia has been trafficking our citizens into their lands to further this demonic research. We will hold this as an act of war and will immediately appeal to the world governing powers for a declaration of war against Australia. Just as the news of King Lordenhain was made, a nearby British fleet that roamed the Pacific immediately acted and waged war even before the world governing powers had approved of the appeal. General Audenvice of the Fifth Fleet had immediately launched an attack on a military base of Australia. The world governing powers had yet to approve of New Great Britain's declaration of war when the fleet had started to engage with the forces of Australia. A reporter gave his report on national TV. The ruling leaders have denied that they ordered the Fifth Fleet to attack and maintained that General Audenvice has been acting independently. We have Kate Charity live on. Wait. The reported immediately gave an alarmed expression. This just in. One China's Pacific Fleet has also started to engage Australia's forces. It appears that One China has also attacked Australia and sank the entire fleet on the South Pacific, disregarding the war treaty of the world governing powers. News channels all over the world immediately highlighted the fact that several nations waged war against Australia without appealing to the world governing powers for war. Several videos were immediately shown as these generals gave impassioned speeches about how they could not abandon their morality and save the lives of the poor experimented humans that Australia has. Following Harker's lead, they immediately acted independently to wage war with Australia without the approval of their superiors. Of course, behind the scenes, these independent actions were actually ordered attacks. Due to the suspicious natures of almost every world power, naval fleets and mobile bases were deployed all over the vast oceans. As such, it was relatively easy for these nations' fleets to immediately attack Australia with heavy aerial forces. The moment Harker released the video, these nations were already poised to attack. Majority of attacks were on the northern cities of Australia. New Birth City, which was formerly known as Darwin City, had little or no forces capable of defending from the attacks now. Most of their soldiers were dead, and the reinforcements from the nearby cities had yet to arrive. One China was even bolder. Instead of sending their forces to New Birth, One China's massive fleet attacked two of the nearby bases. An all-out war immediately occurred. Of all the leading world powers, only South Pacific United was unable to join the fray to make preemptive strikes as information was withheld from them. Pangaea also maintained its aggressive threats to ensure that the SBU's armies won't ever make its way in Pangaean territory. As such, they were the only superpower who was unable to send spies to retrieve whatever data was left in New Birth Fort. Any Australian military base would most likely host a secret laboratory or contain the information for their research. As such, China went a step ahead. Rather than participating in a race against the battle to get the information in New Birth Fort, they opted to steal this information from other bases. The chain of events that China started caused rippled effects. United Soviet Russia waged an attack at Sydney with a full-scale army. The 107th Fleet of the Americas launched a specialized rocket to destroy the Lightbreaker. President Stark Norton of the Americas declared that the Lightbreaker is confirmed to be armed with weapons of mass destruction and immediately launched a Satbreaker even without the approval from the world governing powers. Of course, the real reason was so that their troops can infiltrate New Birth Fort and destroy any possible evidence that the Lightbreaker could reveal. Australia couldn't fight back. The emergence of sudden attacks across all of its sea-based military bases caused them to be unable to provide reinforcements as the number of the attacks they received were too plenty. While the world was arming themselves to destroy Australia, a submarine was leaving the shores of New Birth City. It encountered a British fleet, which protected it from a small detachment of Australian forces trailing at the back. Soon, the submarine docked inside the large British ship and several soldiers gave a military welcome to the submarine. Arthur was the first to exit. The captain of the ship waited and gave a warm welcome to Arthur. "Arthie, my oh my, you've grown into a fine man and an even deadlier soldier. Your father would be proud." The admiral smiled. "Fleet Admiral Ramsden, good to see you. Looks like you're following in the footsteps of your father. Oh my, they're alive." "They're dead, Admiral." Arthur gave a commanding statement. "Of course, they're dead. I'm very glad that Mr. Lohengrin is dead. Such a bold strategy. Clearly, he was an ace amongst generals. Ramsden smiled. The admiral had long since been acquainted with Lennox and was used with following suit with whatever the Humphreys did. The fleet admiral was, of course, referring to Lohengrin and Allianz Cypriel, who Harker confirmed to be dead. There were no words exchanged between the group. Ramsden led them towards the bridge of the ship to witness the developing news firsthand, as well as see the results of their attacks towards New Birth Fort. Albert Horace, who had already escaped long before the war started, immediately rushed and hugged Lohengrin. The members of Covenant also stood there immediately talking to Arthur and Christine. News of Australia's claims filled the news channels as it did its best to appeal to the world. It tried to accuse Pangaea of giving out false information, but soon a video was released from the surviving Pangaean forces. It held the interviews of the rescued individuals from Australia's experiments. People who were lost for months and even over 5 years started to resurface. They came from different parts of the world, and as the news from these countries confirmed that these people were actual people who disappeared, Australia's counter-accusations fell on deaf ears. The world governing powers demanded Australia to surrender, but Australia refused and suddenly stopped communicating. This outrageous act even spurred the world to be angrier than it was. Arthur sighed and smiled. Australia doesn't have a choice. If they surrender, more of their experiments would come to light. All they could do now is fight. But this war isn't over. Australia won't fall so easily. Still, I can't believe that Seeker's reckless plan actually worked. Arthur sighed. So what now? Lohengrin asked. What else? The game continues. Since Player 1 is still out, I still have to proxy for him in this war. Luckily, I have you to help me. How's our prisoner? Arthur asked the admiral, still refusing to talk or eat. I believe he's planning to starve himself to death. Too bad. I guess it's time to interrogate him. Why is he alive? Allianz asked. Ask Lind, Arthur said as he left the room. The group turned towards Lind. Well, it's just a conjecture, but I think he has the potential to be a ranked hero. Lind shrugged. The group was surprised at Lind's words, but no one doubted Lind. He had basically copied a portion of Seeker's skills and instinctive reactions. He could not shake the feeling that Lander was someone who had the potential. Interesting. Charles smirked. Well, I guess that's expected. The question is, how can we make him one of us now that we've destroyed his country? Allianz wondered. Arthur finally reached the room where the prisoner was kept and immediately entered. I kept you waiting. Lieutenant Lander. The hero of Helion's tragedy. Chapter 77. Allies and enemies. The world governing powers gathered, and the world representatives demanded Australia to be punished for its crimes. Australian representatives could only appear through a video live feed as their nation was blocked on all fronts. The Australian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Leslie Corinth, demanded all nations to cease its attacks. The world leaders except one, China, claimed that they had no control over their general's actions. The argument was so intense that threats were being issued over the use of weapons of mass destruction. With the fall of the Lightbreaker, Australia had little defense over long-ranged attacks or satellite attacks. At this point, almost all satellites that had the capabilities to launch attacks were aiming at Australia. Australia finally accused Pangaea of presenting false evidence and threatened to level the entire archipelagos of the three nations, and condemned the new Great Britain for attacking Australian grounds even before the world governing powers had met. This was a breach to the very etiquettes of war decided after the Third World War. It was New Great Britain's actions which encouraged the other nations to join. Hence, Australia was extremely angry at Pangaea and New Great Britain. At this point, President Albert Horace surfaced and shocked the world. President Albert Horace then attacked Australia and demanded that the president himself would join the meeting. Australia refused, as revealing any video feeds coming from the president might allow the other nations to trace it to its source and kill the president. The world governing powers gave the stage to President Horace to detail what happened after his escape plane was allegedly shot down. Apparently, Horace and a few of the pilots managed to escape on the last second and used an escape pod to survive the airstrike. They fell in the ocean, and the nearest fleet, led by General Odenweiss, rushed to check for survivors. President Horace pleaded with General Odenweiss to save his son. General Odenweiss refused to help Pangaea as it was a breach of the rules enacted by the world governing powers. But when Harker revealed those video files that came at the cost of my son and his daughter, I finally managed to convince General Audenweiss to take action. So what if there were rules that the world governing powers have made? These rules were set to protect humanity. What use will obeying these rules bring when the devil himself has revealed itself on the world? Harash shouted angrily and gazed at the live feed from Australia. You tried to capture me. No doubt you were planning to utilize me as a means to penetrate our country to kidnap my people for your experiments, right? You were behind the experiments behind the Malay-Panjian incident, weren't you? Harass recklessly accused and kept on shouting as the Australian minister fought back. But her resistance was futile. While the world watched the drama of the emergency summit held by the world governing powers, Harker's transport finally landed on the F.F. Churchill. Harker was then led towards the large room where all of the major players of the New Birth battle was gathered. Joining Arthur's team were the 3 Australian doctors, Christine from the Covenant, the thought-to-be deceased Sebastian Horos or Lohengrin, and finally strapped to a seat with a mouth gag, the wary hero of Helian's tragedy, Lander. Harker glared angrily at Lander as he entered the room. Then his attention fell on Christine and Lohengrin, who looked extremely faint and beaten. They struggled to keep conscious while leaning on the large table at the center of the hall. Please take your seats. I guess it's time to keep everyone in the loop, Arthur began. What about Meng? Harker immediately asked the important question. Meng? What about him? Arthur asked. Right, there was that. Alian recalled. Seeker fought one of Meng's subordinates. We believe Meng, the dragon, is after our technology. What? Arthur gave a confused look. After a bit of pondering, Arthur finally gave his conclusion. Seeker lied to you. Meng's not after your tech. Meng probably doesn't know about programmed slaves. What? Harker and Alian exclaimed. Impossible. We found Meng's subordinate in our base. Sting, the blind assassin, fought Seeker and even managed to scratch him. Harker argued. Right. I remembered that night. I didn't think much of it, but who could manage to wound Seeker? Merrill wondered. Did you previously own a red gemstone that went missing or that Seeker took? Yes, it was one of the 3 gemstones we recently purchased. Seeker took it as payment. Alian nodded. That explains it. Seeker told my dad to play along if someone were to contact him sprouting either thanks or threats involving a red gemstone. Based on what you told me, I think Sting was after that. Seeker gave that gemstone to Sting on the pretense that he was one of my father's subordinates and recommended that Meng would use the red gemstone. In short, Seeker deceived you. Arthur gave a summary. What? Harker was now confused. Why did he need that gemstone? Alian ignored Harker's confusion. I don't know. It wasn't important at that time. Seeker was pressing my dad to deduce where Feltrick's bases were, remember? Alian recalled listening to the conversation between Seeker and Lennox the night they destroyed Feltrick's organization. So Ming's not after my dad? Alian confirmed. Yes, Sting was after the gem. Seeker wanted your army. Seeker fought Sting in your base and he found a chance. So he deceived you and got his army. It's kind of funny if you think of it that way. Arthur shrugged. Merrill and Lynn laughed. Harker froze at Arthur's words. His remaining eye started to tremble intensely. Alian soon laughed as well as she recalled the events. You mean to say that Ming is not after my head, and I just wasted billions for a pointless war? Harker erupted. It wasn't pointless. We needed the blood to save Lynn's life, Merrill replied. Blood? Harker gripped his heart. Yes, Lynn needed blood, Merrill casually replied. Good thing the whole blood thing worked out. Lynn gave a relieved sigh. Harker looked around in agitated frustrations at what the other party members had to say. Arthur simply nodded. Simply put, that's the gist of the war. Charles shook his head. He just realized that the thought of waging war for the sake of blood seemed ludicrous. Lohengrin and Christine were in no condition to care for Harker's angry stares and just gave a blank look. Blood? Harker was enraged. The logic of the war was to get blood? Why didn't they send an application to the Red Cross or to the hospital? Wasn't Charles a respected doctor? You went to war with Australia at the cost of my army just to get some blood and save your stupid life? Harker immediately ran and reached out towards Lind and was about to choke him when a familiar heart-gripping sensation slammed down on him. Arthur, Merrill, and Lynn's pressure filled the room. Alian remained standing but gave an impressed nod. Charles gave an enthusiastic whistle at the combined pressure. Even his hands started shaking. Hey, careful. Charles complained as the sudden pressure almost made him drop his coffee. Again? Lohengrin cursed angrily and gritted his teeth. Christine started whimpering as she held on to the table. The others were immediately paralyzed and wanted to scream but couldn't. The choking, heart-clenching sensation made everyone else convulse. "Hey guys, I got the pizza, hey. What's going on?" Cliff suddenly barged in and wondered why there was such intense pressure. "Let me join," Cliff said enthusiastically and released his own pressure. "Wait," Charles tried to stop Cliff. The Alacaster sisters and Eric was knocked out at the addition of Cliff's pressure. Thankfully, they were already seated and didn't fall down. The gagged Lander was squirming on his seat and soon passed out. "Cliff, stop it," Allian glared. "What? I thought we were having a contest." Cliff laughed. "Great. You knocked all of them out." Merrill gave a light kick and woke Harker up. Harker started gasping for breath at his awakening. He looked at Lind with fear in his eyes. "We've grown quite a bit since the last time we met, General." Lind helped Harker up. He politely pointed towards a seat. Harker shakenly followed and sat down. "Consider us similar to the Seeker you met a while back," Arthur summarized. "Impressive. Looks like your potential's not average. Seeker sure has an eye out for talent," Arthur commended. Soon, everyone who fainted managed to wake up, and they were carefully seated on their corresponding seats. "All right, let's get right to it." Arthur then began to tell them the tale of Seeker Carlean's death and rebirth, the story of the alien race, and of the unlocking. Arthur gave a detailed explanation of what the unlocking can do, and even talked about skills and paths. Harker and Lander maintained a confused expression as Arthur continued with his tale. Time travel? Aliens? The story that Arthur gave was extremely unbelievable. Luckily, in order to make you believe, we have the proof right here. Arthur then turned to Merrill. "Merrill, show it to them." Merrill immediately started glowing, her skin turning whiter and whiter. The fair skin tone glowed and captivated everyone. "Beautiful." Cliff watched with his mouth agape. "You should keep that form, Merrill. You're extremely beautiful." Lind commended. Arthur kept silent but gazed at the glowing beauty of Merrill. "I can do more than just this." Merrill cheered, and then the bright light enveloped the room. It was so sudden that Harker screamed in panic. Lander thought that it was a bomb and flinched. The light slowly disappeared, and everyone looked with terror towards Merrill. "Lind, you cheat." Merrill frowned. "What?" Lind inquired. "Don't what me? You didn't even blink." "Oh." Lind realized it. "Interesting. At your level, you can already copy Merrill's eyes." Arthur pondered. "That's dangerous, Lind. No wonder why you've been eating like a pig. You've been subconsciously copying Merrill. You need to control that power. You might overstress your brain again," Charles warned. Lind was shocked at Charles' diagnosis. But, I don't know how to turn it off." "Don't panic. The blood you have in you should keep you safe, even if you activate it 24/7. Let's deal with that later." Arthur then stood up to address the whole group. "That is the power of an unlocking that has developed her skill. In fact, I think Merrill now has what Seeker would call a path. The unlocking of the brain creates wondrous changes that could affect the entire body. This is what gives us these superhuman powers. I'm sure Lieutenant Lander over there is well aware of what we can do." Lander just gave a wary glare at the group and focused his eyes on Lind. He knew that that monster was the most dangerous of them all. "So we've been going at it in the wrong direction," Sonia finally spoke. "We focused on carbon alteration and enhancing to make a perfect soldier, but what we really should have done was focus on the mind. So those New Age fanatics were actually correct? How ironic." Sonia laughed. "Your study is also crucial. Seeker had long known that unless we are to genetically alter our physical states, then the unlocking cannot go beyond inhuman. Seeker's proof of that. The fact that he is changing his body is a sign that our bodies need to change as well. For now, just be careful not to overexert your brain, Lind. There's no saving you from that again." "Sorry for the trouble, guys." Lind apologized laughingly. "Don't worry. We did gain a lot in this war." Charles smiled. The new technologies he gained would allow him to further his research. True. New allies. Arthur gave a quick glance at a glaring Lander. But of course, new enemies. The world will soon knock at our doorsteps for the havoc we wreaked. "Why are you telling all this?" Harker broke his silence. "If Seeker's memories are true, then I should be your enemy. You could have continued to deceive me, But why are you confiding this to me? Everyone's eyes went to Arthur's. Why did Arthur tell Harker this? Because of your path. Chapter 78. How to Train with a Dragon. My father has been keeping his eyes on you, Harker. My father had long been impressed with how you slithered your way in the underworld. To be able to do so without bribing others of your kind is quite a gift. Bribing indicates your intention and reveals the possibility of the briber to be after something. If people in the underworld think I'm after something, they become wary of me. Also, bribing can create a trail that could cause my downfall, Harker summarized. And this extremely cautious nature of yours led you to pursue other methods. What did you do that allowed you to become one of the biggest names in the underworld? I gained their trust. Exactly. When I told Seeker of how my father took careful attention towards you, he reviewed your credentials and concluded that your ability to gain people's trust is a skill. That's a skill? Lind asked. You underestimate the world he lives in. People like Harker stand in the brink of death every single day. They deal with all sorts of devils, and betrayals and mutinies happen every day. And yet, years and years pass. Not one of the leaders of these organizations gets replaced. It takes skill to manage their thrones. And Harker used the strangest of them all. That's why my father was confident that Harker has planted programmed slaves in Australia. Harker twitched. He still recalled Seeker's demanding request of coughing up all of Australia's programmed slaves. Seeker told me that the strongest paths that existed aren't the abilities that Merrill has. Rather, it's those abilities that can manipulate the hearts of the people around them. We met Richie and experienced his skill, which he has yet to perfect. Peals of thunder which create sounds that invoke fear to everyone. How is that different to the Reaper's breath? Cliff asked, wondering how his new skills can fare against an overcomer. Were you able to use it during our battles in Australia? The average suit of a soldier comes with masks to cover themselves from any airborne chemical attacks. And that includes the Reaper's breath. So your skill is useless. But Richie's skill isn't. Meng the dragon has something similar to that. And I think Harker knows of this. You must have experienced it, haven't you? That's why you're so paranoid about Meng. Harker was silent. He closed his eyes and recalled the pain he felt on his first meeting with Meng. He's not human. I wasn't just paralyzed by the fear. I was hurt. What you guys could do. It's nothing compared to what he has. Everyone was silent at Harker's description. I don't know what it was. It almost drove me insane. I pushed myself too deep in the underworld and managed to trick his subordinates in making me meet him personally. Meng didn't trust me. I almost died. What did he do? He didn't do anything. But when I saw him, my entire body just broke down. I thought you were tortured and electrified, Alian exclaimed. I told you that because had I said the truth, no one would have believed me, and if word goes out that I went crazy, I won't be able to stay in the underworld, Harker berated. The moment I saw him, my entire body didn't just go stiff. I nearly died from a heart attack. The electric shock wounds I received was when his subordinates were defibrillating me. Is it the Reaper's breath? Charles was shocked at Harker's explanation. No, weren't you listening? Lohengrin scoffed lazily. If it's that, then there's no way Meng would be an overcomer with a path so useless that relies on scent alone. I believe what affected Harker wasn't scent but sight. Sight? I almost died because of sight. Dr. Lindmit? You're the doctor here, Lohengrin asked. Charles was pondering what might have happened. From what you explained, it sounds like extreme fear caused your entire body to jolt, which led to cardiac arrest. This is interesting. The fear that the Reaper's breath affects the brain and could cause heart failures when used towards people who have heart failures. But for a healthy heart like yours, you must have fallen into an extreme level of stress that caused arrhythmias to your heart. The room was quiet from hearing such an absurd hypothesis. Meng caused extreme fear, which led to Harker having a heart failure? Just how abnormal are these overcomers? Lind complained. Arthur and Charles gave Lind an irritating look. Says the monster himself. Charles mumbled under his breath. In any case, don't try to think too much of this. The Reaper's breath can never reach that level. It's a path that an overcomer has. It's not something that we can hope to replicate, Arthur summarized. But didn't Australia manage to copy Richie's peals of thunder? I mean, I heard it when Lind was fighting Garland, and I was even affected by it. It was a poor attempt in copying it, Merrill. Remember what we felt when Richie used the peals of thunder on us? Of course I do. Don't remind me. It really felt like my skin was being peeled off. Meryl shuddered in recollection. How was it compared to the version they used? Oh, I see where you're going. Right. It was pitiful. Even Seeker's pressure was far terrifying. If an unlocked mind can't hope to copy that skill, then the current technologies of this world wouldn't be able to do the same. Then what exactly can my skill do? Harker interrupted impatiently. I've already explained it. Make people trust you. Isn't that how you manage to get where you are? Isn't that how you have buyers all over the world who believe that they are the exclusive purchasers of your programmed slave? Yet your network of slaves run all over the world and no one notices it. Except for people like my father. I don't see how that skill will be useful. Don't you find it easy to deceive others into trusting you? Arthur inquired. That's right. Politicians, soldiers, friends, and colleagues. That's why despite the fact that there have been many pieces of evidence pointing towards you, you are able to ward off suspicions from yourself. Alian expressed. That's true. I have friends who all hold you on high regard. They say you're a man that they can trust. Charles recalled. Harker was silent. Now that it was explained to him, he realized that he did have this skill in convincing others and making them trust them. It wasn't hard for him to do so. You probably feel that you can make a person trust you regardless of the circumstances, right? That's why even if there are tons of evidence pointing towards you, presidents, military leaders, and even your fellow colleagues in the underworld can trust you. Let's say that's true. How exactly can that be useful as a path? You actually think this skill is useful for the coming wars? Yes. Imagine what you can do if you can make any enemy trust you. If the enemy we captured is a woman, you could even seduce her. Of course, you can do the same to a man should the opportunity arise. Arthur explained. What are you implying? Harker growled angrily. Nothing. However, if we do manage to capture Aragarians who have exotic tastes, we will utilize all our resources to get the information we need. And you have that capability. You can make enemies trust you and use that trust to get intel. So, I'm going to be a spy and a gigolo at the same time? Harker scoffed sarcastically. Arthur sighed while Lohengrin shook his head. You're quite slow for a general, aren't you? Don't you see? He means that if you manage to reach Inhuman or ranked hero, you won't need to be a spy or a gigolo to do that. An interrogator, then? That is the tip of the iceberg. Seeker was confident that such a skill could be used on the battlefield. Being a spy would be putting you in so much risk, and you might even betray us. No, for now, you stick close to us, Arthur explained. Alian will take control of your army from the shadows. The same bomb planted on her heart will be planted on yours. Harker gave an angry look. Don't get me wrong, we do need you, but we don't trust you. Arthur shot back coldly. Why did you make it look like Lohengrin and Alian died? Charles asked. It's part of Seeker's next plan. Remember, he asked me to send Richie a message 3 days from now? Tomorrow, I'll be sending it. In that message was Rosa's current location. Who's Rosa? I don't know. Someone who's obviously important to Ming. Richie will fight Ming, but in that message, Seeker told us to help Richie. Cool. Fighting alongside an overcomer. Meryl happily cheered. Wrong, Meryl. This is training for us. Richie will lose. Richie's growth hasn't reached its peak yet. He will die if he tries to provoke Ming. So Seeker orders for us to help Richie achieve his goal and protect him. What? Harker exploded in shock. His greatest fear would be Seeker's prepared training ground? You're going to face Ming? You're crazy. How are you going to train with a dragon? It makes perfect sense. Lohengrin shrugged helplessly. We need strong enemies if we have to grow stronger. And Ming's such a group that can challenge us. I think it's all good. We have Richie after all. Cliff stood up excitedly. Richie will already have his hands full with Ming. And let's not forget Ming's assassins. These are people who can stand before Ming and not die. But that means dash. We'll be facing unbecomings. Lohengrin sighed lazily with his face planted on the table. Not just ordinary unbecomings, but trained unbecomings. These are veteran assassins after all, Arthur added. We just fought a war and now are going to fight people who can endure Ming's sight? Charles cursed. Sounds exciting. Cliff laughed. Everyone except Cliff had a depressed look on their faces. Several even glared at Seeker, who was unconscious. "He's out cold, but he still manages to get us into some deep trouble," Merrill cursed. "A battle of this scale would undoubtedly cause a scene. Most intelligence services around the world should take note of this. That's why Allian had to fake her death. Harker would be the visible leader, while Allian and Lohengrin would become the unseen leader of this organization, which is trying to topple down Meng's organization. So you're making us the scapegoats? That's like putting the world's crosshairs over our heads," Lohengrin complained. "Because of everyone in this room, your value is lower than that of Charles, Seeker, Merrill, Lind, and me. Of course, Cliff could become the sacrificial lamb, but let's face it. Would the world's secret organizations of this world believe that that man would be the menacing brain of a fearless organization?" Arthur pointed. Cliff had long stopped listening to the conversation as he was excited with the upcoming battles and was deep in thought while picking up several large black objects hidden deep inside his nose. Allian and Lohengrin stood helplessly at the imposing logic of Arthur. "But why did we have to fake our deaths?" "To add intrigue and mystery. Our deaths will slowly come into doubt, and people will start believing that we are the real leaders. This will shield Arthur, Seeker, and his group from suspicions," Lohengrin lazily explained as he resigned his tired and helpless body to the table. "Why did I agree to all of this?" Lohengrin started crying. "Charles, take your team and go to the British Isles. My father has already secured a location for your studies. You won't be part of our skirmish against Ming. Alacaster sisters and Douglas, stay for now." Charles sighed in relief. Everyone else except Cliff gave an envious stare at Charles and pleaded with their eyes to take them with him. "Now, Merrill, you were selected by Seeker to be the trainer. Let's take a look at those Jews and see who can become a part of your elite team." Arthur motioned. "Everyone else, continue training. Once you three reach unbecoming, follow after Charles," Arthur ordered and started walking out. Christine and Lohengrin growled in depression. Lind begrudgingly moved while Cliff smiled and looked at the Alacaster sisters with perverted eyes. Chapter 79. Call Me Uncle. A week has passed since the incident at New Birth known as the Australian Avarice came to light and the war that followed. At the immediate command of the world governing powers, the British and Russian fleet stopped attacking and pulled back. China maintained to continue its attacks, but as Australia finally managed to organize its armies and spread their forces, the advanced technology of the EMP fields led them to an easy victory. China was forced to abandon the conquered bases and retreat. Nearly half of the Chinese fleet was destroyed in the decisive battle, after which all the fleets of the various superpowers that wanted to invade Australia stopped as it learned from China's mistake. The talks of peace then began as the world governing powers held a trial for all of Australia's crimes. The bickering and accusations on Australia had piled up since the new Great Britain released the names of all the hostages they managed to rescue along with a handful of Pangean soldiers. After a week of collaborating with other nations, New Great Britain released a comprehensive list of all 32 individuals who were rescued. Each one of them was people who went missing or were presumed dead due to accidents. The world erupted at the releasing of the names. There were 3 individuals who belonged to Russia, 4 in China, 2 in Great Britain, and the rest came from different countries. If Australia cannot send back my countrymen back, then I motion to repeal the prohibition of using weapons of mass destruction against Australia. God knows what they are doing to my countrymen. And why stop with Pangea? What about the Chinese? The Russians? Are you tinkering with their organs too? Albert Horace shouted with fanatical rage. This caused Australia to immediately release footages of the Pangean natives' current statuses. Australia didn't hide the fact that all Pangean natives were detained as hostages. "We will not release them. Among our prisoners are natives from all your homeland. We aren't so stupid. If all of you start spreading lies about my country hoping that we would hand over our technology, then we will face extinction. So here, our country holds over 70 million foreigners at this time, and we won't be afraid to kill them. So go ahead, send your nuclear rain. You will, however, be forced to enjoy the cyber abominations." General Sledger of the Australian Army threatened. "Order! Order!" The Supreme Judge slammed his hammer. "General Sledger, threats like that will not do well in this meeting." "Threats? You all bring up lies about our country and attack us without due process, and you talk of threats?" The general challenged. Australian representatives all pointed to the pieces of evidence that Pangaea was probably after their technology and prepared this lie. The court asked Australia to present evidence of its claim that Pangaea attacked without warning but could only bring Pangaean equipments that they managed to salvage on the attack on New Birth Fort. No video evidence was captured due to several reasons. The lightbreaker disabled all civilian cameras, and shooting videos were impossible due to the interfering EMP signal. The only equipments that could capture video surveillance that may be used as evidence were all wiped clean. No video footages managed to get out of New Birth Fort due to the lightbreaker. With such an absurd excuse, President Horace laughed and scoffed at Australia loudly. He did not even act like someone representing a country in a trial that was hosted by the world governing powers. President Horace, you are acting out of line. Please allow Australia to make its defense. The judge ordered. With all due respect, Your Honor, if I am acting out of line, it's because Horace paused. My son died. Albert Horace gave an enraged scream which shocked everyone. As the news continued to play itself on a large TV, Cliff was standing over the wearied bodies of his former gang members. What cyber abomination? He asked in confusion. You really need to attend class, Cliff. Lynn laughed. The gang members expected their once fearless boss to pound Lynn for disrespecting him, but they were shocked at his reply. Could you tell me? Cliff asked respectfully. Boss. One gang member found the strength to ask. Cliff simply shook his head in response. Are you crazy? That guy could emulate Seeker. So what if he disrespected me? Don't worry. You were probably absent during the time this was discussed. If you were present, you should be able to remember it. I think. Lynn awkwardly covered for Cliff. It's a cybercrime where you record the playful and usually horrible torture and execution of other humans. Back during the Third World War and even during the Continental Wars, another war was happening. The online war. People were bad-mouthing their enemies online. Trolls were making memes and social media videos where they were bad-mouthing and making fun of these enemy countries. Some memes became known worldwide, and the world poked fun at these nations. It was all fun and dandy until these enemy nations managed to capture several cities and started making video memes of executing and massacring people. Some even managed to track the relatives of the most famous meme makers, which insulted their country and killed his relatives following the video style of these memes. Why do you sound like Professor Darien? Oh, sorry. Force of habit. Lynn laughed. Next thing you know, Lynn will be copying me. Alian entered the room. Miss Alian. Lynn stood up and smiled. Is this all of them, Cliff?
Yes.
Just be sure to keep them under control and try not to work them to death. Not everyone is like you. I won't be surprised if they could only reach unbecoming. Alian gave a word of advice before motioning Lynn to follow her. The pair walked away. Looks like it's time for Lynn to become a man. Cliff sighed enviously. Bang. A gunfire was heard, but Cliff dodged it. Seriously? You could have killed me? Cliff complained angrily as the two walked up towards the stairs, leaving the large white room they were training in. Are they here already? Seekers. Alian nodded. Meryl's and your parents are on their way. Bang, bang. The pair gave a confused look towards the room where the gunshots were heard. Lynn, how did Mr. Carlean bring a gun? Lynn wondered as he released his concentration. Shot my dad. Did he? Yeah. Alian sighed. Well, Chris has been going after our heads for so long. He probably shot my dad on sight. Too bad. He's a day late. Alian and Lynn calmly walked towards the room. Meanwhile, Harker finally managed to grapple the pair of deranged parents and tied them securely on the seat. If you two weren't his parents, I would have beaten you too, Harker complained as he managed to gag Chris. Now, as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, Harker frowned as he looked at the two holes behind him. Your son is currently in a coma. He is safe and should be able to reawaken in the next week or so. In the meantime, we need you to do a little detective work. Harker smiled. Alian was the first to walk in the room. Good thing you've reached unbecoming. Alian laughed. Chris and Grace's eyes went wide open as they saw Alian. Their eyes of shock then turned into a fierce glare. Why did you gag them? They've been spitting. A lot. Harker answered helplessly. How does it feel to be a subordinate, Dad? Alian laughed happily and disrespectfully. Just tell your boss I handled his parents with care. Right now, Lynn's my boss. Lynn finally entered the room. Hi, Uncle Chris, Aunt Grace, Why are they gagged? Lind then turned to Harker and frowned. Harker could only sigh helplessly. Lind removed the gags from the two. Lind, what's going on? Long story, Uncle Chris. Let's just wait for Meryl and my parents to arrive. Lind smiled. For the meantime, can you not shoot my subordinates? Subordinates? Chris and Grace echoed. Yeah. I know you and Mr. Cipral has had a lot of history together, but they're kind of like my subordinates for the time being. Well, actually, Zeke's their boss. But right now, they're tasked to complete some stuff and I have to keep an eye on them. You mean, he's working for you? Chris answered with disbelief. Yeah. Oh, I know. How about this? Mr. Cipral, please call me Uncle. Harker stood there silent. Alian gave a light laugh. Uncle? Chris gave a strange expression. Well, he's kind of like a well-known general, right? Right now, some treat him as a hero. What if he calls me Uncle? Wouldn't that prove my point? Lind smiled innocently. The soldiers around them gave a curious look at what would happen. UNC, Uncle, Harker hesitantly spoke. I think you need to do it more respectfully. Lind evaluated. Harker gave a soft growl. Uncle Lind, Harker voiced out. Something's missing. Alian spoke before Lind could even react. Harker glared at her daughter. Do it with a respectful expression, and kneel down while saying Uncle Lind. In fact, let's make it His Great Highness Uncle Lind. Also, give a knight-styled sword salute. Alian smiled. I don't think that would be. Just make him do it, Lind. Alian commanded. All right, Mr. Cipral, if you will. Harker was fuming with rage, but gripped his fist and gave a respectful bow and patted his chest 3 times. His Great Highness Uncle Lind. Harker bowed. Chris and Grace stared with a bewildered expression. Yeah. Lind smiled embarrassedly. I hope that convinces you guys. Lind smiled and looked at Chris and Grace. Make him cluck like a chicken and flap his arms, Grace suggested. Grace, Chris scolded. Grace gave an embarrassed look. Make him do that, topless. Chris then added seriously. Lind was surprised but saw the serious stares of Seeker's parents. Lind gave a helpless smile. Wait, why am I bringing it up to you? You said Zeke's his boss, right? Well, as Zeke's father, aren't I half his boss? So do what I say, Harker. Chris declared loudly. Harker cursed silently. Sorry, Mr. Cipral. I mean, you've got to pay for your sins one way or the other, right? That day, malicious and insidious deeds were made. Harker lost all forms of dignity as a general. In fact, his dignity as a human crumbled right before the eyes of his own soldiers. The tyrannical couple took their sweet time and started with making Harker do the hokey-pokey with other soldiers. As for the other deeds, even Alian and Lind would never know as they walked out of the room in embarrassment. Harker died that day, and out of Harker's broken self-esteem rose the path which Harker would later master, shameless audacity. While Harker did unspeakable tasks that would put the 12 labors of Hercules into mere child's play, a submarine was headed towards the edges of Australia's area of responsibility. Arthur was seated patiently. He was wearing a dark synthetic outfit. Are you guys ready? Arthur turned to a group of 12. There were teens and adults among the group, and the group was evenly divided among the 2 genders. This is crazy, Arthie. Meryl sighed as entered the room. No, it's not. A week's worth of training, and the fact that they've been taking Charles' experimental drugs. This should be enough for these 12 to sabotage Australia from the inside. Not that. I mean the fact that we have to ride a missile and jump right before these missiles bomb the base. That won't be a problem. Arthur took one more glance at the 12 disciples. Each of the 12 had a deep hatred for what Australia has done to them. Even at the cost of their lives, they didn't have any problems with this mission. Meryl gave a light sigh, then turned to the 12. All right, class. This is going to be your final exam. We'll only help you up to the initial battle. How you infiltrate Australia will be up to you. I hope that you all will make it out alive. Chapter 80. Re-entering Australia. The continuing political battles against Australia continued. Yet another day has passed without any attacks. Talks about releasing Australian citizens that came from other countries continued, but were met with sharp rebuttals from Australia. The world governing powers still held a strong stance against cyber abominations and the reuse of weapons of mass destruction. Wars have come and gone, but the moment we allow ourselves to act on these depravities, then we can simply kiss the world goodbye. Australia, should you show any hint of cyber abominations against any foreigners, be it from Pangaea or other nations, we will allow nations to use weapons of mass destruction against you. The Supreme Judge declared righteously. But if any nation uses any forms of weapons of mass destruction, then the world governing powers have all agreed that that nation's immunity towards weapons of mass destruction will be revoked. Australia or any other nations may use weapons of mass destruction against it, the judge continued. A great clamor erupted in the room as several representatives argued on the immediate resolution. Australian representatives all was silent, but they knew this was the best possible course of action. They could continue the war without fearing attacks utilizing weapons of mass destruction. Looks like the war is going to continue for a long time. Chris sighed. Seated next to him was another couple. The tall man and woman stood nearby and kept looking at the doors at the far end of the wide room they were in. Where is my daughter? Why were we asked to wait here? He spoke with a strict voice. Mr. Stevenson Mikado, I know that you're getting impatient, but I'm sure your daughter's fine. Grace gave a kind remark as she urged this short and unhappy man back to her seat. I'm sorry. Is something wrong? Grace then turned towards the wife of Stevenson. Jade Mikado, you've been staring at me for quite some time. It's nothing. It's just, we're in this military base, and you two seem so calm. Oh, that's because something impossible was shown to us. But this was all to our advantage, so we're not worried. Chris gave a light smile, but his melancholic eyes continued to look deeply towards Jade's. Boo, what, you still won't tell us what's going on? A happy and playful voice spoke behind the couple who had intense gazes. The two couples barely managed to hide their frown and turned towards the last couple with them. Peter's Indigo and his ever-faithful and somewhat deranged wife, Linda Indigo. My, what's with your gazes? You two should know that I am the one who should be the most the concern in this troublesome situation. Peters laughed as he gave a meaningful glance at the two couples. The two couples gave a surprised look, as if something sparked as Peters spoke. The atmosphere then became tense. Harker here. Harker spoke through the speakers. Thank you for waiting. I'm sure you must be wondering why I've asked you to wait in that large room. Now is the time to find out. You must have noticed the 3 crates just below the television. Please open it. The code is 5-7-3-1. Harker stopped speaking as the group went for the large crates. There were 3 crates prepared, so each couple went over a crate. They gave a careful glance at each other before they typed the codes together. A clicking sound was heard, and the 3 couples opened the boxes as if they were in sync. Inside the crates were several guns, submachine guns, rifles, handguns, and large knives. The 3 were surprised at the sight. The door at the far end of the empty room opened as 3 individuals walked in. They wore a black mask and each held a particular weapon. The man on the left carried a large axe that was probably longer than himself. The woman at the center held a pair of handguns, while the tall man at the right held an obscenely large gun. The man at the right immediately aimed his gun at the couples. This is bad. Chris immediately reacted and immediately took out a gun on the crate. Grace did so likewise, as well as the other couples. Just when they had taken out a gun, the tall man immediately shot a single round using the big gun's grenade launcher. The couples panicked and evaded the blast. Peters was the first to react. Screw it. He then opened fire and shot several rounds using the submachine gun he managed to acquire. The tall man easily avoided all the attacks. Amazing. I couldn't believe it. Arthur was right. A familiar voice sounded from the tall man. Lind. Peters spoke in shock. Lind shot the grenade launcher to explode a few meters from their location. But the quick reactions of his own father revealed the truth of Arthur's previous revelation. Lind took out his mask. Dad, you're really a former mercenary? Lind had an awestruck look at his dad. The other couples already held their weapons and were aiming at the enemy, but then stopped at the sudden development. Lind Peters? Stevenson was shocked at the revelation. Hi, Uncle Stevenson. Lind gave a happy greeting. I guess Arthur was right, and you should be part of the East Asian Alliance intelligence. Lind smiled and then readied another round. But before he could shoot, bang, 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 Chris shot several rounds on the ground just a few inches away from where the 3 stood. And finally, the worst of the lot, Allian smiled. Chris and Grace Carlean, Pangaean operatives. But the 2 of you are actually double-agent spies from the Americas, right? Allian then readied her gun. You know what to do. We're dealing with experts here. Vamp up the training and release the strongest pressure you have, Alion ordered as the trio continued to walk closer towards the group. The group gave a wary look at each other. Although Stevenson knew of Chris and Grace's true identity, as well as the dark history of the feared mercenaries pair that wreaked havoc in SBU's history, he did not expect that his own cover was blown. Facing such a complicated scenario, Stevenson threw his gun on the ground. If you know our identities, then I surrender. I'll tell you everything if you promise that my daughter is safe. Stevenson gave a serious stare at Alion. Bang, bang. With 2 gunshots, the weapon that Stevenson threw on the ground flew back up to him. Nice shot, Alion commended Lind. Don't worry, Uncle Stevenson. Meryl's with Arthur. Unlike Zeke, Arthur's very careful and thoughtful, so you can be sure that she's not doing anything crazy. Sorry, Mom. Dad, I'll have to be a little rough on you. Lind smiled as his pace started getting faster. Wait, where's my daughter? I just want to know if she's safe. Like I said, Uncle, she's in good hands. Don't worry about her. I'm sure she's enjoying the ocean breeze right now. Worry about yourself. A tremendously strong pressure filled the room. Meanwhile, on the dark depths of the ocean, a submarine slowly submerged. All right, guys, time to ride our rockets to Australia, Meryl shouted happily. She had already adjusted herself from the pitch-black environment of the sea. The moon and stars shone poorly that night, perfect for their operation. Arthi, explain. The long-ranged missiles have been modified in which we should be able to hang on to these parts. The rockets will be traveling at intense speeds, so expect to withstand up to 8 G-force. That's nothing that we can't handle, though. At my signal, we are to abandon our missiles and glide towards the base. Our target is to disable the defense of the base. Kill everyone silently and disable whatever defense system you can. That is all. The team walked out of the submerged submarine and waited for the countdown. It's still not too late to stop this crazy plan, sire. Admiral Ramsden Audenweiss gave a last plea. Stop calling me Sire, Ramsden. You're no longer our family butler. Be it as it may, sire, I still find myself to be blamed for what happened to your sister. I cannot stand to see another one of Master's sons to be lost in meaningless combat. It's no longer meaningless, Ramsden. And don't worry, Dad's looking for my sister now. We should be able to get her safety. You have your orders. As you wish, sire. Admiral, launching will shortly begin. Please come back inside. The Admiral slowly walked towards the entrance and gave one last look towards his young master. Fire the lightning rods, Admiral ordered. Further out from the borders of Australia's area of responsibility, the floating fortress Churchill acted. Several long-range launchers aimed for Australia and fired several rounds of rockets. The rockets flew high up on the atmosphere and slowly it aimed down. Up on the stratosphere, these rockets unloaded their package using magnetic technology. Large bars of steel rods flew down to the earth from the great heights of heaven. As it reached the Australian base, the enigmatic magnetic field acted as bolts of lightning arced and struck these large rods. But the rods weren't explosives and simply withstood the electric bolts and crashed on the base. Boom! The earth shook as these megaton metals planted itself on the different parts of the base. Admiral Ramsden Audenweiss gazes at the video feeds and smirked. You think you're the only one who has grown since the last war, Australia? It's time to fight fire with fire. Meryl and Arthur watched the feeds outside the submarine using a small square device. What's that metal? It didn't seem to do anything on the base except create a few holes. Meryl had a confused expression. Wait for it. While Australia utilized alien technology to reach this far, the other countries had also used the time to perfect their sciences. And a powerful nation such as New Great Britain isn't something to be ignored. They are probably the only nation who could dismantle Australia's EMF. You mean those metals will keep the EMF busy? No, that's not it. It's ironic, actually. This technology of theirs. After all these years and all their breakthrough, they went back to one science which they've been famous for in science fiction. Dr. Frankenstein's eccentric answer to awakening his monster. The lightning rod. The pods which held and fired the large metal rods then started to spark an electric charge. The electric current raged out as these pods slowly fell towards the ground. Then it happened. A large lightning blast arced from the sky and rocked these heavy metals. Boom! A net of electric arcs filled the entire base. Electric arcs continued to dance, striking every form of metal and incinerating unguarded soldiers outside. The war between the EMF reddish lightning fought against the blue lightning arcs from the lightning rod and resulted in chaos. Soon the reddish lightning arcs disappeared. Another set of large metals fell onto the base, and a few seconds later, lightning strikes rained upon the base once more. The arcs of electricity were more chaotic as more lightning rods protruded from the ground. The missions ago, Arthur spoke as he readied to jump. The EMF was no longer activated at the second volley of lightning rods. The submarine launched several torpedoes which then vaulted upwards and broke out of the water. Arthur immediately jumped and positioned himself at the provided gaps and handles of the large rising rocket. Soon the volley of rockets broke through the waters as the rest of the teams followed. The submarine launched a total of 23 rockets which flew to the sky. "Wee-hoo!" Meryl shouted excitedly as she was lifted high above the dark sea. It wasn't long before the base was on site. Several anti-air turrets were still functional and shot several rounds towards the sky. "You sure you got this, Arthur?" Meryl shouted loudly on her comm device. Arthur did not answer, but simply pulled out 2 rifles prepared for this anti-air opposition. Chapter 81. The Parents' Allegiances. 2 long rifles were inserted into a slot on Arthur's missile. Ensuring that the locks that held him on the missiles were securely fastened, Arthur then used his rifles to aim. Just then, the burst of speed that the rockets they were riding started to slow down. With the last adjustments on the missiles, position and aims were performed by the missiles. The bursting flares that propelled these missiles started to die out, and the rockets then continued to a free-falling motion. The missiles glided and started free-falling towards the base. Why did it die out? Meryl panicked. These missiles are equipped with anti-heat-seeking capability. They are designed to glide towards its target. Arthur calmly replied as he aimed for the approaching anti-air rockets. However, even without the heat source, the Arbiter rockets continued to fly towards the sky. Despite the disappearing heat signals, it continued to fly towards the missiles that Arthur and his team rode. Why does it look like those rockets still know where we are? Meryl wondered. Australian technology. If I had to guess, it's using magnetic technology to guide the rockets. Anyway, we've come prepared. Bang, bang. 2 shots were fired, and the powerful railgun which destroyed 2 anti-air rockets reaching for the missiles. The rockets exploded and destroyed the nearby rockets as well. Arthur continued to shoot the rockets as they glided through the air. Using instant calculation, Arthur determined that the remaining anti-air rockets would not be able to intercept the free-falling missiles. The missiles which Arthur and his team rode glided past the Arbiter rockets. The remaining Arbiter rockets then broke into many pieces and created a shield of the explosion which destroyed the other missiles that were launched. "Detach now," Arthur ordered. The team immediately unfastened the belt which they attached to the rocket, kicked off the gliding rocket. Glider wings immediately appeared as they extended their arms. Like flying squirrels, the team glided slower compared to the missiles. A second after they jumped off the missiles, the boosters reignited and the missiles flew towards the different locations of the military base. Boom, boom, boom. Alas, Australia's anti-air defense was prepared. Since the first attack, the layers of air defenses had been enabled. Most of the missiles exploded before it could even hit the ground. The shockwaves tore the skies above the base, and in the chaos of the explosions, 2 missiles managed to bypass the air defenses and finally managed to touch down. Boom, boom. 2 large explosions rocked the eastern and southern part of the base. The lightning strikes finally ceased as the wave of lightnings that arced through the area faded. The soldiers finally made their appearances. Jet-powered exoskeletons flew to the sky, and several infantries also made its appearance. Meanwhile, in the shroud of darkness and the distraction of the explosions and lightnings, no one could imagine that 14 soldiers had infiltrated their base. Another wave of lightning rods was approaching the base, but the anti-air defenses managed to attack it while the EMF only attacked approaching missiles. And that's the gist of it, Lind finally breathed out. It was a long story that he told. Luckily, his audience had no strength to ask any questions with their current state. Their shock also made them hold their silence. The 3 couples were lying flat on hospital beds as several nurses and medics treated them. Their condition was bad. They all had gunshot wounds, several gashes, and even stab wounds. Although they weren't critically injured, they looked like they just survived a war zone. "So my daughter, is currently training 12 of these unlocked by accompanying them in attacking Australia? Stevenson was the first to react from the long tail. Sir, it's on the news. A soldier arrived in and reported. Harker simply nodded and immediately signaled for the television to be turned on. Following the rejected demands of New Great Britain, General Audenvice has acted once more and attacked the military base on Lower Tresk. Several long-range missiles were fired, and an ongoing skirmish is taking place in the eastern seas of Australia. Pangean military personnel who were monitoring the area noted that several lightning strikes occurred on the base. A female reporter spoke as several images and a short video was shown of the lightning strikes. Experts claim that these lightning strikes damaged the base and should be a new technology developed by New Great Britain. It's clear that war is on the mind of every nation. Australia has revealed its aces and managed to push back the battle. But it looks like New Great Britain has a few tricks of their own. A short fat man with a thick accent spoke on television. His title appeared and identified the new face as General Pimminton, a Malay Pangean general. So do you think Australia will lose this war? A reporter asked. It's hard to say. We haven't seen the full extent of their technology. What's curious is why did New Great Britain unveil this new technology? No other nation has yet to reveal their aces yet as early as now, but New Great Britain already did. General Pimminton frowned as he spoke. There was clear distrust and wonder in his eyes. The new continued to relay the information about the sudden battle, but Stevenson paid no further attention to it. So my daughter's taking part in the battle? Beep. A comm device suddenly alerted as Lind immediately took it out to check. Yep. Looks like they've completed their mission and is swimming back to the submarine. The stares of the couple were numb at this point. Such information brought them to a state of not knowing how to react. It wasn't long since they fought 3 young kids who turned their world upside down. The moments that they thought they would die exceeded the total amount they experienced in their lifetime. Now on to the reason why we all called you here. Alian finally spoke. We need you to betray whatever organizations you're working for and pledge your allegiance to our cause. Right now, this is the only organization worth fighting for. Your sons and daughter are already fighting it. This information cannot reach the organizations you're working at. Do you understand? Peters gave a loud sigh. Well, having my ass handed down to me by my own son sure is refreshing. We're mercs. We don't have work for anyone. We went to this country to retire. Looks like we can't retire just yet, Linda. Peters laughed. Lynn Peters. Just know that I'll be sure to get back at you. Linda gave a strong glare towards her own son. Lynn sighed seeing that look. It wasn't how she used to look at him, but before Lynn's emotions could affect him. But I'm proud of you, son. Linda smiled. You even managed to top the daughter of this strict Chinese man. But just promise me you won't ever kill yourself trying to save that coward son. If you already did in that future, then don't in this timeline. Linda laughed as she pointed at Chris. Stevenson and Chris gave a ferocious glare at Linda. Haha, that's right. How you like me now, detective? Peters mocked. If what you said is true, then it's only obvious that we would follow you. Our assignment to Phil Pangea also acted as my retirement. Stevenson spoke coldly. I would love to help my son out, but it's not that simple. They know I met with you, Harker. Chris spoke gravely. It's all right. It's part of our plan. We will be headed for China. I want you 3 to act as a distracting entity to add more mystery for our upcoming fight. Alian spoke. Arthur's plan is to use your identities to draw attention to whatever secret agency that's watching you. If the 3 of you suddenly decide to go for one China, then it might mislead the Aragarians into thinking that what this is simply a battle in the underworld. You are to head back to your respective organization and act as if you've uncovered something between my organization and Meng's, Harker concluded. I see. You're using our identities to make this operation known, so that it won't be something suspicious to our alien residents, Chris concluded. Hiding something by putting it in plain sight. Impressive. Stevenson summarized. How is Zeke's condition? Grace finally asked and gave a glare to her husband. Honey, relax. Look, Lynn's like his best friend and he's not worried. Right, Lind? Chris turned to Lind. Don't worry, Aunt Grace. Zeke's just preparing himself. Charles confirmed that his status is already stable and should awaken within a week or so. Grace sighed in relief. You said my daughter's changed. How? Jade spoke for the first time. Peters laughed. So you know how to speak after all? Lind. Jade asked, firmly ignoring Peter's and Linda's laughs. You have to see it for yourself. She'll be waiting in China. Lind smiled. Looking at the two strict parents of Meryl, Lind offered a silent prayer for Arthur. What about Richie? Grace spoke once more. Me and my husband met that man by chance. It's hard for me to believe that he might lose against Meng. Grace spoke once more. Arthur told me that Richie needs to master Peals of Thunder. Otherwise, we would all die in this battle. Lind casually answered. Then why are you so calm? Zeke already went to the trouble of fixing it. It should be fine. Lind smiled. Even Alion could not help but smirk at Lind's confident answer. Far, far away from the Pangean military base where Lind was, a thin man with a bandaged leg silently sat at the church seats. The service had already ended, and the pastor was met with a group of people who would thank the pastor for the sermon. The thin man calmly waited for the pastor to finish his greetings and started to retreat out the back. The thin man then moved. His steps weren't fast, but it was clear that his wounds were no longer an issue. The thin man traveled through the backstage of the large church's pulpit and then reached the outside of the building. A pathway led towards the home of this pastor. People would come and go as they pleased, so seeing this thin, bandaged man didn't alarm the residents of the house. I'm here to see the pastor, the thin man asked a young boy who was just exiting the house. Oh, follow this pathway and turn right to a little house. That's my dad's office. The young man answered respectfully. Thanks. The thin man answered and went towards the small house. The thin man didn't even knock, but simply opened the door. The pastor gave a curious look at the man but kept silent. The thin man walked and sat on the chair. His posture was neither arrogant or respectful but had a casual aura. Hope you don't mind. I'm Richie. Richie smiled at the pastor. Calvin Luther Eagle. You can call me Cal. The pastor smiled respectfully. I was hoping you wouldn't visit me. I'm curious why you did, though. Eagle spoke as he stood up and went for the refrigerator. I don't drink, but feel free to do so. Eagle then tossed a bottle of beer towards Richie. Oh my, pastor. If you don't drink, then why did you have a bottle of beer in your fridge? Obviously, I noticed you and asked my wife to buy some for you guys. Eagle shrugged and sat down. Now to what do I owe the pleasure? Eagle then gave a slightly serious stare. This. It was a simple word, but the glasses around the house started to shake. Any more, and it would have broken. Impressive. Eagle nodded. If it is, then why aren't you affected by it? Slightly weak. I've seen and experienced worse. Eagle gave an honest reply. He was not arrogant in his bearing, but someone who looked like he was ashamed of what he just said. I see. It looks like that little kid Seeker was right. Now on to business. Richie then leaned forward. His eyes stared deep into the mysterious entity before him. Chapter 82. The Reformer. In conclusion, this drug is a preliminary drug that I've developed to help people reach the unlocking up to unbecoming advent. I've been developing this based on my cells. I figured that if I use Seekers or any other, then the effects would be too drastic and could kill a person. So I used myself and Alion as the base. At Arthur's request, Cliff's data has been scrapped as his potential seems to exceed surmounting unbecoming. Charles spoke calmly. On the screen was him in one of his doctor attire, a coat that he hasn't worn for quite some time. But you still haven't answered my question. Why are my parents in pain? Lind shouted angrily. Charles laughed. Relax. It's part of the process. Remember what we've been through? We never had that. You did. You just didn't notice it. Seeker has been slowly building your physical capabilities, remember? You kept training till your body was sore, and we were exposed to those hellish training. The stress that our minds and bodies experienced slowly piled up until we reached it. What you taught was simply sore muscles from your workouts were actually the changing cells of your body brought about by his training. So why are my dad and mom screaming in pain? Lynn demanded once more. Imagine all that stress being compressed as one big ball. Charles motioned swiftly as if trying to compress as something, and then placed in a pill. And have your parents eat that pill. All the stress that should have slowly changed your body suddenly happens and explodes. Wouldn't that be painful? Then why did you make them take it? Lind growled. Don't worry. They won't die. They're mercs. They must have had the necessary physical training and all that. They can handle that stress. I've already tested it on these three, and look how happy they are. Charles laughed as he pointed to the three. The Alacaster sisters, as well as Eric, gave a happy wave. Of course they'd be happy. They're programmed slaves. Lind could only grumble. Depending on the progress of their unlocking, they will either experience pain or have no effect at all. Did Cliff take it? Cliff was in excruciating pain. The airplane didn't have bidets on their toilets, and he was forced to use toilet papers. It was unnatural for him knowing that bits and pieces of his own excrement would be meeting his underwear gave him a restless mood as he sat down his seat. What? Cliff asked, irritably noticing Lynn's stare. Lynn turned back to his visual pad and gave a frustrated stare at Charles. Don't worry about your parents, Lynn. They've been through harsher pain than this. Anyways, I'm really busy right now. With the data you and Zeke's been giving us, we are constantly improving the possibility of a drug that can boost a person's potential. See ya. Charles immediately disconnected the call. Lynn sighed and rushed back to the hangar of the large military plane and went to visit his parent, who was still squirming uncontrollably in a small pod prepared for each of them. What did he say? Alian playfully asked. He says it's normal, Lynn grumbled. Oh, come here you. Alian went and gave Lynn a tight hug. Lynn blushed to the extremes. Anyways, we should be approaching the Tatsalok soon. Let's get into position. We can't be seen. The large plane approached Pangaea's version of the floating fortress. A large triangle-shaped ship could be seen floating in the middle of the vast ocean. Like the F.F. Churchill, the entire ship spanned several kilometers wide. Tatsalok Agonaldo in sight. A soldier reported to Harker. Get in position, he told the group. Unlike New Great Britain's Fifth Fleet, the Phil-Pangaean fleet was located further north, just outside the area of responsibility of One China. The Tatsalok Agonaldo became the favored location for several countries to meet and solidify a possible alliance against the Australians. As Pangaea was generally neutral in its stance against New Great Britain and One China, it was the only nation that was deemed as safe for several enemies to meet at. General Harker walked down the plane and saluted the Pangaean generals who waited for him. Well, if it isn't the troublemaker. A general frowned at the sight of Harker. Pandaris, nice to see you again, Harker answered coldly. The other generals could only sigh at the sight of these two bickering. Who knew how many died in the secret battles between these two? I should have you arrested for what you did, but I guess the death of your daughter's enough. Pandaris laughed happily. Harker frowned, and with a speed that far surpassed a normal human's, he implanted his left fist deep into the abdomen of Pandaris. Pandaris flew back a few feet and tumbled down, vomiting blood and spit. Pandaras's reaction was swift. He reached for his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Harker stomped forcefully at his forearms. The sound of the bones breaking could be heard as Pandaris' pain screamed, seemed to overpower the sounds of helicopters and planes landing. The other general finally managed to react and tried to separate the two, but Harker had already moved with amazing speed and calmness as he walked towards the main buildings. I'm not in the mood for your games, Pandaris. Talk like that again and I'll break your jaw, Harker answered coldly as we continued walking. The scene petrified the other generals and the surrounding soldiers. Not even Pandaris' own men dared to point their gun at a general. As the delegates from other nations started arriving, two particular groups immediately went and paid their respects to the heroic actions of Harker Cipral. One China's delegates, as well as New Great Britain's, paid a visit to the general. As the delegations arrived and spoke with Harker on his office, another meeting was occurring. Arthur, Meryl. Lind rushed towards Meryl and gave her a tight hug. Alian couldn't help but clench her fingers as Lind hugged his best friend, who recently turned into a divine angel. Oh, hi Christine. Lind gave a shy smile. Christine returned a smile back, after which she returned to a tired and exhausted stupor. Lohengrin walked behind Christine with the same exhausted look. What happened to them? Alian wondered. They took Charles' drug, so they're a little nauseated. Arthur responded flatly. All right, everyone, get ready. We are about to leave. Our guide to One China should be arriving shortly, Arthur ordered, without caring for the state of everyone who just settled down. How do we get to One China without leaving a trail? Alian asked immediately. My father already made the preparations. Several soldiers from the delegates of One China are actually assassins. They've made the preparations, and we should be able to sneak into the plane without notice. Assassins? Friends of your father? No. These are Meng's subordinates. What? Arthi, how did you pull that off? Remember Seeker's little gift to Ming? Ming promised my father that he'd help him out once for the gift. My father told him to help me sneak into one China without detection. Nutterballs. So we're asking our enemies to help us get to them? They should probably bring us to one of their bases and treat us like VIPs. Once that happens, we wait for Richie to make his move. I wonder if Richie's managed to perfect Peals of Thunder? Seeker should be right. He wouldn't risk this. We could die after all. I don't know. Zeke's made quite a lot of messed up decision. Lynn sighed. What if Eagle is far stronger than Richie and Richie dies at the hands of this overcomer? Die? Why would he die? Did you think Seeker sent Richie to fight Eagle? Lohengrin spoke in an annoyed tone. Sebastian, not everyone has your wisdom, Allian reminded. Lohengrin sighed. All right. I'm sorry. That med's got me all cranky. Why would Seeker have him face another overcomer? That's just stupid. Eagle wasn't meant to serve as a training ground for Richie. In fact, if Richie dares to fight Eagle, he'd be dead for sure. Then what's Eagle for? Meryl couldn't help but ask. The only reasonable answer is that Eagle is the reason why Seeker valued Harker. Arthur began. Inside the room of Pastor Calvin Luther Eagle, and then I realized I was a lonely man. Richie sobbed as he poured his heart out. The world's deadliest assassin sobbed for the first time in his entire cold and cruel life. Praise God. Realizations are the path to growth. You can't heal a wound by saying it's not there. Jeremiah 6 verse 14. I'm glad that my sermon has inspired you. Eagle comforted. Richie continued to cry his heart out. The years of anguish, of paranoia, of fear, all the shackles which bounded Richie all shattered at the immense kindness of the man before him. His words broke through the thick carapace which numbed Richie's heart. Your voice, it commands great power. You are right in thinking that it draws its strength in your own confidence. But the truth is, you aren't that confident. You are afraid, and so you hide in isolation. But should you break free from those chains and find the courage to enjoy the fellowship of the brethren, then your confidence will also shoot up. Are you willing to call me friend, O lone assassin? Eagle challenged as he had just done countless times in the altar. I am. Richie's voice was firm. It wasn't loud, but it was powerful. The moment he said those words, a powerful shockwave enveloped the room. Eagle managed to brace himself and withstood the impact, but everything else shook and was thrown away. The crystals, mirrors, and glasses nearby all started cracking at the tremendous force. Even Richie was surprised at the sudden changes. I'm sorry. Richie immediately apologized. No need. I have seen a miracle today. This is the miracle of John 18 verse 6. I am happy to have served you. Eagle smiled. Go in peace. I feel that the purpose of your visit has been fulfilled. It has. Thank you, Pastor. I feel that we will meet someday. That kid should allow our roads to cross once more. Until then, I'll be happily watching your sermons online. Richie respectfully answered. Oh, what about your friend? He wasn't planning on seeing me? Truth be told, if he was the one who met me, then I'm not sure what I would do. Eagle laughed. There was someone else? I came here alone. Oh, looks like he was just here to watch. I can stay here if you want, Richie offered. No, since my God has granted you victory, let your mission not be delayed. Besides, I don't think that mathematician has any untoward intention. Eagle rubbed his chin. Lennox? He was here? Richie was surprised, and he continued to ponder this meaning. I think you're right. If he was planning to hurt you, my instincts would have warned me about it. Richie mumbled. Go. I shall pray for your success in overcoming the last chains that bind your heart. Eagle smiled confidently. Richie said no more. He stood up and walked out of the room. He looked back and could not help but feel thankful to the young man who made him meet Eagle. What a powerful person. No wonder my instincts were warning me not to mess with that man. Now I'm even his friend, Richie mumbled to himself as he started walking out of the residence. Richie then recalled Eagle's words. As Richie reached the outskirts of Eagle's residences, he looked at the distances and knew he was being watched. Lennox, don't mess with him, or you'll have to face me as well, Richie growled. The overcomer's voice wasn't a loud shout, but an invisible force moved from where he stood and shot at the roof of a nearby mid-rise building. Lennox was observing what had transpired. He took several steps back as whip-like sound zoomed past his body, accompanied by Richie's words. Interesting. Lennox spoke calmly, unaffected by the terror that should have sent any man kneeling in fear. He removed his cracked glasses and started to walk away. Chapter 83. Special Packages. A young wounded boy followed the various soldiers who were leading the people away from the war. The sudden attacks of New Great Britain had threatened the nearby city. The war slowly dragged towards the city, and New Great Britain's forces had finally conquered the base. The evacuation occurred immediately, and the soldiers were escorting the civilians out. Thanks to the pacts and agreements set by the world governing powers, it was possible for these civilians to make their retreats without facing the attacks from the enemy. Looks like this is where we part ways. A tall man followed the boy. Remember your assignments. Let's show these heathens the wrath of God. The young boy spoke seriously. 11 refugees nodded and slowly went their separate ways. On the Tatsalak Agonaldo, the meeting of the generals of several nations finally ended. General Liu, Harker called out as one China's general was about to disappear on the various exits of the hall. Harker, the young general noticed. I have a bold proposal. You probably have heard the intel that I'm the leader of an underworld organization based in Philpangaea. That information is correct. The simple sentence shocked General Liu. However, at the death of my daughter, I realized how things were wrong for me. Right now, my priority is the destruction of Australia. I have sold all the information regarding my organization to 2 groups of Foreign Intelligence Service. Your country can benefit from this. All you have to do is allow 6 people to board your plane. Let's talk somewhere else. The general responded. The details that Harker spoke off were extremely terrifying. The pair walked towards Harker's office. General Liu sat down on his seat and got straight to business. A bold proposal you have, Harker. The things you just said could get you killed. So if you are willing to risk this much just to inform me, you're either crazy or confident of my trustworthiness. Who are these people and what is their purpose? I'm simply resolved, General. These people are American double agents who now reside in Pangaea, an Eastern Alliance spy, and 2 extremely skilled mercenaries from the SBU. Oh, that's quite a diverse group. Not to mention they are all our enemies. Why are you bringing one China into this little gathering of yours? And if this is for revenge, why aren't you joining the trip? This mission is a great opportunity for one China, General. You let these groups in, they might be able to give you data on Ming the Dragon. And possibly his technology. A surprised look surfaced on General Liu's face. Why would you and those countries want to mess with Ming? His technology, of course. The unmatched and strong warriors he has are unfathomable. Has your flood dragons ever been a match for Ming's assassins? It's clear that he must have some human experiments that could provide biological improvements that enhance the human body. It's all pure conjecture. We have yet to confirm if Ming really holds such sciences. That's why you send these 3. I don't care for the benefits as long as Australia burns. If it's true that Ming holds such technology, then your country stands to benefit from the discoveries made by these groups. If they fail, you cannot be blamed. The fault will fall on either America, the Eastern Asian Alliance, or the SBU. General Liu silently considered Harker's words. Then why have you not risked yourself, General? Why would Pangaea not take part in this mission? General Liu gave a scrutinizing glare at Harker. Harker laughed. Haven't you just seen my country stand in this war? This isn't a Pangaean operation, General. It is a Harker initiative. I gathered those groups and I offered them the plans and sold the information I have regarding Ming. As a part of the underworld, I also gave them a lot of information on a lot of things. Harker smiled. General Liu could not help but feel fear in his heart. Was it possible that Harker knew of his own secrets? As for my personal involvement in this, it's simple. This plan is not foolproof. What if it fails? What if Ming doesn't have the technology? This could reveal my connections to the underworld. And if Pangaea finds out about it, my days as general is over. And I ask you, if I lose my position, who can assure me that Australia will fall? Harker questioned with eyes burning with fanatic passion. General Liu could not help but pity the man. So behind this cold general's treatment towards his own daughter was actually a doting father who simply gave her daughter tough love. I will contact my immediate supervisors. I'll tell them of the 6 new members. Have them board my plane. Oh, you don't need their approval? They trust me. and I don't need to worry. I feel that I can trust you as well." General Liu stood up and immediately left. Parker coldly watched as the general left. When the doors were finally shut, Parker finally sighed. Parker took his phone and immediately dialed a number. "You're good to go. Meng's assassin should soon meet with your team. Good luck. And Alian, come back alive." Parker coldly spoke. Alian didn't even respond, but simply ended the call. However, she had an unusual smile on her face.
Strange.
She muttered under her breath. "The mission's a go. Meng's assassins should be here soon." "All right, one special package to Meng coming up." Meryl laughed. "It's your time to shine." Arthur glanced at the groggy couples. "What happened?" Chris complained. "Sorry, Uncle Chris. I had to knock you all out. And we gave you some drugs. You should take this time to get used to your new strength." "What?" Chris wondered as he tried to compose himself from the groggy sensation. "Meryl." Jade ran towards her daughter and hugged her tight. Stevenson followed and gave a hug as well. "Mom, Dad, not in front of my friends. And aren't you an Eastern Alliance spy? You should have more bearing and calm composure." Meryl gave an embarrassed cry as her mother and father hugged her tight. "I'm just glad you're safe. You're not mad that we lied to you? Save it for later. We have more pressing issues at hand." Arthur spoke. "Where are we?" Stevenson asked. "The Tatsalok Agonaldo." "Hey, I know you. That famous piercing esport player." Peters laughed. "You know that there's a big bounty for your old man. The strange thing is, there was a bounty for you, but then an explicit order came out not to touch you. We'll have time for all unnecessary talks later. In a few minutes, you will be boarding a plane headed for One China. At this point, if you fail to follow my instructions, you will die." Arthur spoke emotionlessly. "You all are now going to play the part as representatives of each of your organizations. Indigos, you're working for the SBU. Each of you will pretend to be in a joint operation to infiltrate and steal Meng's technology. So basically, if we don't play along with all this, you'll kill us?" "No, China would. Besides, screw up and your daughter would die." "Well, probably die," Arthur added as he felt Meryl's scorned stare. "The files are here in this papers. Read it and live up to it." Arthur handed the group a set of files. The group gave a casual glance and terror was seen on the eyes of Chris and Stevenson. "My God, this could lead to a world war. This is crazy," Chris cried as he read the files. "Don't worry, Uncle Chris." Lynn laughed. "They know what they're doing. Arthur's very smart and Lohengrin's just as amazing. I'm sure they have a well-thought plan in all of this. By the way, how did you guys infiltrate Australia?" "We rode a long-range missile and glided our way into Australia's territory. It was fun. Kinda scary on the last part, though. We had to jump off before the missiles blew up the base," Meryl announced in glee. "Rode a missile?" Jade paled at hearing her daughter's description. "Enough. We'll have more of that later. Read the files now. Carleans, please follow me to the next room." Arthur immediately strode as they made their way. "So, how was the training?" Lind asked, trying to change the subject. "They're really impressive." Seeker was right. "Those kids that we rescued in Malay Pangaea were monsters. They probably could reach Inhuman Proficient or more." "What about you?" Cliff started training his old gang. "They're quite slow. I'm guessing only up to Unbecoming Proficient unless Charles improves his drugs. So far, no ranked heroes." "You guys are crazy. You've been constantly exposed to people who were strong. Your standards are too high." Charles Lindmit, a soldier who managed to provide great advances in the field of medicine. That speaks of his capacity in intellect and strength. Alian Ciprel, a girl born and raised in the clashes of the underworld. It's only expected that they reach at least surmounting Inhuman. Lohengrin complained. "Take a chill pill, will ya?" Meryl frowned. "Is it any better than the previous pill you gave me?" Lohengrin growled. Alian laughed. "In any case, Sebastian's right. You've been around strong people. Considering your bloodlines and the dangerous things your family was involved in, it's expected for you to reach these potentials. The only anomaly in our group is Cliff," Alian pointed out. "So you're saying I'm a genius?" Cliff grinned. "I'm saying you're a monster. Geniuses know how to use toilet paper." Alian giggled and Lynn laughed. The group continued their casual conversations as the parents were shaking at the implications of the files they have before them. On the far-out reaches of space, a large asteroid continued to orbit Mars. This asteroid was big enough to be a moon. but its axis on Mars was so precise that Earth could never see it through its telescopes and satellites. We've lost several pioneers. A man spoke as he stood in the middle of a large hall full of people. His features were very young, but he had a large frame. He had a red glow on his eyes that stared calmly at the group before him. What happened? Have these beasts found out about us? A bearded man shouted. The huge frame was made obvious even as he sat down. Impossible. We were careful to hide all traces. Is there a traitor? A thin man with glasses squeaked nervously. Why would anyone betray us? What does Earth have that we don't? A tan man laughed. Pokemon. A man with a rugged attire pipped in. Everyone was silent. Some even nodded unconsciously. Garanjas, what are those clothes? The young man asked. I thought it looked cool. They called this style hipster. Do you like it? Never mind. The tall young man ignored it. Whatever is happening on Earth, we can no longer ignore it. Garanjas, will you go? Pass. He shook his head. I'll go. The bearded man laughed. Just make sure not to indulge in your pleasures too much. We believe this is what led to the deaths of those pioneers. The young man turned back. The bearded man laughed. I won't. I'll just kidnap the girls and bring them back here. That way, no one will find me out. Don't take too many and avoid those who are influential. The young man replied. Don't touch Amanda, the thin man ordered. Cherry or Gordon? The bearded man asked. Can you kidnap Rain, Cloud, and Seeker? A young teen girl interrupted. Seeker? Who's Seeker? A rising pro gamer. He's so dreamy. I hope he's not dead. I heard he was in Australia. Well, princess, you should know how these things are. I know it's your first time requesting packages, but we can't just pick any famous Earth artist. I doubt I could take Rain. His fame in the Eastern Alliance would create too many conspiracy theories if we fake his death. Cloud's just as worse. Oh, so that's what Fayer meant by influential. The young girl sighed. I can get this Seeker for you, though. The eyes of the girl twinkled. Yay, Seeker's the yummiest anyways. I can't wait. The young girl bit her lips in anticipation and lust. This would be her first special package from Earth. Chapter 84. Those at the Peak. A young wounded boy followed the various soldiers who were leading the people away from the war. The sudden attacks of New Great Britain had threatened the nearby city. The war slowly dragged towards the city, and New Great Britain's forces had finally conquered the base. Ever since the Third World War and the emergence of cyber abominations, strict war etiquette was observed during the war. Once a base is officially occupied, the region in which that base covers then fall into a ceasefire as the civilians would be escorted out. The civilians had the choice to either flee to a nearby city or allow the conquerors to capture them. A strict screening procedure is involved on assigning whether or not a civilian may move to the next city or will be taken by the invaders. Both the invading and the defending country may not attack each other during this time. Any country who does not follow this procedure will face the world governing power's wrath. This involves the authorization for any country to launch weapons of mass destruction towards the offending country. When New Great Britain managed to conquer the base, the ceasefire came to effect. The evacuation occurred immediately, and the soldiers were escorting the civilians out. A parade of civilians was walking towards the screening area. Next, a soldier coldly announced. A small boy walked in slowly. Name and birth. Jeffrey Davison. Your name's not found in the system. Please walk towards New Great Britain's Deport Bay. Please, sir. I'm homeless. I don't have any paperwork or proofs. I wouldn't appear in the system. Don't send me out there. Please. I've heard they beat Australians and torture them. I don't want to die. The boy wept. The soldier had long experienced scenes such as this. His cold heart wouldn't budge and immediately call security to escort these civilians out. But this time, he could not help but sympathize with the boy's plight. Please send all of us in. Me and my friends and family. We can't bear to be a part of one another. This is our home, and this is all that we've known. The soldier hesitated. His numb heart was moved. Listen, kid. I'm sorry. It's just that. Let them in. The supervisor overseeing the checkpoint sighed. All right, sir. The soldier immediately followed. How many are you with? The supervisor asked. There are 12 of us. The young boy spoke. His eyes pleaded. Please let us all in. I know it's too much to ask. Let them in. The supervisor smiled. Thank you. The boy broke down and cried as he hugged the soldier. With grateful smiles, he beamed at the group around them. All 12 managed to move past the checkpoint. "Which region do you want to go?" the soldier asked. "We don't know. We've been in this city all our lives. I think it's safe if you head to the central cities. Avoid the coastlines." The soldier smiled. "Thank you, sir." The young boy smiled once more. The 12 walked out of the checkpoint offering their thanks to everyone. The young boy continued to wipe his tears, but then his eyes went blank. "You did it." The tall man pretending to be his father laughed. "These are soldiers who have seen death and wouldn't care about other people's feelings. They place their duty above their emotions. They are cold, detached, and would simply follow their objectives. But compared to the evil scientist who experimented on me every day, they would look at me like they did to their firstborn baby. How do you think I managed to avoid being thrown out of the lab by being a useless experiment?" The boy answered with a blank expression. "Whatever, kid. Just remember your targets. You have the most important roles to play after all." The man laughed. "I will." "This is where we part ways, disciples." The tall man addressed his team. "Let's go." The 12 disciples parted ways. Each headed towards their respective checkpoint exits and would journey to their assigned cities. Parker and Lou stood at the loading bay of one China's port. "What are all those large crates for? You could fit a car in there." Lou wondered. "You know how the Eastern Alliance are. They don't trust others. They use their technology." Lou laughed at this comment. "And I'm guessing the SBU loaded a lot of high-grade weapons?" "Yes. I prohibited the use of biological weapons. But anything else is fine." "So we have the Eastern Alliance's high-tech computer gears, SBU's barrage of terrible weapons, and America's miscellaneous technology? What could go wrong, right? But it's Ming. I won't be surprised that all of them die." Parker spoke softly. Lou was silent. "He has heard of Ming's terrible reputation." "Interesting. Don't panic. But it seems that there are assassins who managed to sneak in your crew." "Ming's personal group, if I'm not mistaken." Parker was bemused as he noticed 2 particular soldiers aiding in the loading. "What?" "Relax. I don't think this is serious. It may have been a coincidence. Perhaps the Australian techs have tempted him out of his cave. He might have dropped several spies in this base and is using this gathering as a method of spreading his spies on each attacking nation. I'm just telling you this so you can keep an eye on them." "What should we do?" "Nothing. We don't want to arouse their suspicion, do we? If they sense something wrong, then it could ruin this mission. My team won't do anything suspicious, so they won't be found out." "There's a lot of risk in this, Harker. What if he's here?" "If he is, then it's good. Our mission should easily be completed. But I doubt it. Ming is hard to hide. I'm sure you know of this. A tiger may learn how to crouch, but a dragon can never crouch like a tiger." Lou nodded. "Exactly. So I'm sure he won't risk it, especially since half of the world is here. Just ignore it. They have their mission, and I'm sure they're focused on accomplishing it. So they won't have time to take notice of these minor hindrances. If what you say is true, then your team just has to pretend like nothing is going on." Delegates always hitch rides in meetings like this, but they have to remain inconspicuous. They will be sharing the same flight after all, General Lou warned. Parker laughed. "Relax. I'm sure they won't do anything suspicious. Those 3 countries picked them because they believe in their potential. Put yourself in the shoes of these 3 countries. If they fail, Meng will retaliate. And with his deep connections here in China and in the underworld, who knows what you would face? Who would you send if you were in their position? The best of the best, the strongest of the strong, the pros among the professionals, the elite." Lou responded without hesitation. If they were to take such a risk, the person whom they would send would be a god among men. Indeed, paragons in their industry, those unchallenged of this world and detached from all forms of carnal desires. They stay focused on their mission. To say it in your terms, unhindered in the heavens, the mountain beyond the mountain, just like the Chinese cultivators of old, unblemished, pure, created solely to fulfill their task. Parker nodded as a fierce gaze, exuding deep respect, flashed in his eyes. "Sir, the 6 guests are now on board. We did as they requested and provided 6 high-end gaming laptops and installed piercing bullet. The 6 are now happily gaming inside the plane. It's quite a scene. 6 grown individuals cursing and shouting," a soldier laughingly reported. "Carlean, choke on these balls." Peter's loud voice was heard even at the bottom of the plane. The soldier slowly walked away. Lou's expression painted a silly expression. He turned to Harker for an explanation. Harker's gaze stared straight to the heavens, as if pondering the miracles of the men he just sent. Behold, Lou, true professionals. When they are assassins, they are invisible. When they are politicians, they are corrupt. When they are undercover, they are rowdy and rascals. Total immersion in who they are. Don't be fooled. This is what it means to be at the peak. Harker slowly walked away as he continued to ponder the unparalleled might of these individuals. Lou sighed. For a moment he doubted these 6 individuals. The peak? Huh. Lou wondered and walked away. Harker was cursing on the inside. Why the hell are they playing Piercing Bullet? The 6 said agents were paired up with their spouses and were busy moving their mouse and typing away on their keyboards. If someone would look at the game that these 6 were playing, they'd be shocked. It has reached a level that pro gamers could only manage. A triple threat team melee was underway as each couple was paired and busily fought against their enemies. The match was amazing. Everyone was easily evading and blocking each other's attack. The game had already progressed for more than 10 minutes, but not one of them has received damage. Getting used to it, honey? Time for our counterattack. Chris spoke excitedly. I'll lead. You're too reckless. Grace laughed as she controlled her avatar towards the center of the map. Now, Grace ordered. The timing of Chris and Grace's attacks were precise. The moment the enemy evaded, the small millisecond which the player would be unable to evade an incoming attack was exploited. Bang! The first damage was made. Jade had taken the first hit. Damn you, Carlean, messing with my wife. Stevenson roared and attacked. In the large hangar of the plane, several large crates that could fit several people were finally loaded. Are you sure it's okay? Christine wondered. Inside this crate was Christine, Arthur, and Meryl. They sat on the floor. The entire crate was empty, but it had a cooling system which kept them comfortable. Yes, they barely have enough time to train. This could be the best training for them. Playing Piercing Bullet? Meryl wondered. Yes. Why do you think Seeker made you play these games? It helps you get used to the speed. And not only to see in the midst of this speed, but to react as well. Not to mention the limited scope of the screen will help them calculate and move accordingly. No wonder you allowed those 12 to play that game on their free time. Christine realized. Yes, I have already a plan on how to use this game as a training ground for my team. Your team? Meryl was surprised. Of course. That's why Seeker assigned you as the trainer of this team. This is your team. I'll be making my own team soon. I suspect the Covenants to have high potential in reaching the later stages of Inhuman. Once Lohengrin completes this training, he will also set out to make his own team. I see. It's more effective this way. Christine sighed. I wonder how those 12 are doing? Don't worry about them. They'll be facing humans while we'll be facing those who stand at the peak in this world. Of course, right now, we too stand at the peak. This is a battle that cannot compare to our previous fights. We face unbecomings. Arthur spoke with a serious expression. Somewhere in one China's famous city of fantasy, Nanjing, a dangerous meeting was also taking place. 12 assassins were standing in the main hallway. This organization had over 8,000 employees worldwide, and they were affiliated with thousands of businesses, politicians, and other organizations. But in this large organization, it only had 12 titled assassins. This was the organization that was the king of the underworld in the East. He slowly walked in. The stones and steel that was used to build this place were modified. Its density and strength allowed it to withstand Pangean eradication technology. But this wasn't for protection. He walked in, and none of the 12's deadliest assassin dared look at him. Let me see your growth. None were even looking at him, but many of the assassins started having wounds in their body. Of all of Seeker's miscalculations, this was the worst. He underestimated the overcomer who currently stood at the peak.